Sound check. Anybody out there?
Yep.
You're loud and clear.
Yep, I can hear you.
Yep.
Good morning. Thanks all. Hey, Jason, I'm going to share my screen real quick.
Sounds good.
Oh, I'm disabled. Other participant is sharing. Okay. So I assume when the time comes, someone can just transfer that to me.
Yeah, we can practice that. Let me see if we can get that down right now. Hold on.
Thanks, Diana. Sorry, I know there was another link probably for practicing, but DC meetings all morning.
Morning.
Morning, Cherry.
Morning.
Bob, you should be able to share now.
Guys, see the screen?
Yeah, looks good here.
Great. Thank you.
Looks like we're missing. Looks like we're missing a couple folks still. Maybe I'll give it another minute or so. Does that sound okay, Diana? Trying to rearrange everybody on my screen. Everybody's in a scroll line. I can't figure out who's in the room.
You can hide non-video participants if that makes it easier. It's under the view menu bar at the top.
Yeah, there we go. Okay, great. All right, so let's get underway. Welcome to the April council meeting. My first lead chairing experience. So appreciate everybody's patience with getting all the documents posted and getting the agenda up and everything. This morning we have some admin items, and I was just, before we jump into that with Diana Evans, I was just going to mention a few things because we're doing this virtual. We haven't done this for a while. A couple things is protocol issues. Definitely raise hands, and I'll try to go through the order of the hands for questions and comments. We want to keep our cameras on this time around, so I don't know if folks were on during COVID, but remember we do the freeze frame thing. We've been asked not to do that, make sure our cameras are on live. I understand sometimes we have connection issues or whatever, but do your best to do that. And then also just a reminder on the chat, try to keep the conversation in the room. So if folks are commenting on chat, I have to repeat that on the record in the room. So let's try to avoid chat if we can. And then another reminder is we're going to be going from 8 to 4 p.m. Alaska time. So just for those in Alaska, just a reminder, it's 4 p.m. I'll try to keep us to that schedule. And I think that's what I have before I hand it over to Diana. I don't know if other folks have, if there's any questions or issues folks are having, so I'll give an opportunity to respond.
Welcome to our new member, Jennifer.
Oh, yes. Yes, Jennifer Burns, welcome. Yeah, I forget, I mean, you were on the list for last meeting, but this is your first actual meeting.
Yep, first meeting in a long time, so
You
thanks,
are
Franz
a
and
returning
Jason.
member.
I appreciate being back on the committee.
We're just pretending you never left.
Yeah, can we do over a
Great.
few of those years in between? Thank you.
Sounds good. Welcome back. All right, I'm having a little bit of connection issues already, but I'm going to hand this off to Diana Evans to go through some of the admin items. I think specifically too, we have the handbook edits on there, so those are up on the site as well.
Hey, good morning, members of the SSC. Thanks for bearing with us as we go back into the virtual format. Hopefully we can make it as smooth as possible. Let me just share my screen here. Okay, are you confirming you guys can all see my screen?
Yes.
Perfect. Okay, so just a quick reminder of our code of conduct for council meetings. We ask that everybody in the process, whether you be SSC member, staff, advisors, public, follow this code of conduct for at all of our meetings to treat people with respect, understand and listen to different opinions, represent information honestly and openly, and refrain from any personal attacks, organizational attacks, disrespectful, derogatory language. Okay. I think the chair has mostly spoken to this, but just noting that you'll find it a little bit easier if you are able to join from the email link as a member, the personalized email link that you got. And Jason, the chair, already spoke to asking to use webcams, especially when we're having discussions and deliberations. Other than that, the protocols that you see should be the same, certainly for testifiers. Will be the same process that we have been using. We're still using text marks for the meetings as we move along, move through agenda items. Okay, so just a couple things I wanted to share with you for announcements under the B reports to highlight for you. These are mostly things that are available in the B1 report, which is the executive director's report on the council's agenda. But just noting that all councils, the regional fishery management councils, did a paper on conservation areas. That link to that is published in Marine Policy, and the link to that is available if that's of interest to you. Also, not yet posted under B1, but it will be shortly, probably today. We have been working with a UAF student intern, and she's been developing some infographics for us, which she will share with the council under B1 on Thursday. But they're looking at kind of marine mammal interactions with Alaska fisheries. And then on that same idea of updates on status updates for marine mammals and protected species, the NMFS Protected Resource Division is providing a status update to the council, just highlighting this especially for the SSC, because that's something that you had been in the habit of trying to receive an annual report on that. We haven't pulled that together this year, in part for scheduling issues and agenda issues, but at least wanted to make you aware that some of that information is being shared over at the council that you might find of interest. And then there were two program reviews that occurred in December. They didn't come to the SSC, but the final report for the Amendment 80 report is now posted on our website. The council had asked for a couple of updates. So just identifying that link for you. Also, at this meeting, the council will receive their allocation review for yellowfin sole, ackle mackerel, and Pacific Ocean perch. Just noting that that's posted under B1 again on the council agenda if that's of interest, as well as an IFQ report to the fleet. This is just identifying some documents that you might find interesting. And then the last sort of announcement slide here, identifying that our next meeting will be in June, will be in person. You received all the travel information for that, so hopefully all the SSC members have already booked your travel. But we wanted to emphasize that we are being more strict organizationally about requiring members to book, for example, for hotels to book before the deadline. Same with the airfare, book as soon as we get that agenda information out to you, if you can book your travel, so that we can avoid the higher costs from doing some of those last minute changes or last minute bookings. And then information about, I believe most of you should already have seen the preliminary agenda for June, but it is posted and we'll have a final version out following this council meeting. Looking ahead to October and December, at this point, we're still planning for those to be in person at the Egan Center, although that is, as always, budget contingent, particularly if we don't receive our funding before the cancellation date for the October meeting. That would be the one that we would switch to virtual if we had a funding scenario that required it. And not, as always, noting that December is going to be a busy meeting for the SSC. I'll probably be talking with the chairs between now and June about how to structure that December agenda so that we can make sure we get through all of the work that we need to. And then just, this is still under development. I don't think we have a firm plan to report to you yet, but I did want to let you know, following up from the February SSC meeting, you had requested some interest in doing an Cook Inlet salmon assessment workshop. Staff are looking into that and the possibility of moving that forward, potentially even as soon as May. As we get more information, that will be circulated by email to SSC members, and Diana Stram is organizing that in our office. And so she's spoken with the chairs about that as well, but just noting that there is interest in including SSC members as part of that workshop as we move forward. So if you have any questions about that, I'm sure Diana will be able to share. But as I say, this is more just a heads up that more information is coming rather than having all the information just yet. And then the only other things this last slide just highlights the other elements of this admin issues presentation. I'm going to take a quick moment and walk through the SSC handbook and highlight some of the changes that are included in there. Then you have a short PowerPoint from Dr. Diana Stram, who's going to talk about the National SSC meeting plans looking forward. And then your normal last components of this agenda item are to talk about your associations across SSC members and talk about your report timing. So just highlighting those. If it's all right with the chair, I'll move on to the SSC handbook component next, unless there are any questions. I'll share the PowerPoint here. Oh, sorry.
Diana,
Yes.
maybe one other announcement thing. I had in my notes that there's an MSC meeting or presentation for Sablefish. That's Tuesday, is that right? 4:30 to 6. I just wanted to make sure that that got highlighted for folks.
Thank you. I did omit to mention that. Yeah, there's a Sablefish workshop. It will has a Zoom link that you can access off our website. We can also share that at the end of the meeting tomorrow for those who are interested. But if you want to go to that, if you go to npfmc.org on our front page there's a spotlight that includes that connection information. Thank you. Okay. All right, so I'm sharing the stuff here. Go back to I just really want to highlight for you the areas where there are changes in the SSC handbook. The track changes version is posted, so you should be able to see that. So I think there's a few minor changes. I'm not going to walk through everything minor, but I wanted to just highlight for you the things that are more substantive. So under section 3.2 on page 5, just highlighting that the council's general policy strongly encouraging people to attend in person when there's an in-person option for our meetings. I know the SSC has an effective practice at present of remote participation, but just highlighting that is across the board our hope that when in person is available, that people would try to come. On page 6, the code of conduct is the same one that we just looked at, just adding that to this document. On pages 7 and then a couple other sections, you can see in the middle of page 7 here, there's the public testimony time limits. We're just trying to update that language to be really clear, make sure that our online policy are the same as for the SSC, but just highlighting that it's the chair's prerogative, if necessary for time management, to be able to shorten those public testimony time limits as needed in order to be able to both hear from everybody and get through the agenda items. And then on the bottom of page 8 in section 4, you'll see here and a couple other places as appropriate that we are trying to change our language to identify that the council has agreed to have 4 regularly scheduled meetings per year instead of 5. And I know we've said that for a long time and not successfully done it yet, but it is the council's commitment, both for budget reasons and also for better management of our agenda time and the amount of work that it takes to prepare for that February meeting in a time when a lot of people are on leave. The council's decided no longer to hold that February meeting. Let's see. Moving on to on top of page 9 there, that language I think is just moved from the virtual meeting section. So that's just moving things around. And on page 10, there is in the SSC deliberation section on the bottom there, wanted to highlight that we are asking, at the request of the council, trying to focus the SSC's review of initial review documents and analyses to really understand the impact of making a decision among the identified is what the council finds really helpful from the SSC advice. So there's a couple parts in this handbook updates that are adding that emphasis or ensuring that emphasis. I think that's the majority. Before we get to changes, let me just, sorry for moving fast. So the last section of updates are in the compensation travel information. I think most of this should not be new. It's just information that we've shared with you individually or, as the new information comes, policy gets put in place. But this is the updating this throughout our document. So our policy reflecting the National Marine Fisheries Service policy that we have a stipend change when we only have a half-day virtual meeting. We have direct deposit available. You are aware of that now. And for travel information, I think that same information that we just shared earlier, really asking you to book within the room blocks and book in advance. I think that's all we needed to share with you to walk through this. I do note a couple people have highlighted this top of page 14. I know that there's an incomplete sentence, the please do sentence. I obviously tried to put in the wrong place first. So I'll fix that. Thank you for the other couple of corrections that people have sent me. The remaining changes here are all in the reference section and just about how things work. So I'm not going to walk through all those details. Your action here is to review this, provide any other edits. The council will approve the handbook in June when they meet in executive session. So you have a little bit of time if you don't get to everything now, but you can still find changes that you want to make. Feel free to email me, even if they don't come up today during the meeting. It's always helpful to hear people's perspectives. And that's all I have, Mr. Chair.
Great, thanks, Diana. Looks like we have a couple of questions. Mike Downs.
Yeah, thanks, Diana. Well, question I had was on actually page 21. And it's the meeting by meeting sort of rearrangement of things. One of the things I noticed that was lined out and not replaced anywhere is the economic safe reports. And I'm wondering if that's getting folded under something else. Does that in part depend on our discussion in June? What's the status of that?
Yes, through the chair, Dr. Downs. The reason that I didn't find a new home for that item is because I anticipate that we're going to talk about exactly that in June, what your interest is in a regular review process for those items. We used to, when this handbook was first developed or when this table was first developed, we used to look at those every year. We've moved off that schedule, but I don't exactly know what replaces it. So in this table, I was just trying to highlight the issues that we know happen on a prescribed basis, recognizing that there are those other issues as well. But yes, I fully anticipate that that will be a subject of conversation at our June agenda.
Great, thank you.
Dr. Dressel?
Thanks, Jason. Diana, I had a couple of things. So you mentioned 4 meetings and moving to eliminate the February, which I know has been an intent for a while. The handbook mentioned that we may have special topics meeting in the summer, but it didn't mention any longer that we might have a workshop or something or special topics in February. Was that intentional?
I wouldn't say it was intentional because I don't think I thought that aspect through. I think what I was trying to move away from at the time, again, when we put this information together, we did often, we had been in the habit of having some kind of summer work or subgroups. I don't know that we are, I guess what I would move off from is specifying when exactly those kind of subgroups would take place. I know since we wrote that language, your research priority subgroup met several times, but it wasn't really around necessarily a summer time frame. So it was more just the seasonality of when those subgroups might meet that I think is not quite as narrowly focused as it was when we first wrote this language.
Wonderful. So there's in there somewhere we mentioned it's mentioned summer, and yeah, that makes sense just to take that out. A couple other just from a chair's point of view, so for public testimony, there were notes in the handbook of sort of how that will go with 5 minutes. We had started within the last few years, I believe, following the council, that for public testimony, people, when they introduce themselves, that's not part of the 5-minute time. And I'm wondering if that is established for the council and whether that's something we add for ours.
Through the chair, Dr. Dressel, that's a really good point. And that has been the council's practice since it came up through conversations about process and conversations through the Community Engagement Committee and then through the LKTK task force as well. So I do think that is the council's interest in maintaining that as its current practice. And in that sense, I think it would make sense to write that in here as well. So I can take that on board.
Wonderful. There was one clarification about travel. It said in there that if our meeting ends at noon, that that members are expected to travel home that night. I know that I, as one of the co-chairs, have told our members we plan to end at noon, we plan to work on minutes, make yourselves available. Does that mean that the meeting goes through 5 and that people can assume? I just want to make sure that the co-chairs are clear with members. Does that mean that the meeting essentially goes to 5?
So I actually noticed that inconsistency a little bit as I was reading through this, although didn't change it. That we also say in the handbook that we regularly schedule time for minutes. Yeah. And so all of your normal SSC meetings ought to be scheduled for 2.5 hour days of agenda time and then half a day of minutes, so you effectively be scheduled for the whole day. And we anticipate that and we build that in as part of the process. So for a regular meeting, we would anticipate that we are actually scheduling the SSC to meet through 5 o'clock, although not all of that is scheduled for public time. Some of it's for collaboratively working on minutes. And so, but I left that language in there in the thought that maybe at some point we'll schedule a half-day meeting for some other purpose where that might be relevant. But in practice, I'll try to make that more clear because that doesn't align perfectly with our practice.
Thanks, Diana. No, that made real sense. And I think we're covered in there, but in case people didn't fully catch it, it's good for us to know. There were 2 items then so on page 21, the one where Mike asked about, there were 2 things that I thought of. In there, it says for October, it says that the crab modeling workshop report from January will be presented in October. And I think in the past, we've had that in February, which now that's gone away, or in June. And I'm wondering if that was a change, if it was intentional.
That was not intentional. That was intended to go into the June meeting to be part of the May. I just messed it up. So thank you.
Wonderful. And then the last one was, last year we started doing groundfish harvest projections in October to take some of the load off our December meeting. And I didn't see it in there. If you choose, that might be worth mentioning. It seems like it's something that will continue.
Yep, that's a good idea too.
That's all. Thanks, Jason.
Okay, it doesn't look like there's any other questions. Thanks, Diana.
Thank you.
So I think next we have the SCS 9 discussion. Is that right?
Yes, good morning, members of the SSC, Diana Stram, council staff. I have just a couple short slides to allow for discussion of themes from SCS 9. Let's see if I can share my screen. You guys see that okay?
No, it looks multi-screen.
Well, we're seeing your notes page, Diana, and it's split screen.
Yep, I'm not sure why that is. 1 second.
Are you sharing the application, Diana?
Trying to share just the, okay, let me try again. Apologies. I was just trying to share the actual screen. Didn't help. This one, I'm still trying to do it. Yeah, you guys can see that now? Okay, great. So I just have a couple slides here. I'll try to be brief. Just a reminder in terms of, I'm not sure, can you guys see the second slide? It's not clear to me what's on my screen. Okay, thanks. Just in terms of the purpose of the SCS meetings, providing coordination amongst the 8 regional SSCs. This just shows you the list of all of the SCS meetings that have occurred. Obviously, we hosted the 2022 SCS 7, the 2024 one from the New England Council that took place in August built on that. And several of our SSC members were able to be part of the delegation there. This is just what the goals of that was in terms of applying ABC control rules in a changing environment with 3 different sub-themes. I would note that I have a slightly longer PowerPoint that's posted to your e-agenda that goes through the actual recommendations from each of those sub-themes. And also you have a link to the proceedings which were just published in the last, I think, maybe 2 weeks ago. So I'm just including that for reference. I'm not going to go through these. We did go through an overview of this last October following the meeting. The only thing I was going to mention are based on our overview of that and our recommendations from the delegates that were at that and discussions at the SSC last October. These are some of the things that stemmed from that, as well as from the CCTF final report in December. So you obviously have a harvest control workshop that will occur in June at your SSC meeting. This was one of the priorities that the SSC noted to the council coming out of SCS 8. There's a council motion. I have several links here in this slide in terms of the council motion from October, highlighting the harvest control rules as being an important aspect. That's also part of the CCTF final report. You did not receive the CCTF final report in December, but that is posted to our website in the council motion from the developing a climate work plan, which does highlight the harvest control rules workshop and endeavors as well. The second aspect that was brought forward from the SSC coming out of SES 8 was socioeconomic considerations in tax setting. And I would just note a couple things here. This is something that came from your December 2023 SSC report, where you requested that this be considered. There is a document then that was posted and not presented, but available to you in December in your agenda for the December council meeting, reviewing where socioeconomic information is available. And it was also highlighted in our report, the NPFMC SSC report to the council in October. And so that is also part of the October 2024 council motion. I believe that currently you have this on your agenda to discuss opportunities for improving communication and use of available economic and social information in the management process to your June agenda. I'm not sure. I think that's still a tentative on your June agenda, but that's where that is coming forward. So then moving to SCS 9, this will be hosted by the Gulf Council in 2026. The SCS Steering Committee, which meets regularly, is developing themes for consideration. Our next steering committee meeting is April 24th, and we will be discussing and choosing the overarching themes to put forward for SCS 9. So the opportunity for SSC input on these themes is between now and April 24th. Ideally, per our process, we would be proposing 2 different themes to include in the documentation for consideration by the steering committee. And I would note that on your agenda, you have some 2 draft themes that were put forward at this point from the Gulf Council. We would be augmenting those. Those 2 themes have to do with improved communication and metrics for evaluating performance. And so those are both posted to your e-agenda. And at this point, you would have an opportunity to either begin discussion, propose themes, or consider a way forward whereby between now and April, we could put forward some suggestions from the North Pacific SSC for consideration by the broader steering committee. Mr. Chair, that's all I have on this right now.
Okay, thanks, Diana. I guess, members hadn't seen that before. So, and Sherry's actually helping on this one as well. I'm curious, just process. As far as putting themes forward for this meeting, I mean, this is something that we have to do during the meeting today, or is this something that can be done somewhat offline? It seems like we probably should put some themes forward today, and maybe Sherry can.
Sure, I'd be glad to speak to that. Let's go ahead. My hope was that we could take 10 to 15 minutes to come up with some proposed themes. And if we can hone in on 2, fantastic. If we can't, let's go ahead and brainstorm some themes together, and then we can hone into 2 by email later, but at least we can do the brainstorming online here. So, and I had talked with Jason about me calling on hands for this, so I'll kind of switch roles. And I'd love to hear ideas for themes. Franz.
Yeah, hi, thanks. I had mentioned that to you before. I think a topic that may be of interest across all the SSC is just consideration around the use of LKTK information decision making, especially in light of the potential reductions in survey effort and thinking about kind of local knowledge or sort of cooperative type survey development maybe too. That may be a separate issue, but in general, how the different SSC consider LKTK in their process.
Bob. Thanks, Franz.
Yeah, thanks, Sherry. In a similar forward-looking perspective, I think it would be good to consider socioecon topics and how we see nationally those considerations playing out in future council decision processes in terms of prioritization relative to traditional survey-based management decisions. not articulated extremely well, but just want to see whether or not others think that there'd be any value in having that conversation nationally as we see a reduction in data collection effort. Considering where that might go in the future, I think is valuable at this time. And I know it's always been an add-on to things like CEFI, ESPs, et cetera. There's always a piece of it incorporated into those concepts and how we're thinking where management should go. Some of that came into the SES 8 discussions on the edge of harvest control rules and incorporating additional information. But I think a concerted, focused discussion on where that's going and how valuable it is would be beneficial.
Thanks, Bob. I've got that one down. Just so folks know, as part of the SCS 8, the topic came up actually considerably, and it looked at how different councils around the nation are sort of taking that into account. And honestly, we're in this sort of the same place. The only two examples that I recall, and Franz, Mike, and Chris Anderson may recall better. But I remember that in the Western Pacific, I think that they had some information because their only information actually came from subsistence fishers. But then there was also, there's one other council that had this information and sort of acknowledged it, but didn't apply it. And that was kind of all. So I almost wonder if this topic maybe can be melded with Francis so that since some of this was already addressed in the last SCS 8, and it doesn't sound like there's been terrible progress on that nationwide. But regardless, yeah, go ahead, Bob.
Yeah, thanks, Sherry. Agree with everything you said,
Okay.
except the melding in with LKTK. I think they're separate topics and have separate value and separate aspects of what we do. Both important, but I just
Great.
don't want to conflate the two. Thank you.
Appreciate it. Sarah.
Hi, yeah, I just want to second that, keeping those separate. I think they have tremendous value in having the conversations independently. I would also just try and bring up the idea around access to existing data and existing databases. I know that with the possible changes in survey data and data collection, that's also changing, but also just the data that we have traditionally relied on may be shifting as well. And that's a national issue. So some discussion around that and ways forward and ideas moving forward would be helpful, probably.
Great. Jason.
Yeah, I noticed that the theme is metrics for evaluating implementation of best scientific information. I guess I'm just thinking that, and along the theme of the social economic, if there's something specific that we can hone in on in terms of what that means in terms of a metric, and what are we measuring with that.
So one thing to add, the two themes that were posted, they're proposed. So they were just ones that the Gulf SSC leads had come up with. So we can even edit those, change those, whatever you guys think. I have one thought, which each one of the ideas that's been brought up has to do with decreasing survey effort. And one of the things that I wonder is something that we're probably going to hit on when we get to Bob's presentation, but is sort of how do you deal with that if there is reduced survey effort, how do we deal with that in stock assessments? So in other words, is there additional variability in the survey estimates that we account for in stock assessments? Are these changes in the risk table? I will say from SCS 8, it was clear that we are actually, I believe that we're the only, Diana, maybe you'll remember, I think that we're the only council that is using risk tables currently, but the Pacific Council is starting to do them, but they're not applied in management context. So we may be kind of alone in that, but I don't know, it just seems to go along with the reduced survey theme. And Diana, you can speak up even though this is a SES discussion if you choose.
That's my understanding as well, that they have modeled their risk tables around ours, but they have not yet implemented the usage of them.
Thanks, Diana. So maybe that's beyond, maybe that's not helpful. Maybe that's our region issue and not others. Franz?
Yeah, on the risk theme, and I mean, I guess that's kind of related. I mean, other councils do use risk more explicitly through the P-star approach and that sort of thing. So I think some, that could be another theme, or it could be related to sort of what Bob mentioned. How do we, given maybe increased uncertainty around the surveys, how do we maybe deal differently with risk from what we've done in the past?
Great, thank you. Rob?
Yeah, I guess the main thing that came to mind for me kind of fits in with the prior theme too of, whether have you explored or whether we've exhausted all the potential for fisheries dependent data too.
Chris?
Yeah, good morning. Just another brainstorm, since that's what we're doing, is a global kind of conversation about if and when to remove species from the FMP or add new species to an FMP based on species distributions or probabilities of rebuilding from overfished stocks. Something that we should probably, it'd be nice to have a kind of national consideration of what criteria are we going to use so we're consistent if and when we get to that spot. Thanks.
Thanks, Chris. Can you clarify for me? So a global conversation of sort of when to take species out of the FMP and into the FMP, and what are the criteria? Is that right?
Correct. Yep.
And does this have, I know that a number of the councils are dealing with when they, especially like on the East Coast, when they're having shifts in distributions, they're actually going between councils. So they're moving out of one to the other. Does this include that, or is it different?
Well, it could. It's like, I don't think on that regard, because we generally don't have things move into a new council because they're so small on the East Coast. But likely that should be something to consider as well.
Okay. Martin?
Thanks. Hopefully you can hear me.
It's really quiet. Can you speak up?
Yeah, it's the coffee shop ambience.
Oh, this is great. The council staff, I think, helped us.
I'm just wondering potentially of sort of combining a couple of concepts and around a sort of general idea of using non-survey information, which would include both fishery information and LKTK, as maybe a sort of larger idea that we could pitch. I mean, it seems like there's a fair amount of resonance in that. And we could make it sort of broad enough so that we could tackle both fishery and LKTK information.
That's great, Martin. So I'm wondering, I don't know if Bob can help us with this in his AFSC hat, but if in ideas like this, is it known that there will be decreases in survey effort that we can use as a basis for these? ideas? We're talking about if survey effort goes down. Do we leave it in a hypothetical? Are these things known? How do we deal with that? Bob?
Yeah, I think you can say that should there be limitations in data collections.
Great.
And I'll speak more to that for the next 4 hours.
Thanks, Bob. Okay, great. So it sounds, oh, go ahead, Jason.
Yeah, I was going to add to that. I like how Martin phrased that, and I think that's probably just a question in general, regardless of if we have limitations in our surveys. How do we combine that fishery independent information in a meaningful way? So I feel like that even cuts across issues outside of our sort of budget concerns.
Great. Mike?
Yeah, I would just like to agree with Jason that going back to an earlier comment by a couple of people of LKTKS and other socioeconomic information being two separate things, I agree with that, but I really like the formulation of for whatever reason, if you don't have sort of perfect survey data, which you never do, how can that be supplemented by a number of different things? So anyway, I just wanted to voice support for that approach.
Wonderful. Martin?
Yeah, just one other thing that might have some resonance is I mean, we've had meetings that talk about uncertainty and how to deal with uncertainty, but it seems like what we're dealing with now is sort of a dynamic uncertainty environment, in that potentially we're looking at increased uncertainty for both because of reduced survey efforts, as well as a more rapidly changing environment. I wonder if maybe that being able to sort of think of the concept of how to deal with the dynamic uncertainty and environment would be something that would have broad enough interest across the different SSCs. Just another concept.
Wonderful. All right, so I'm going to take this moment when there's no hands up. We're about 15 minutes in, so I think what I'd like to do is I'm going to on the fly try to summarize these, and we can include mention of these topics in our minutes, and that we will, in our minutes, what I would suggest at this point is that frankly, I'm probably going to be writing them. We'll be naming these topics and saying that we will have some discussions offline to bring a couple of these as brainstormed ideas to the Gulf Council. Before I go in and summarize what they are, I'm wondering if Diana Evans, if you can tell me whether this is appropriate. Can we list them now and then pick two of them offline if it's outside of a meeting or not?
Yes, I think the short answer through the chair, Dr. Dressel, you can definitely have this, that you could have had this conversation by email as well. So,
awesome.
Yeah.
Okay, wonderful. So that's what I propose we do. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to try to highlight the topics. And if you all will please, I'm hoping not to leave any of them off. So if I miss yours, please tell me, because I'm doing it on the fly. The big one that we seem to have kind of come around to is talking about if we don't have perfect survey data, if there are limitations, if there are reductions, any of the above, how do we combine data in useful ways? And this can include LKTK, it can include socioeconomic information, it can include also, sorry, there was one other essentially, how can the information be supplemented if we in situations where we're always at, where we don't have perfect surveys. So I think that covers
Fishery
Francis.
dependent data.
Fishery dependent data.
That was Chris's idea.
Great, thank you. Okay, great. Yep, and that covers Rob's. Okay, that also. Okay, so just a second, I'm gonna include. So that was one of them. Another one was socioeconomic information. I think this is separate. How we see this playing out nationally, how it's used in council processes. And Bob, you may have to help me a little bit with that, because I don't think we necessarily want to talk about the council process, but you also mentioned a data collection effort. Yeah, go ahead, Bob.
Yeah, thanks, Sherry. And the reason I separated it is because I see it as building on where we have been going, which is acknowledging that there's a lot of change in our ecosystems and acknowledging that the economic importance of fisheries is changing, and where there is space for conversation around those changes and informing the council, as we talked about at the last meeting, at the ABC level and or at the TAC level. So my question, if I just keep talking, I'll come up with it, is to more specifically see where everyone else in the country is with respect to that. And I'm separating it from the other because it's not about data limitation in our traditional sense. It is more about continuing the discussion on whether or not considerations for whether economic considerations should be prioritized in data collection and in council information. So I think the word I didn't have before is prioritized.
Perfect. Great. Okay, that's the second one. We also had one talking about socioeconomic information, access to existing data with databases, recognizing there's a national shift. And if that is vaguely on topic, we can perfect wording for that one later. Great, I see nods. Seeing those, and then there was one that had to do with global conversations of when to add species to FMPs or remove them, and that can include moving from one council to another. And then, and I think that the idea of that Martin mentioned, that we've dealt with uncertainty before, but now it's dynamic and increased. I think that is that a separate idea, or is that sort of lumped into how can we inform it with a decreased survey effort? Do you know, Martin, whether you were thinking of that together or separate?
They're linked, I guess.
Okay.
I guess I would keep it as a separate idea.
It seems pretty, yeah, okay, great, that's what I've got. So those are the 5 that I have. Can anybody tell me if I've missed theirs that we should have on the list? Mike.
Yeah, it's not a miss, Sherry, but in the first topic,
Yep.
I've been thinking about this, uncertainty writ large versus the potential further decline of surveys or availability of funding for surveys and so on. And I think we should make it less focused on sort of decline in potential survey opportunities in the future and more sticking to the uncertainty. Because I mean, it's hard to remember, but 4 months ago, we were flipped out about how uncertain things were. And now we're sort of, because of what's happened in the last 4 months, we're narrowing it down to the immediate circumstances. So I think it's a durable topic, no matter sort of what happens.
Great. That's helpful, Mike. And I think we should include that in our wording. And you phrased it well when you said, for whatever reason, you don't have perfect survey data. It sounds like that broadens it. Am I hitting your point? Wonderful. And I think that'll apply to other regions as well, because they think of us as having tons of surveys. And so I think that that'll make it more global. Wonderful. All right. Jason, I definitely didn't make 15 minutes, but thank you. Back to you.
I figured it was going to go a little long, so we're good.
Thanks.
Great, thank you, Sherry and Diana, for the presentation and a good discussion. So I think that concludes the administrative topics for this morning. And so I think we're going to move into B4, the AFSC survey topics.
Before we go away,
Bob, did I miss something?
well, the one that I have is, before you go away, associations and deadlines. That might hit.
Thank you.
Yep.
Jason, you're muted.
And Jason, I see you're on mute. There you go.
Sorry, my computer keeps freezing on me. Yeah, so I'm going to start with associations, and we'll start with Allie, and then I'll just go around the room from there.
Okay. No associations for me.
Bob?
I am the third or greater level supervisor for Chris Lunsford, Stan Kutwicki, and all of the project leads and EBS Modernization Steering Committee under D4 survey modernization. And I have no associations with B4.
Great, thanks. Franz?
No associations for me.
Dr. Downs?
No associations.
I didn't hear you. I don't know, maybe others did.
Sorry, no associations for me.
Okay, thanks. Martin Dorn, Dr. Dorn?
No associations for me.
Dr. Sidden?
No associations for me.
Dr. Sorian?
No associations.
Sorry, I didn't hear again. I don't know if it's on my side or.
Yeah, Jason, no associations for me.
Okay, thanks. Dr. Wise?
No associations.
Dr. Dressel?
No associations for me.
Dr. Monroe?
No associations for me, thanks.
Dr. Stewart?
Morning, everybody. No associations.
Dr. Burns?
No associations for me either.
Okay. Dr. Sullivan?
No associations. No associations. Look like you froze there, Jason. All right.
Yeah. Dr. Cunningham?
Yeah, thank you. Good morning, everyone. Myself and postdoctoral researcher in my lab, Kimberly Fitzpatrick, will be leading some simulation analyses in support of survey modernization under D4, although that's still in the planning stages, so no formal contribution to the work presented at this meeting.
Great. Dr. Hanselman?
Yeah, thanks. B4, Dr. Foy is my second level supervisor, and D4, Chris Lunsford, I'm his first level supervisor. Thanks.
And then I think that leaves Dr. Fabio.
Good morning, everyone. No associations for me. Thanks, Shizel.
Okay. Did I miss anybody? Please raise your hand. Yeah, Kaylin, Dr. Kreitz.
No associations.
I cannot hear. My screen just froze.
Do you need me to say it again? I don't have any associations, Jason.
I got you that time. Okay. Okay, great. And yeah, Allie.
Sorry, I think we also missed Franz.
Nope. I
Nope.
have no associations.
Okay.
But that's a good segue, Allie. Do you you want to give us our report deadlines?
Yes, thank you. Good morning, everyone. Yeah, our deadlines are pretty straightforward this time. Everything's going in one chunk to the council, so we just have one set. We are going to need our slides in the draft PowerPoint and the draft sections in the Google document by Wednesday, close of business. And then we will close the document Friday morning at right now 8 a.m. Alaska time, so that Jason can be prepared to present to council that afternoon. And as usual, I'll send these out in an email so you have it in writing. And please let me know if you have any issues or questions with the draft PowerPoint or the report template. Thanks.
Great, thanks. Any other questions? Okay, great. Now I think we are really ready to move on to B4, the FSC report.
Jason, this is Diana. Before we get started on Bob's presentation, I'm just going to go over some of the information that's in your memo for you. There's two survey related topics under this agenda item. The discussion of the fiscal year 25 plan survey and longer term spatial and temporal report. Bob's going to go over that first, and then I'll go over a short presentation of some assessment related information as it relates to the surveys. Posted to your agenda item then are obviously the PowerPoints for this agenda, but also a spreadsheet that we've compiled of the different assessed BSAI, GOA, groundfish assessments, as well as the BSAI crab assessments, their tier levels, and the surveys which are incorporated into the relevant assessments. We've also tried to put together some metrics for consideration, ratio of TAC to ABC from 2023 to 2024, as well as a summary of the elevated groundfish assessment risk table scores and categories in 2023, 2024. That's a different tab in the Excel spreadsheet that's posted to your agenda. And there is a README page that provides additional information. I'll walk through some of that in a short PowerPoint after Bob has finished. Some links that are in your agenda item then, the The risk table summaries are taken from the groundfish risk table report that was provided to you in December in 2024, and the link to that report is in your memo if you wish to pull that up. The next is and I would just note that the survey prioritization and modernization information is provided to you at this agenda item because of your in response to the SSC's request. You're not required to take any action. The AFSC will explain the plan for moving forward on both of these initiatives, and you have an opportunity to provide feedback as appropriate for the AFSC. With respect to the survey modernization, then you're going to receive reports on the bottom trawl survey modernization and the long line survey plans. And I would just note on the second page of your memo, there are links to several published reports related to the survey loss analysis and modernization information that you can click on if you wish to download those reports. With that, we'll begin with the presentation from Dr. Foy on the AFSC report, my PowerPoint to follow, and then once you've finished your discussion on that aspect, we'll move into the survey modernization part.
Okay.
Maybe a question for Bob before you get going, Bob. Do you want questions at the end or during your presentation?
During.
Okay, thank you.
I'll clarify. Yeah, I'll slow down. It's a long time until the end. Thanks, Jason. So for the record, Bob Foy, Director of the Alaska Fisheries Science Center. And thank you, Diana, for that introduction into what we're doing today at the SSC. So as Diana mentioned, I'm going to do a couple different things here. One is to provide, usually this time of the year, we're providing a state of the center. Which is usually after there's already a budget available and we have an idea for what kind of work we're going to be able to get done. In years where we have budgets that are postponed, like this year, usually I put this presentation off until like June. Some years I can do it in February, but this year, given the other changes, we decided to put the State of the Center presentation in April. And also because of the topics that are involved, wanted to give this presentation to the SSC as well. So you're getting a couple of different topics. We had already planned for a survey prioritization discussion. As part of that, it was originally going to be pretty brief, but we have expanded that to with some of the changes that we're expecting at the Alaska Fisheries Science Center, and then it plays out really well into the survey modernization discussion. So hopefully what you see is some lead up in terms of what we're seeing at the Alaska Fisheries Science Center, what the future of our data collection portfolio looks like. Some places where I think it's pretty obvious for the SSC to provide some recommendations to the agency as we move forward. There are still a lot of unknowns. So please feel free to ask questions. I might not be able to provide all of the answers, but at the very least, I think that I can get us to a space where the SSC sees some on-ramps for input that we would very much appreciate moving forward. So with that, let me share my screen and go through a little death by PowerPoint here. Okay, so you should see my screen.
Looks good, Bob.
Nod. Fantastic. Thank you. Okay, so I'm going to just dive in. There will be lots of spots for questions. I will probably stop at some natural spots where I think the SSC might want to weigh in, and we can go from there. I'm going to start with the State of the Center report, and that is really just going through this year. It's going to be very different from usual, but just going through our programs, going through where we're highlighting efforts, and reminding you of some of our programs. It might seem a little redundant with your existing knowledge, but it is going to be important as we consider prioritization across our portfolio in the coming months to again give the SSC an opportunity to weigh in on the decisions that we're making through this presentation. Again, happened to be when we were giving this presentation. Then we'll get into some very specific, if you looked at my slides, very specific questions more towards the end, where we will delve into surveys in particular, data collection in particular. So really, I'm just leading you up to that presentation, if you will, by walking through some of the priorities at the center this year. You might think I just lost my mind, and there's a bunch of intro slides here. So a few minutes of levity before there's no more levity in this presentation. You'll note in the first slide here, this was a great picture, and I realized there's a lot of terrestrial here, a lot of land. I did not want to send the message that there's no more ocean data collection happening, so I thought, well, this is a really bad title slide. So then I found the obligatory, so this is actually the East Coast. This is Thanksgiving last year. Sunset slide. It's actually, yeah, this is sunset side over Pamlico Sound. And then I thought, well, that's depressing. The sun's going down. That is not the message I'm trying to send, is that all our science is sunsetting. So I'm looking for a better one. Stormy Seas seemed a little more appropriate. Nice springtime storm in Southeast Alaska seemed like a more appropriate picture. But again, a little bit too much doom and gloom. So I thought that this was more appropriate. And this is a FOI, obviously not me, for obvious reasons. Contemplating stormy skies, looking out at the ocean, working towards what our future is going to look like in data collection. So this seemed like a little more appropriate spot to land. And it might be my title slide for a while. Okay, fun part's over. So I'm going to first get into kind of what we're doing here and go over our 2025 research plan. So in years past, I've shown a process where we go through our activity plans. This all happened a year ago. So this is us getting ahead and communicating to our staff and to the public what our priorities are. And then it informs external fund seeking, and it informs what our budget priorities are for the following year, even though we know we don't have a budget, and gets things started for the year. So I'm going to walk through these research plans and talk through where we know there has been some changes and where there may be some changes in 25, and then speak a little bit more to the future. We are still looking into what the impacts of our staffing losses and what the budget uncertainty is. You've all read the newspapers, so you have the same information. We had probationary staff that were terminated and are now on administrative leave within the center. We had some deferred retirement staff that took that opportunity. We currently are in a process where the staff have been offered voluntary early retirement. So we are in the middle of that process right now. And we don't know how these are all playing out, where people are coming from, what expertise we are going to lose. But I can assure you that we are thinking through many possibilities for our future. What the loss of staffing means, how we can both in the short term cover that loss of expertise for our priorities, but also for the long term, make sure that we have our priorities clear, that we potentially reprioritize as needed, and that we work with all of our partners. That includes you on the SSC, includes everybody in the industry, in all industries. It includes communities. So right now we are going through a massive process that I can't communicate a lot about in thinking about what the future is going to look like. These changes are going to happen quickly, and the implications of these changes will stretch through everything that we do and very clearly affect the council and the council process. Having said that, our most important priority is data collection. Our most important priority with data collection is to serve management and assessment in the fisheries process. And we also have a marine mammal protected resource responsibility, but I'm not going to show any of that information in the interest of time today. So that's my intro in terms of where we're at. And also just want to make it clear, while this is dire in some cases, this process is a priority. This data collection support for fisheries management is the priority. So with that, some good news. We had some early issues. So with the Oscar Dyson, the ship had to go south, had to have some repairs done. We thought we were going to lose the winter acoustic survey in the Gulf of Alaska. They were able to make the repairs needed, get the boat back on the water. People went through heroic efforts to calibrate the vessel, deal with getting gear where we needed it, people where we needed them. Through a potential government shutdown, we had staff on call to travel on a weekend. They really did a phenomenal job with all the uncertainty in our world, which I thought we had uncertainty in our world a year ago. I know this body has talked about uncertainty a lot. That wasn't uncertain. We're in a new phase of uncertainty, a new magnitude, if you will, in uncertainty. And I really have to, and throughout all this presentation, I'll try to remember, but hats off and kudos to all the staff at the Alaska Fisheries Science Center. Those that are trying to help us work through these processes, those who have a lot of uncertainty in the data that we're going to be able to collect this year, and really going through some incredible efforts to make sure that what we do, what we're all passionate about, and that's get out there and support this industry. So that is a great example of it. Folks got out. We had the luck of some good weather, and the Shelikof survey was able to move forward and execute most of the data collection that we needed to do. It's a little later than usual. And in the fall, you'll hear about how that went, and how those data and any loss of data plays into the assessment this year. We are planning for our scheduled surveys. I'll walk through that in a little bit. And again, as I mentioned, we're putting into play tons of different contingencies depending on what happens. Second, obviously, later today, you're going to talk about survey modernization. I'm going to talk a little bit about modernization in the general sense. We already walked into this year knowing we needed to modernize how we collect data. And I should probably stop calling this survey modernization and more aptly start talking about this as data collection modernization. We're going to need to rethink everything in terms of the information that we apply to management. It's not just surveys, it's input, it's collection of data. That collection of data might not be as simple as it was in the past, where we were picking and choosing multi-decadal time series, but we are thinking, okay, how can we collect the information that we need to inform ourselves and the council about this process? And this speaks to the administrative discussion that we just had, thinking outside the box and where this information could come from. How perfect does this information need to be? What is enough to inform the council in their process? What do we need to prioritize to be statistically sound, to be collected at a level that we can, again, make recommendations to the council satisfactorily and account for uncertainty? And that's just a headspace that everyone is going to need to be in this presentation and this discussion for the entire day today. And then I'll walk through a little bit on some of our other mission critical research as well. So again, apologies for a little bit of knowledge you probably already have, but this may be important. Just reminding folks of where we have facilities, where we have staff across our portfolio. Up in the, I guess my arrow will work. Can you see my arrow? Yes, excellent. Okay, so obviously our main campus for the Alaska Fisheries Science Center, where we have most of our staff, is down in Seattle, Washington. We have our research program, fish behavior program down at Newport, Oregon at the Hatfield Marine Center. Moving up to Alaska, our second largest facility is the Ted Stevens Marine Research Institute. That is the Auk Bay Laboratories Division here in Juneau. And then our third largest facility research program, the Kodiak Fisheries Research Center, housing mostly the shellfish assessment program and some groundfish assessment program staff and some of our observer program. We have our observer program in our Anchorage office, our Dutch Harbor office, and then we have other field stations in the Pribilofs and then in Little Port Walter in Southeast Alaska. Again, just a reminder of where we have programs. Our divisions. So underneath our directorate, we've got a number of divisions. Some of them have more specialties than others. Some of them are broader. Some were developed based on history, where people were, where programs were when NOAA was created a whole heck of a long time ago. And some of these missions have changed. In fact, even some of the work that are in the titles of some of these divisions have changed and or are no longer relevant. So, and that's just the way it has been. And, we might see some changes in that. So over on the far left side, we have our Auk Bay Laboratories. This is our most diverse division in terms of having key survey programs, key stock assessment programs, a very prolific biochemical and genetic laboratory program, and where our salmon program is located and centralized. Our fisheries monitoring and analysis division is really the observer program and all of the support for the observer program. Marine Mammal Laboratory, responsible for our protected resources responsibilities around marine mammals throughout the Alaska region, and the West Coast region is also our responsibility within the Alaska Fisheries Science Center. Resource assessment, conservation engineering. We are no longer doing the conservation engineering part of that. And I communicated that to you all this last year, to the council anyway, last year. This has some of our largest surveys, our groundfish surveys, our acoustic program, as well as some of our biology and lower trophic level and ecosystem programs built into the race division as well. This is our largest division. The Resource Ecology and Fisheries Management Division, REFM, this is our stock assessment division that's located out of Seattle, as well as some of our ecosystem work and ecosystem modeling also takes place within the REFM division. And then we have our administrative functions, our operations management information systems. So this is what keeps us going. These are the administrative staff that allow us to do science. This is also combined with our Office of Fisheries and Information Systems, the programs that allow us to house the data, share the data, communicate the data. This is our websites, data flow, data availability out to our external partners, and quite important and unsung aspect of what we do at the Alaska Fisheries Science Center, but nonetheless very important in our ability to serve the council process. And I'll note, really probably the only thing I'm going to say about numbers, but budgets come into us with a certain flavor. Meaning, for instance, we have marine mammal funding that comes to the Alaska Fisheries Science Center. So the reason I'm not talking about marine mammals in this context at this meeting is because it's a whole separate funding line and they don't mix for the most part. So when we're talking about prioritization, we are really not blurring between marine mammals and observers with the rest of the fish portfolio. For the most part, there's a couple of topics that cross those lines, but for the most part, we're talking about just the fisheries prioritization process for this presentation and for the SSC's opportunity to provide some recommendations. Okay, so I'm going to get into what is typically just our survey priorities for the year. we all know we're responsible for multiple large marine ecosystems. And I'll stop apologizing, but I'm going to just remind us all that we have these large marine ecosystems, which means we are not responsible for one large marine ecosystem like the West Coast or the East Coast or the Gulf of Mexico, Gulf of Alaska. Gulf of America. But we are also needing to stretch our resources and our priorities into these different large marine ecosystems. So it behooves us all in this process to think about where we're putting our effort. When we prioritize these things within the center, we are always considering, okay, we cannot lose all data collection in the Aleutian Islands. We cannot reduce Gulf of Alaska if it is already reduced. We have to be cognizant in the Eastern Bering Sea that we have a changing large marine ecosystem in the Northern Bering Sea. And this body has already recognized that with the recommendation for annual surveys in the Northern Bering Sea. And we're not even talking about the ones to the north. And we won't talk about the ones to the north in this presentation. But this is important for us to consider. I think when it comes to prioritization, we often hear, well, you've got more surveys than anyone. We also have 1.5 million square nautical miles to cover and understand these massive living marine resources that we are responsible for. We also have ecosystem and oceanographic drivers in these areas that are very different in the areas. We're the equivalent of 3 different regions. And I think that's very important for this body to consider as you're making recommendations to the agency, and making sure that as we're prioritizing the type of data, that we're also aware of the importance of prioritizing the species. We're prioritizing the regions in this context. And we really cannot lose sight of that. Stakeholders will make sure that we don't lose sight of that in public testimony, and that's extremely important, but it is a constant balancing act. As everyone knows, we were already under-resourced to do a complete ecosystem-based fisheries management process in 3 separate large marine ecosystems. So moving into the space that we're in right now, it again just means that we have to be nimble. It means we have to reprioritize. It means we have to think outside the box. What are our real priorities? How can we collect this information in different ways that achieves our goal with what we need, with what the council needs in order to make decisions? Okay. Stock assessment surveys. So I've divided this up into more direct stock assessment surveys and then ecosystem surveys. However, I will remind everyone, these are really all ecosystem surveys. We don't just go out and count fish on these. We don't ignore the rest of the ecosystem. These are just the platforms that are really responsible for the abundance aspect. But there are a lot of ecosystem data that are collected, whether it's environmental oceanographic information, lower trophic levels, early life history, etc. On the left-hand side, you can see our Gulf of Alaska shelf and Aleutian Island surveys. So out in the Aleutians, I don't have them all here, but then the Gulf of Alaska, this is biennial. So every other year, we bounce back and forth on our bottom trawl survey between the Gulf stations and the Aleutian Island stations. You'll remember last year, we had some reduced stations out in the Aleutian Islands. And the way our budgets worked, that was because I wanted to protect some of the prioritized stations in the Gulf of Alaska in FY25. So we're working among years in this prioritization process as well. So again, keep that in mind as we're thinking about making recommendations for how we consider reductions in the future. Those reductions, again, might come immediately. They might be what we're preparing for next year. We're as I keep mentioning, in this process of change right now, but we're also expecting a more austere budget environment in the coming years. So part of what we're doing here is also trying to make sure that we are aware of what the SSC thinks is important for us to consider as we're making these decisions, because it might be that I'm right back at the drawing board a year from now thinking about where to reduce stations. and that might be a Gulf year versus an Aleutian year, or it might be a longline survey in a different area. So again, we're trying to make sure that we're taking the big picture, multi-year view into mind as we're making these decisions. So you can see our Eastern Bering Sea bottom trawl survey here. You can also see in the darker outer area, our slope survey stations are here. These stations are no longer conducted. And we've also got all the corner stations in here from previous years around the Pribs and St. Matthew that are also not completed. And then you can see some of the earlier highly spaced stations from when we first started doing the Northern Bering Sea bottom trawl area. Moving over to the middle picture here, these are our acoustic midwater surveys on the Oscar Dyson. We've got the winter acoustic trawl survey in the Gulf of Alaska in the March timeframe. This is focused in Shelikof, and then when we have time in the Shumagins and Sanak area, and then when we have time sometimes on the outer coast of Kenai. We'll get into those details in a moment, but the core area of importance is in the Shelikof, the spawning regions for our index and the stock assessment. We've got our summer acoustic trawl survey in the Eastern Bering Sea. That's biennial, every other year, where we're conducting the acoustic survey. That is in concert with data that are collected, the AVO data that are collected as part of the bottom trawl survey as well. So remember, there's multiple data sources going into some of these stock assessments, so it's a little difficult to project all of this information, but that occurs in the Bering Sea every other year. We are planning for summer acoustic trawl survey cancellation. That's already been brought to your attention. We've been talking about that for quite some time, and the SSC weighed in on that this past year. That used to occur in the broader area of the Gulf of Alaska. And then lastly, the Northern Bering Sea Midwater Acoustic Survey. This survey in years past had been called the Basis Survey. This is a surface trawl survey, so there's some information to support salmon abundance estimation, especially on the Yukon for chum and Chinook. But it's very also actually, let me take a step back. This is more focused on just of our acoustic work up in the upper area that we have only done periodically. I apologize. I mixed up my ecosystem surveys. This is just the ecosystem work that has been done in the Chukchi when we had time on the Dyson doing acoustic work mostly for pollock. So this is what allowed us to look at pollock movement in the past. We've done it when we haven't had, or when we have had time in the northern area. See, this is why I separate the pure abundance estimate surveys and some of the more ecosystem surveys so that I remember it all. And then our longline survey, which traditionally has been in the deeper waters, very important survey for the Gulf of Alaska, Aleutian Islands, and Bering Sea. We trade between the Bering Sea and the Aleutian Islands every year and do the Gulf of Alaska every year up until this last year. And we'll talk about that here in a moment. But that's you can see some of the station spacing here. Okay, now I will not jump ahead again, and we'll focus on some of the ecosystem process surveys. So in the Gulf of Alaska, we've got a number of surveys that were developed to better understand pollock in the Gulf of Alaska in particular. So we've got our spring ichthyoplankton survey in the Shelikof region on the Oscar Dyson in the Gulf of Alaska. That's in the springtime, obviously. We also have our Southeast Alaska Coastal Monitoring Survey. This is a collaboration with the state of Alaska. On their vessel, working with focusing on ecosystem data collection and salmonids. And then our juvenile surveys in the Gulf of Alaska, which is every other year, is what I've got here on this graphic. It doesn't look like I've got the juvenile survey on here for the Bering Sea as well, but then every other year we've got juvenile fish data collection in the Bering Sea as well. We've got what we call our spring and fall mooring surveys, and this is a collaboration with the Pacific Marine Environmental Laboratory and OAR. This is where we're able to collect some of our ecosystem data on moorings. This supports some of our passive moorings for some of our marine mammal work, but an important collaboration to understand the oceanography with our colleagues that are providing us a lot of our ESR components feeding into some of our ESPs as well, and considering what to expect in the ecosystem the following year, or what our current environmental conditions are. And then we've got multiple side projects shown here from previous studies that have been done over the years. And then lastly, we've had some periodic such studies and Arctic ecosystem observations. We support the DBO benthic station observations, which are internationally occupied stations. Really, anyone that goes through collects information. This is a very tiny little footprint of what we do to try and support that data, those data being collected and providing us early warning information, change information in these ecosystems as they change. Really a drop in the bucket of what we really should be doing in these regions to understand these massively changing ecosystems. And then we had the Arctic Integrated Ecosystem Survey that was completed in 2019, and North Pacific Research or Fisheries Board will have additional work in the Northern Bering Sea Chukchi in future years as well. Okay, survey prioritizations. So how do we take all that and those 50-year time series that are all jumbled on the previous pages and think about how we should be modernizing? I'll just touch on this because you have a whole afternoon of it, but we all know that in 2016, we saw the heat wave in the Gulf of Alaska. 2019, we saw the heat wave go through the Bering Sea and dramatically change what we do, and change what how we understand stationarity in our backyard. And while, of course, we were never truly stationary, what it did was completely upend our understanding of production and how we were able to manage these fisheries with changes in thresholds, state changes in carrying capacity likely. While those changes may have been short-lived, while we might be segueing back to previous ecosystem states, that change back has been slow. It has not completely occurred for all species. And we don't know how long that's going to last. So part of our modernization effort was a number of years ago to realizing for a number of transactional reasons that we had to change our gear, et cetera, but really realizing across our portfolio that we need, now is the time. Now is the time to focus on exactly what we need to focus on. So happy that we were doing this for years ahead of what we're walking into right now in this reduction, because we've already been prioritizing. The SSC and the council have already weighed in many times on this process, and we very much appreciate that. And I think moving forward, we have a baseline for what's important to us. And how we go about changing some of these things. So again, we now call it all survey modernization. It wasn't a word we used before a couple of years ago, but we've been moving in this direction for quite some time. We're interested in hearing additional perspectives from everybody. Our focus here is better understanding what the council management decisions require. And that requirement is both today and tomorrow. And as we said earlier today, this council has been extremely forward-looking and really aware of what's coming with these changes in ecosystems, and really aware of how we can do this better and trying to be proactive. And while it seems pretty slow, I think we've made great strides. And now more than ever, we're going to have to take some leaps into that space so that we don't and I keep trying to think of better ways to say this, but we don't throw the baby out with the bathwater, so that we make sure that we don't wake up without the capacity to be where we need to be in the future. That's going to be really hard for us to do because we were already under-resourced to add this to our portfolio in our discussions. So that's going to be important. It's going to be very difficult to try and be nimble enough to keep going. You know, if we get a heat wave in the next couple of years, we are going to rue the moment where we get rid of some of these data collections if we're not able to address that next heat wave. So how do we do that? That's a real question. How do we link these topics back to communities and industry, the people we serve? We have to remember that at the end of the day, folks are making a living. You know, folks' way of life is dependent on our making these decisions. And how do we not make these decisions in a vacuum and acknowledge that a loss of data impacts people? And that's a constant theme that I remind everybody every day. Okay, so you've seen this ugly picture. I keep promising to cut some of the early years off, and I don't. I just add one to the end. You've seen this before. This is just the Bering Sea. And you can see, I'm just going to skip ahead to 2020. You can see all of the red. The red means we wanted to do it, but couldn't. Green means we wanted to do it and we got it done. White means we never wanted to do it. We never planned to do it. Yellow means we got it partially done. Some of the historical information is not perfect, but what you can see is that in 2020, obviously, during COVID, we had a loss of our survey portfolio almost across the board, with some exceptions. And we have had some challenges since in getting some of our surveys out on the water for a number of different reasons. Some we have chosen to let go of. The X's mean we chose to stop doing those. And there's the slope survey you can see here in the Bering Sea, where we would have done that every other year, but we chose, with the SSC's assistance in 2018, of letting that survey go. For 2025, you can see that our initial plans, and I'm going to say that again, our initial plans, this is changing by the moment, and I don't have the information to communicate beyond this point. But for now, we're working to move forward with our core surveys in the Bering Sea. And right now I have the long line in blue as a question mark. And really, this is a carryover from our previous conversations. As you already know, we had challenges in 2024 with our long line survey because it is a catch recovery, cost recovery survey, meaning it is tied to the price of the fish. And with sablefish prices being so low, we and industry had challenges in the survey this last year. And we really can't speak to where we're going to be going this next year at this time. So that remains a bit of a question mark. Moving on to the Gulf of Alaska, same thing. It wasn't 2020 COVID year wasn't a Gulf of Alaska core year. So not as much red, if you will. Some of these surveys have been on again, off again over time as we have wanted to prioritize them, and funding changes. Some of these surveys weren't our highest priority, so we got them done when we could. Sometimes there's ship issues involved. See a question.
Hey, Bob. Yep. Dr. Cunningham.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Foy. My question was actually for Bering Sea, related to the southeastern Bering Sea, late summer, fall, down there, noted as EMA, Eastern Bering Sea juvenile surveys. I realize in recent years the number of vessel days aboard the NOAA vessel has been reduced. I realize that's a reality of our time. I'm sort of wondering what your vision is or outlook is for the future in terms of that component, indexing key salmonids down in that area.
Yeah, through the chair. Thanks, Kurt, for the question. Very much appreciated. It's that particular survey, the juvenile survey, you'll see, I'm going to go through our priorities. It is one of our lower priority surveys, which is why you can see it has been cut in years past for staffing concerns or ship availability. That will continue to remain on the lower end of our priorities. What is going to be important here is to make sure that we have a clear understanding of what data is collected where. And Diana Stram has put together a fantastic spreadsheet for the end of this conversation. And considering, for instance, you mentioned Salmonids. So, what life history stage is important for your process, our process, the state's process, what survey that comes from, and making sure that we have a clear understanding. Does that information come from our juvenile survey? Does it come from the surface trawl survey there on the bottom in the Northern Bering Sea? Where is the information, and then how should we prioritize it in the future, and for what purpose? So thanks for the question, Curry. But the one you pointed to anyway will be pretty low priority in the future.
Thank you.
Yep. Okay, Gulf of Alaska. So, and you can see here on the second line, our deeper stations have been deprioritized for quite some time. The long line survey, again, is the question mark for 2025. And also the acoustic surveys. I've got a red here for the summer survey and a blue for the Kenai survey. And remember, we've been talking about the summer survey for quite some time. Decisions are still being made as to what exactly will be done on the Dyson this year. So these are just proposals, if you will, at this point in terms of what is likely happening in 2025. We, while there is a budget for the government at this point, the specific budget to NOAA Fisheries and to the Alaska Fisheries Science Center is still unknown. That information is still not with us yet. So until we get that information, we just aren't going to be able to communicate where we're going to be this year. And as you can imagine, we're quickly running on deadlines and making decisions on the order of days as to whether or not we'll be able to accomplish the next set of surveys. Okay. And okay. Aleutian Islands. So Aleutian Islands is an even year surveys for the bottom trawl survey. So we're not out there in 2025. And then again, I've got the longline survey on here. And there was some early eco-foci work that was done out there that we haven't done since roughly 2019. So nothing new there. Okay, next two slides were not part of the original presentation. I apologize. And going through my presentation over the weekend, I thought, well, as was just mentioned, what are our priorities and how could I better communicate and share the information on the previous three slides? That tends to be more for the council because we have industry who wants to focus on, what is their species and what is in their backyard that they're really worried about. And for the process for the SSC, I think this is going to be a little bit more appropriate. So apologies that you're just getting this now. I believe council staff were sending that out or putting it online. And so it's probably already done because of the wonderful council staff reacting to me sending slides at the last minute. But I very much appreciate it. This is the same information on the last two slides. It's just prioritized. So this is our center 1 through N list. It's not perfect because I have mixed even years and odd years so that I don't have to show two sets of slides here. But because we are always thinking in multiple years, we are funding next year's surveys now and some of this year's surveys now. We are constantly working in this space. This is how we think about our surveys in terms of what funding we have now, what funding we might have next year, what funding we might have at the end of the year, and how and where our priorities are in this space. So it's been asked of me a few times, well, how does AFSC prioritize? How do we go through this process? And hopefully this slide helps a little bit with that. I will ignore the colors. I've already gone through those. I will just focus on the priorities. And I'll walk through this relatively quickly, but I think we could put these two slides back up later when the SSC is deliberating and considering the kinds of information and the kinds of priorities that that you all want to communicate back to the agency. We consider our bottom trawl surveys in Bering Sea, Gulf, and Aleutian Islands to be our top priority surveys. When it comes to funding in particular, we are trying to make sure that our funds support these surveys. These surveys have been congressionally mandated in congressional language in recent years, which is one reason that we prioritize, but it also provides the multi-species information and quite a bit of ecosystem information into your process, into the process of the council. This is followed up closely by the Gulf of Alaska and Bering Sea pollock acoustic work that is done every other year in the Bering Sea, and then every year in the Gulf of Alaska. And again, this is our core tool for the stock assessments associated with pollock, our acoustic biomass estimates in those two areas. Moving down, you can see the longline surveys in the Gulf, Bering Sea, and Aleutian Islands. Really, it's one survey, but we've got them split up just because of the previous 3 slides. So that's a high priority for us. This has not been one we've had to worry about funding in the past. Suddenly, this is one, a very expensive one, that is at the top of our list. And you'll hear more at the end of the day today about where we're at with that, how it's we're modernizing, if you will, to consider how to move forward in the current environment with such a high priority survey. I have a hand up.
Yeah, Dr. Sidden.
Yeah, thanks. Hey, Dr. Foy, can you remind me for the, I think it's number 4 on your priority list, the pollock acoustic survey, does that provide any information to any other stocks in the Gulf, or is it really just a pollock only focus? Thanks.
Yeah, through the chair, Chris, thanks for the question. It really is pollock only. It's acoustics. We do get some of our forage fish indices there as well. We're catching Eulicon, capelin, et cetera, whatever you catch with our midwater trawl, but it's really just an acoustic survey with a midwater trawl to ground truth that survey during the spawning aggregations of pollock in Shelikof Strait. Okay. We've talked about longline surveys. Northern Bering Sea bottom trawl survey. This, since 2019, has become very important. What was a haphazard periodic survey, as you know, has been requested to be an annual survey. In more recent years, it is going to be a biennial survey while we use that time to perfect the modernization of the Eastern Bering Sea trawl survey. We're using the time to do that. The goal of the council recommendations were to have that be an annual survey moving forward. It is unknown whether or not we'll be able to do that or not once we get the modernization work up and going. Some of that will depend on the next heat wave. When things start moving north again, we will react to that. And again, our goal with the new modernization effort is so that we could react to that and deal with the fish moving north. So that's hence the X there, is that we would have started doing that annually, but we've chosen to pull that off the plate to do the modernization work. We then have our Northern Bering Sea Ecosystem Surface Trawl survey, previously called the BASIS survey. This is that surface trawl providing information on a number of salmon species, as well as a host of ecosystem data. So really, this is our first survey being prioritized into that ecosystem space. Again, acknowledging that we do collect ecosystem data elsewhere, but really a focal survey that we work with the state of Alaska on this. The state of Alaska also has a similar survey that picks up on pieces of a time series we've been involved with for decades in the southeastern Bering Sea as well. But this is an important survey for us. Moving down the list. So now we are getting into some of the other acoustic surveys for pollock in the Gulf of Alaska. While we would love to be able to do Shumagins every year in the outer coast and in Kenai every year, it's just not always possible. So we have down prioritized these relative to the Shelikof. And you can see in previous years, when we had to make some tough decisions when we canceled these surveys in the past. So next slide, I'm moving to the last 12 through 24 surveys. You can see Boguslav here was every other year. This is moving to an roughly every 4-year survey. While this is not really used in our stock assessment process, this is an important survey for international requirements that we have with other countries and the donut hole decisions. And those decisions on whether to open up international fishing for pollock are tied directly to our assessment of fish in Boguslav. This remains a survey that it's on the Dyson, and we want to get to it. We try to get to it. We try to prioritize it, and it's a difficult survey to try and fit in. But again, what we want to be able to do is collect that information to support that international effort so that we are guiding any decisions being made about additional surveys on pollock in the Bering Sea. Okay, the juvenile fish survey, this is the same one that Curry mentioned previously. This one ranks higher than our juvenile fish survey in the Gulf of Alaska and some of our other species. This is an important survey for some of the early life history work. And as you know, this feeds into some of our decision-making process, some of our ESR indicators in particular. We then move into our 2 ichthyoplankton surveys, and these are the early life history surveys that provide us information on what our expectations in the future. This helped inform us what the impacts of the 2015-16 heat wave were in the Gulf of Alaska, the impacts on expectations for future years of fishery abundance estimates, etc. And again, all indicators in our ecosystem portfolio. Next, moving down to our 2 mooring surveys. Our Southeast Alaska Coastal Monitoring Survey for both ecosystem and salmon. Here's the other juvenile survey I mentioned in the Gulf of Alaska. And then we've got some Exxon Valdez oil spill funding oceanographic research. This work, while it falls lower on our priority list, still provides important ecosystem indicators in the ESR. If you look in that document, you'll see a number of indicators coming from Gulf Watch. This is the downweighting of our summer acoustic survey. This used to be in the top 10 until we made the decision to pull that out of our list. And then you can see a few other projects here that have been removed. So luckily the colors and the X's kind of line up here in terms of the decisions that we've made over the last few years when we have had reduced funding and or staffing and or ship availability. So we can bring that back up later should we want to. Why don't I open it up and see if there's any questions about that prioritization process before I go into other research?
Yeah, Dr. Dorn.
Yeah, thanks. I'm just a little bit confused about the whole idea of prioritization in that it does seem like there's resources that can't be shifted easily from one type of survey to the other. For example, if you decided not to do an acoustic survey, it isn't as if you would be able to take what you would have spent on that survey and shift it over to a bottom trawl survey. And I'm just wondering if there's a bit of sort of inflexibility in all of this that would sort of lead to potentially to a different set of priorities given the availability of staffing.
Yeah, through the chair, Martin, really appreciate that question. And I would say in a normal year that you're spot on. We would separate the conversation about the work done on the Oscar Dyson from that done on charters, for instance, because they're really separate funding lines. They're, once you have the Dyson in Alaskan waters, we want to fill out that time schedule as much as possible. And which is why I've really never shown this slide before to the council at all. And because there's just so much complexity in this process. Where we're at right now is all bets are off. We really need to think about what our priorities are, because now we're not just talking about ship availability, we're talking about staff priorities. So if I have to consider where to put staff, where funding is available, and that means only half of the Oscar Dyson time is used in order to make sure that I have staff that can collect data associated with our charter work, then that's our future. So it's a great question that exemplifies the situation that we're in, where some of these topics may not be able to go from one to the other. You mentioned acoustics. Would we ever walk away from acoustics? Would they remain lower priority for Pollock, because that is the main Pollock tool? That's a question here. We do collect Pollock information on the bottom trawl surveys. If we had to, would we choose? And I know I'm throwing out some very uncertain questions, but that's the space we're in right now, is to really think outside that box. And your question really highlights where we're at. At the end of the day, will we have to do that? I don't know. At the end of the day, obviously for Pollock, we're going to try and protect all the acoustic work that we can and all the chip time that we can for Pollock. But if we can't, would we have a priority in the space that we have right now?
Yeah, another question from Dr. Cunningham.
Thank you, Dr. Foy. A while back, you mentioned that the Eastern Bering Sea, Gulf of Alaska, and Aleutian Islands bottom trawl surveys were congressionally mandated. And I'm wondering if you could walk me through what that means. Is that to say that the center is mandated to conduct those surveys, or that that congressional mandate includes sufficient funding to execute those surveys?
Through the chair, Curry, what it means is that when the appropriations bills are provided to the agency, in years past, we haven't seen any specific language on this year. There has been language that says Alaska will conduct its 6 surveys associated with bottom trawls, and by 6, they're going by vessel. So really, they mean the Northern Bering Sea, the Aleutian Islands, and the Gulf of Alaska. There's also some language in there about acoustic surveys on the Dysons. How long that language applies into the future kind of depends on funding. Whether that language remains in there each year is unknown. What it means, though, is when it's in that language, that the expectations from Congress are that our budget will make sure those happen. So it doesn't mean that the Alaska Fisheries Science Center budget is increasing. It just means that my priorities for people, effort, funding will go towards those surveys above all. So again, it's a bit of a moving target, a bit gray from year to year, but there has been a priority placed on that.
Thank you. That's very helpful.
Absolutely. And I should note that nationally, similar language is out there, for other regions to focus on different surveys there. So the first cut here is at the NOAA NMFS level, making sure that those congressional surveys are priorities, and then how that actually is accomplished is in the details of what we haven't seen for FY25 right now.
Yeah, Dr. Sidden has a question.
Yeah, thanks, Bob. I'm not sure if you want to or can answer this. I was just curious. It's like you talked a lot about prioritization, but one, who or what group decides what the priority is, and what actual criteria? I mean, those first handful of top priorities at face value would have very different categories of why they would be prioritized up high. Lots of species covered, lots of area, one species, big monetary value, big biomass. So can you give us a range of what are the top 3 to 4 criteria that you're utilizing to come up with these priorities? Thanks.
Through the chair. Thanks, Chris. Another reason we haven't had this conversation much because it's just so complex. So a handful of topics that I'll put out there in terms of how this is decided. So obviously the council's voices are very important in this. So for instance, when the council said we want the Northern Bering Sea done every year, that was loud and clear communicated to us, to my prioritization process, then to NIMPS to weigh in as part of the NIMPS prioritization process across the entire nation, and then to Congress as well. So there is, so the criteria, information coming from council process, information coming from stakeholders. I have to think about staffing, right? I have to make sure that I have the people to do this. In the early years of the Northern Bering Sea work, we could not go north because I did not have the staff with that expertise to put on boats to make sure the Northern Bering Sea could get done while we're getting everything else done in our portfolio. So priorities, considering that congressional language, number one, across the country. Priorities, considering what is the most meaningful for stock assessment. At the end of the day, we could end up with one survey that's out there counting as many fish as it can, because that is information going directly into a stock assessment, even if, or a survey index at the end of the day, and could inform managers on a decision to move forward under the Magnuson-Stevens Act. So that's my other high priority, right? Is making sure our core data collection surveys get done. Secondarily, we're thinking about our ecosystem work and so lower trophic level early life history work. Those criteria and something that I've communicated since the day I took this position and have been communicating to the council is the need for balance. I think it's very important, me speaking here, that we don't end up with just a fish counting survey, that we acknowledge the importance of ecosystem-based fisheries management, that we have a balanced portfolio moving into the future. And that's been the struggle. How far do we go with uncertainty and an abundance estimate in order to make sure that we have some other information about the ecosystem that helps inform our process? It's why we have risk tables. It's why we can inform the council about our expectations on uncertainty and inform the council on expectations it should have in making its decisions. That becomes all the more, when the moment comes and we truly see a reduction in budgets, which we may see, when we truly see a reduction in staff, which we are likely to see, where do we put that effort? How balanced can we still be while meeting the expectations of the Magnuson-Stevens Act? So hopefully that answered your question, Chris. I mean, that's the criteria going into how we prioritize is really moving targets. As Martin mentioned, in some years, I have a bottom trail survey that's already previously funded from the last year, and the Dyson didn't break down. And so therefore, my priority may have, what I actually do may have shifted a little bit from this list because it's a constant moving target. But for the most part, we have, I think and I'm going to include everybody here on this call, have honed in on where these priorities need to be. It's not perfect. If you only fish out in the Aleutian Islands, this isn't perfect. If you only fish in Southeast Alaska, this isn't perfect for you. But considering what our priorities are across the stocks and those that, well, let me go ahead and get into this. I was going to get into it a little bit later, but because there's other couple of pieces here, right? Which species are our highest biomass? Which change the most from year to year, right? So they have to have an annual survey. Which are the most economically valuable? That's why we're doing this, is to prosecute fisheries in a sustainable manner under Magnuson-Stevens. So all of that has to play into this. And those are questions I'm going to ask the SSC at the end. When we're considering these things, should we consider the stocks that are trending up and have been for quite some time, maybe reduced effort. We're going to consider those stocks that we don't ever even come close to the TAC. So should we lower our effort in that space, even though it is the most important fishery in the country? That's something that we're also weighing in the background, Chris. And so, but not something I can put I don't have a list where I can say that's my 1 through N just because of that factor. There's so many factors going into this, and that's what we've tried to capture in this presentation. And really my colleagues and I across the nation, we put all of our 1 through N lists up. We put these 25 surveys up next to every center in the country and have the conversation when we're whittling down budgets every single year. And it becomes this discussion, what I just said, times 5.
Bob, 2 questions. One is there a good spot for us to take a break?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, there is no time for breaks. Next. Just kidding. Anytime you want. I think, after questions on this slide is probably the best time if you want to take a break now, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, maybe we'll finish taking questions on this slide and then do a 15-minute break. I have just a process question, I guess. There's so much complexity in this in terms of trade-offs, what might be coming up in the near future versus the long term. And it's a difficult thing for the SSC to sort of weigh in without having any sense of those trade-offs between these different surveys in terms of the likelihood of dropping certain surveys, increasing the likelihood of maybe not dropping other surveys. I guess I'm just wondering, do you have any insight on maybe how we should be thinking about that process? And maybe this is something you're going to talk about at the end of the talk, but I'm just trying to help sort of frame our decision a little bit in terms of providing any advice that we want towards the council of sort of risk mitigation.
Yeah, thanks very much, Jason, for that question. My goal is not to get a new 1 through N list from the SSC here. I am not looking for the SSC to re-rank this list or go through that minutia. Having said that, if I've ranked something 20th and you think it should be 2, I am very interested in that feedback. And I think the SSC has done that over the years, is talk through the more high level data collection priorities, and hopefully folks see that in this process. What would very much help us in this space is the conversation we just started to have, and maybe we had a little early. That's what's going to come up later. But what are the types of topics we should be considering? Should we be pulling the TAC ratio? The ABC catch ratio into this process? Should we be thinking about that a little bit more? We've held an annual survey in the Bering Sea as sacrosanct for decades. Does that play out? Should that be how we think about doing our surveys in the future? So I'm asking the SSC to think about the kinds of criteria we should use, the kinds of indices that we might use, or metrics, analyses, et cetera, that we might consider in this process. So not to redo this process for the agency, but to, is there something we're missing? And what I'm articulating as to how we prioritize that we should be considering. Does that help, Jason?
Yeah, thank you. We have a couple more questions. Dr. Sullivan.
Great. Thanks, Bob, for the presentation. It's been very interesting. So 2 questions, actually, one sort of short-term, one longer-term. The first is, there's been across-the-board cuts in staffing. And for me, when I'm looking at streams, estuaries, and lakes, this is affecting my ability to do ongoing monitoring. To what extent are those cuts influencing what we see here in terms of what we're able to pull off, or is all of your work done by permanent employees? That's question 1.
Yeah, through the chair. Thanks, Pat. No, we have all sorts of employees, if you will. Some are permanent, some are temporary, some are contracted through grants. So we have a whole gambit of type of employee that is instrumental in this work. And all are currently being affected by the decisions that are being made in the processes I mentioned at the beginning.
Very good. That helps me a lot. So the second one is sort of longer term. I do appreciate the prioritization, and it's clear, why things are sort of the way they are. And we can also see, just from the patterns here, what the sort of longer term picture looks like. But of course, we're going to be looking at modernization elements, and maybe this is something that's answered later, or maybe we can get a hint at it now. How is the prioritization affect the modernization, and how does the modernization affect the prioritization, if that can be answered now? Otherwise, we can put it off, I'm sure. Thanks.
Yeah, through the chair, Pat, thank you. I would say if this was 10 years ago, I would say that, of course, we're not going to touch our 50-year time series. We're going to stay the course on putting the net on the bottom. We're going to stay the course on our acoustic work. We're going to stay the course on that balanced portfolio. And the way we do it on the vessels, we do them on. The last few years, you've heard me say, well, we have to think outside the box. We have to innovate. We need to start thinking about drones, alternative data sets, increasing our reliance on fishery dependent data, etc. All things that we have moved in the direction of to augment. I would say where I'm at today, and what you're going to hear from this rest of the presentation, is all bets are off. We should not hold anything as unchangeable at this moment. I'm throwing out examples, so I apologize to the public for if this is too broad, but I'm trying to make very specific points here. Let's say we don't do the existing survey focused on pollock because of the catch information. We put a drone on the water. The information would be grossly less certain than what we do now. Is that something we should consider to focus on more sensitive species? And by sensitive species, I mean those where the TAC is, or the catch is at the ABC or the TAC, where the volatility from year to year is critical. And I'm not even thinking about or talking about the economic aspects and the things that we're still not bringing into this process. Those are the spaces that we need to be thinking in. I wish the latter were more a part of our process right now, because they would help us with this decision that's coming. And again, I don't mean to be so extreme. I'm communicating the extreme examples just to say really where we could be right now. At the end of the day, the SSC's recommendations might be, hey, in the past, the SSC has recommended stay the course at all costs. You don't touch these time series. No, please don't even think about walking away from, an acoustic estimate of pollock. That's our number one. We could walk away and try to maintain as much of this as possible, or we could turn it on its head and innovate pieces of it that we never expected to. So again, I'm not usually so open to massive change in decade-long time series, but that is what I'm communicating today.
Very good. Thanks, Bob.
We'll see where it goes.
Okay, one last question, and then we'll take our 15-minute break. The question's from Dr. Cunningham.
Yeah, thank you very much, Bob, for laying out part of the thought process in terms of the information value that goes into this in terms of species, year-to-year variability, so on and so forth. I guess I'm assuming that the cost on a per survey basis, given sort of the standard design or an idealized design, is the other part of this equation. And I guess I'm hoping you can help me understand the difference between sort of the three types of surveys. There's, chartered vessels, which presumably have a per day cost, as well as staff time, of course. There are formally cost recovery surveys, and then there's NOAA ship time. And when you consider cost of these surveys, how does NOAA ship time play into that? Is there a common pool of ship days to which the AFSC applies? Does the center pay towards the national level on a per day basis? How does that work out? Thank you.
through the chair, Curry. Great question. So a couple of different things. Charters are, as you would expect, it's contracts. So, those are, $1 million+ dollars. I've communicated that to the council in the past. Cost recovery, could be zero, and or go the other direction. We also have internal costs. We've got to get people places, and that's difficult in Alaska. This isn't the Northeast when you can just go to the closest port and jump on the boat or drive there. You're going to fly 2,000 miles and then get put up in a hotel and then not be able to fly into Dutch Harbor, et cetera, et cetera. So there are tens of thousands of dollars wrapped into every single survey associated with that. And so that, really is across the board, but that, feeds into the cost recovery work and the NOAA ship work. NOAA ship, you could characterize it as a large pot of funding. The ship time is taken care of in different line items within a federal budget. So, there's a certain amount of funding that goes towards ship time. So from a purely AFSC perspective, you might say, oh, well, the Dyson is cheap, right? Because I can go and do a full acoustic survey and I just have to cover travel and staff and, make gear, et cetera, et cetera. But hey, there's a ship sitting there. So that is part of a larger national process where there are multiple line offices within NOAA that use the NOAA ships. Then there's multiple regions within the National Marine Fisheries Service that use NOAA ships. In some areas, they trade ships back and forth. Alaska is a little bit unique in that there's a few thousand miles in between here and there. They still make the trip. So that plays into that process as well. In years past, again, it has always made sense because of the cost. If I can do 4 of these surveys for the price of 1 of those surveys, I'm playing that out in my head. My whole team is thinking, okay, well, if we can do all of this work on the Dyson versus that trawl survey, what should we try to do this year? There's always some other factor. Something's broken, we can't travel, there's something impacting that along the way, but that's part of it. Again, what I've done here is say, let's take all of that off the plate. Let's take that away. And part of that is because we're also thinking about staffing. If I have a loss of staff in a way that makes this decision not about money, but about availability of people, then that just changed the dynamic a bit. I might not care about what is least expensive. I might need to move people to where it is our highest priority. So again, that's why I'm presenting it the way I am, because we're in that space now that we might not have been in the past. But good question, certainly plays into this. Yet another factor.
Thanks.
Great. Okay, well, let's take a break. How about we'll just round it? How about 10:40? Come back. Do we need to put a notice on the screen?
Yeah, we'll get that up there, Jason. I'm also going to try to share my screen to make sure I don't have trouble for the next presentation too.
Okay, thank you.
Diana, this looks great. Do you want to try to advance the slide to test that out? Great.
Oops, sorry, I didn't realize I didn't have audio. Okay, I'll stop sharing now. Maria, testing, 1, 2, 3.
It's still pretty quiet, compared, I mean, I can turn it up on my end, but compared to other people, let's see, go ahead and talk like you would normally do it.
I'm talking on the microphone right now. The microphone is at almost 100%.
The mic on Zoom or the
mic on Zoom.
Okay, go to this one. I'm sending you a picture right now.
Okay.
Make sure the correct one and the correct audio is selected on there. I'm sure it probably is, but.
Maybe go ahead and come in here. It's different on this end. One, two, three.
Okay, go ahead and talk. Normal, like you'd be the right amount of distance away from your computer.
I'm talking right now. Can you hear me?
It's very quiet. Try the other way.
Hey, can you hear me?
That's better. So.
All right, that's original setting. Okay, thanks.
Okay, bye.
All right. Hard to tell who's back. Everybody can turn their cameras on. That'd be great. All right, Bob, it's all yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. What were we talking about? Can you see my screen? It should say other survey modernization efforts to support.
Looks great.
Fantastic. Thank you. Okay, so I'm going to go a little bit quicker. That was excellent. I appreciate the back and forth. I think that set us up nicely for where we need to go. I'm going to now walk through a number of slides around our portfolio. And this is usually my council presentation, but I wanted to highlight it nonetheless for the SSC because I think there's some space here that we should be thinking about at the SSC level. So I'll go through this a little bit quickly so that we to save some time here. Okay, and I should note that, you know, my focus here is to talk about not the core work. I'm not going to talk about the core bottom trawl assessment. I'm not going to talk about the core work that we all know really, really well. I'm going to talk about the things that I'm asking us to think about along the edges of all of this as we talk through prioritization. Looks like I've got a question, Mr. Chairman.
Yeah, Dr. Dressel.
Hey, Bob, just a question. Since on our agenda, our leads are split up with survey prioritization and survey modernization separately, is this modernization, which one is this?
Through the chair, this is not the modernization that you are reviewing.
Awesome. Thank you.
This is bigger picture, center picture.
Perfect.
And again, a lot of this was just state of the center. It didn't really fit into what the SSC was put out there. Okay, survey plan modernization efforts. So again, across the board, modernization is not just what we're doing in the Bering Sea. It's not just because Longline Survey found itself in the situation it is in. We have been talking about this for a long time. Are there other tools out there that we can use to augment what we do and potentially even replace what we do? And it's never been more important for us to think big about this. Upper picture here shows an echo sounder mooring where you're looking up into the water column. We have had moorings that have been looking down into the water column next to the surface ship. We've got towed camera systems for looking at ground truthing the species without having to put a net in the water. Obviously, all of this comes at a cost. Actually touching, counting fish is important and often the best way to do it. Are there tools that we should be thinking of along the way? It has kind of been in the space that we're in, and people have taken what time they have, which is not a lot, to think outside that box. And so the question now is, should we be implementing some of these things more than we have in the past? Should we be, and I'm going to apologize to the public because I'm going to put ideas out there that are extreme, because I'm asking the SSC to think about that as you're making recommendations back to the agency as to where again, your recommendations might be for the agency to put some effort and think about where we all might be in a decade in terms of the information flow. Should we be looking at towed camera systems instead of putting a net in the bottom? Should we be looking at different acoustic tools to look at pelagic fish species distributions, acknowledging the limitations in biological data collection, acknowledging the impacts on our time series, etc. But are there tools here that in a more austere environment we should put some effort into and replace some of the work that we have done? This is something that we are considering right now. This is something the center is working on and thinking about how to continue or discontinue and prioritize. AI. Obviously, considering how to keep our ecosystem portfolio is very important. I mentioned consistently the balanced research portfolio. It's important that we have an understanding of what the next heat wave is going to do. It's important that we understand what's going on with the ecosystem and what is feeding our core stocks. Understanding plankton shifts in the northern Bering Sea, moving from a benthic dominated to a pelagic dominated ecosystem. Not a minor topic when what we do is manage towards carrying capacity. We manage towards maximum sustainable yield for a system that has a capacity and is changing. So how do we collect information better than we have? Could we use more autonomous information collections? Could we use AI that is not as certain, if you will, less variability than some of the tools that we use now? But should we go down that path? Should we index some of this information in a way that has a heck of a lot more uncertainty, but is it still good enough in our ESR process? Would we still use it in a risk table? Would the SSC recommend that it's valuable enough to note a change based on a different method that is less statistically sound, if you will? And I shouldn't say that because, you know, these visual tools can have statistical rigor as well, but maybe are not sampling in the same way, in the same robust manner. Is that enough for us? And I think there's some space for SSC to consider that in the ecosystem recommendations. You'll see most of this later today. So you're going to see that we're already, you know, messing with our nets and talking about our doors and the overall design. Some of this was already done in the Gulf of Alaska. We're doing it in the Bering Sea. This is massive. This is one of the biggest changes to a survey in the United States that we're grappling with right now, that you're going to weigh in on this afternoon. And again, the reason I exemplify that or highlight that, if you will, in such a manner is to say it's time to think outside the box. You know, what else should we be doing on this kind of a scale? An obvious stair step here. We've got our data collection. We've got information that applies to our population dynamics. What exactly do we need to know about growth, reproduction, and mortality rates? Do we have information flows right now that could stop and we'll still be fine? Are there information flows that we really can not let go of? Are there aspects of this that are better indices than others? What if we got rid of? Would there be huge ramifications on uncertainty in our stock assessments? We already don't do a perfect job of understanding these things. We know the ecosystem is changing. A year ago, I'm talking about how much we needed the second stair. And now I'm saying, well, let's talk about how important that stair is relative to the rest of the stairs. Ecological interrelationships. Here's our models. Here's the Seattle model. This is the future of Cephi. Status, stocks, and trends. Obviously, an important step in what we do here. What do we need to understand a stock's trend? How good do those data need to be? And then sustainable fisheries management. It's obvious how all these stair steps fit together, but I think it's important that we try to talk through where we want to put effort in the future. Is it in the same balance that we've done? Is the recommendation, Bob, just keep doing what you're doing with the same relative contribution of information coming into our process that you've done in the past? Or, well, if you're going to cut everything, then we think you should do this and stop doing that. Fishery dependent data collection. Probably never more important than it is right now. It's huge. Fishers will continue to fish. Boats will continue to be on the water. Opportunity to collect data and information in our process will continue with this process. So how do we continue informing stock assessments and continue communicating to the public about what catch and bycatch looks like? How do we continue to collect information on that bycatch and interaction with other species? How do we enhance what we do in this space? Is there something here that can replace something that we do elsewhere? The SSC has been great about thinking about fishery-dependent data collections. We've communicated the value of that. Is there something the agency should be doing, or stock assessors should be doing, to think further outside the box on this information? Something that might supplant a data stream from somewhere else. This is just some additional information on some of our programs to remind you. We've got the system that we have to collect information about bycatch. We've got our observers providing information through applications that make their way into observer programs, make their way into single data streams. But is there something else that we should be thinking about here? Observer programs for marine mammals, such as the observer program in Southeast Alaska, that we've been trying to stand up with limited resources, just to make sure that we're not doing any harm, to make sure that we understand what's going on in the ecosystem relative to all of our laws that we still have to try and address. Trawl EM, how do we improve the electronic monitoring process? Again, without throwing out critical information. It's not a perfect solution. This body has asked lots of questions about that not perfect solution, meaning, how much biology are we losing? But we've never really quantified it. We've never really talked through what those thresholds are for when, okay, we need X amount of biological information for this to remain worthwhile. Or do we just replace it all with this other tool? That's the space I think the SSC could really be valuable in, communicating where those thresholds are. Do we just go whole hog and go all electronic, not have the biological information, or how much is needed for us to track the biological changes in behavior, the biological parameters that affect population dynamics that we just kind of take for granted to some extent? Omics research. Hugely important. This program has always been important. It has taken off. Omics has the potential not only just for bycatch, but to provide information on what else is going on in the ecosystem. There are a lot of indices that may be possible in the future through eDNA, where we're considering ecosystem change, ecosystem development, ecosystem capacity with an eDNA tool that's not as specified as us actually touching those animals. How do we incorporate those tools into this process and make them valuable, not just anecdotal, but valuable information? Is there something in the omics space where the SSC says, "Ooh, don't throw that baby out with the bathwater. We need that in the next handful of years"? Or it's been great, it's been important, but it's never going to replace X, Y, and Z. That's feedback that's important for us. Additional omics information here. Planning this next year for considering how to pull eDNA into stock assessments, updating baselines for some of our salmon bycatch work, and the team has just done a great job of working to collect information along the way, knowing that this future is coming, knowing that around the world they are using these new innovative tools in ways we've never even imagined before. So we're on the cutting edge of that within the center and hoping to continue. Data processing. This speaks to the FT NIRS aging work. We just had a CIE review on FT NIRS, some incredible publications, a program that way thought outside the box in order to completely rethink something that we've just done forever. Of course, you age fish by counting rings. Can we do less of it? Maybe we're not going to count anymore. Maybe it's all going to use this new tool. Maybe we can double our sample size, but increase some of our variance. What does the SSC think about that in terms of incorporating age into the stock assessment, where there's double the sample size, but half the certainty? And I apologize for the experts. I just made those numbers up. I'm trying to make a point. How important is that we continue that? That is a process that has been developed. It's been ground truth for a couple of species. There's a long way to go for the rest of the species. How much ground truthing and certainty do we need in the side-by-side work? Can we jump off the proverbial cliff here and utilize this tool, acknowledging it's not perfect, but if we have limitations in funding, et cetera, do we go here? Do we make sure that we've got the expertise in the center to keep this going?
Bob, we got a couple of questions.
Yeah.
Yeah, Dr. Cunningham.
Hey, Bob. It's on the topic of FT NIRS and the recent CIE review. I'm wondering if you could highlight some of the recommendations that came out of that, and feel free to defer if it's not right at the center of your focus.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm gonna do it in one word: implement. CIE review was really well done. We got some great feedback. The team has just done an excellent job of making sure that the calibrations, the work that needed to be done to see how this compares to traditional methods is bomb-proof, if you will. And the recommendations on the whole are implement. Obviously, the devil's in the details, right? Implementing for the species that have had tons of work done within the Alaska region in particular is the recommendation. There's also recommendations around improving understanding around other species, a couple of places where there's some increased variance or not a one-to-one in terms of the calibrations, but very positive review in terms of us being considering how to move forward with that in the future. I'll leave it at there, and that's another conversation for another time that we will prioritize to bring back to the SSC. But I think nationally, the question is whether or not this needs to be a tool that gets support, because it has proved its ability for a couple of species with lots of samples to be to improve the process. It shifts the process, right? It's not like we just can do the same thing with no people and different sample sizes. It still takes time. There's still effort that has to be done to ground truth and manage the information, make sure there's no changes over time, as with any biochemical analyses where the ecosystem is changing, making sure that there are no shifts in the future. So there's still a background aspect of this that we can't forget about. We can't just go one-to-one and say, okay, no more aging. So that's a space that we're in the center right now. And feedback from the SSC would be valuable with the information that you have in front of you. And I know that's not it's not everything, but we are thinking about so what is that balance in the future? How do we balance but move forward in that space and not wait for perfection? Love to wait another decade for perfection. I might not have that choice. So how do we get into that space faster than not? So thanks for the question, and we'll get that CIE information out right away.
Thank you.
Yeah, Dr. Dorn.
Yeah, thanks. Yeah, I'm just wondering if you've moved to production aging using the near infrared yet, or if that's still something that's sort of on the horizon. And I'm just thinking we've probably been hearing about this for quite a while, and I'm just wondering if we're sort of maybe stalled out a bit on progress.
Through the chair, thanks, Martin. I would say we haven't stalled out at all. I would say that we are at that decision point right now. We wanted to make sure that for our high volume species that we had the side-by-side work, we had external weigh in before we upended the a traditional sampling method from the dawn of fisheries time, if you will, on aging these things. So that has just come to fruition with the CIE review. So we are at that turning point right now. And as I just was saying, that turning point, is it just for a couple of species? How much uncertainty do we expect for the species that might not be, we might not have a perfect calibration like we do for the stocks that have been part of the CIE review and part of the publications. This is a question that, people are asking all over the country because they didn't necessarily have the focus that we've had in the last few years. So we're moving forward. The question is, how do we move forward? How hard do we push the tool? And the SSCs, any feedback you have, especially on the species where we haven't gotten the full calibration done. How do we balance that? Remembering that the background here is potentially staff changes, likely reduction in funding. So that luxury we had, if you will, in the last handful of years where Tom Helser and group were able to put extra people, extra funding to go through this is not in the future. So now what do we do? So it's coming.
Thanks, Bob. I guess just maybe a quick follow-up. You mentioned AI here, and I mean, historically, I remember way a long time ago, they were trying to age fish using neural nets and didn't quite get it to work to anyone's satisfaction. But how much effort is being put into AI, and is that separate from the near infrared effort, or is it going along with it?
And through the chair, Martin, it's in parallel with it. So, machine learning tools have been around. Consideration for how to use those in this space are there. Having the expertise and keeping that expertise is difficult. And that's what we're struggling with right now across the center is how do we incorporate AI tools? Does it provide a benefit to us? And how do we bridge that space between now and then if we don't have the funding for the additional expertise or we don't have the capacity? There's some discussion on how to make sure that capacity continues nationally. And there is going to be centralization of some programs across the country. And this is one that we're talking about nationally being important, is maintaining, increasing, building capacity in AI tools for things just like this. So where we're going to end up with our ability within AFSC is unknown right now, but the effort has been relatively in parallel. Oops. Okay. Moving on. A couple extra slides. Okay, data processing analysis. So this is, there's lots of information on this slide here. So considering AI for data analysis, for instance, can we segue into using some of these other tools, some of the visual camera work, optical tools? Are those possible? Are there digital tools that can we use for data? I want to open up the idea we talked about before of collaborative of research, of citizen science to some extent. There are topics here that, when in a perfect world, you'd have stomachs coming in a statistical designed process, and you can look and see and check for diet changes. You can look at ecosystem shifts. But what is it exactly we need from this? Are there other tools in data collection that we could be using? And having it be quote unquote enough, if you will, to inform this process. And I think this is some space and some of these other analyses surrounding the condition of animals, the trophic interactions of animals that we're going to have to get. I don't want to use the word creative. It comes to mind, but we're going to have to think outside the box again on what aspect of it is enough. What index is enough for us to understand something's coming or to understand the relationship between species in where we want to go in the future. That's going to be important. ESRs and ESPs, I hope they are not negatively impacted by all of this, but you can't help but wonder where we are in that space. We have had, the luxury of a lot of information informing those ESRs, almost by necessity. If we hadn't had a 400-page ESR 20 years ago, we wouldn't have the incredible tools we have available to us right now that go into risk tables and inform our stock assessment process. One begets the other. We might not have the luxury of all the R&D work that led to this in the future. How do we get more streamlined about that? Are there aspects of some of these data collections that I just mentioned on the left-hand side that can still inform us on the right-hand side? We're going to need to be in that space pretty quickly. Field and lab studies, different indices that we've had focused on, for instance, the fisheries behavioral ecology program working in Kodiak on some of the cod indices, for instance, looking at cod seasonal migration, some of the satellite work that's been done. Mariculture research still remains a nationally important topic. And how do we continue to provide support for that? Will it continue to be a national priority moving forward? That's definitely in the fish space right now, and I don't know where that's going to land. Then again, the consideration for field collected larval analyses. We've already talked about relationship back to the oceanography, but these are the kinds of projects where thinking about what their value is to our other space is important. Early on, the beach seining work was a bit of an anecdotal time series until now, where it became directly incorporated into the stock assessment. That's where the SSC, thinking through the stock assessments as they come past us and what data points are critical, is going to be important. Other field and lab studies, or we've talked about Pacific cod ecotypes in the past. Some of the sablefish work that's been done, better understanding what's going on with snow crabs. So the energy density work to better understand that, the carrying capacity topic that led to 2019. Do we need to continue the capacity in order to address those topics? If we didn't have that capacity, 2019 would have been they disappeared moment, instead of us having a really good understanding of why. How do we move forward with that with some of the movement models as well? We've talked about red king crab recruitment forever, trying to better understand that. This slide is mostly focused on ocean acidification work. Ocean acidification is going to continue to be an issue. There are a lot of publications communicating about the increased mortality we're going to have and the potential for changes in carrying capacity. How critical is that going to be in this space as we reach tipping points and thresholds? Maybe we're already there in our ecosystem, to know that this is happening in the background relative to the influence of catch. MSA states that we need to understand the relative influence of fisheries on our ability to have sustainable and meet MSY goals in the future. Obviously, with changes like this happening, it helps us to understand them. Salmon's becoming critically important with bycatch issues. We are considering how to best focus our salmon research in the future for this body in particular, to continue to understand bycatch concerns, maintain those data streams to communicate where the bycatch is coming from. AFSC also has other responsibilities in international treaties and other agreements that we are a part of, that we have responsibilities to provide information. Some of those are fed by some tagging efforts. The genetics work is obvious, and then even some work on the Yukon relative to thiamine deficiencies, etc. Right now, these are projects that we have prioritized as important. A year ago, it's unclear as to whether these projects will be done in the next year. And then lastly, socioeconomic research. And we talked a little bit about that earlier today, so I won't go into details. But I think this body has embraced the need to understand impacts on our decisions, impacts on a changing environment. What does the future catch look like in Alaskan fisheries, and what information do we need to recommend to the council so that they can make these decisions. So what kind of data needs to come in this space, what kind of surveys, what kind of tools can be developed to inform the council in their process. Are these continuing the process, the tools that we've been developing and communicating, or is it a whole new focus in the future? Lastly, I'll touch on some of the bioeconomic models, the global market work that we provided this last year that has changed the face of how we collect data because of our surveys. It's changed the face of how our surveys are prosecuted. And it promises to be an ever important issue coming in the future. So how do we, in light of the rest of this conversation, how do we consider the kinds of information or data that we should be collecting versus our partners, and the types of information that's either informing the ABC process or the tax setting process? I've got a hand up there, Mr. Chairman.
Yeah, thanks. Dr. Downs?
Yeah, Bob. I had a question on this slide. It's specific to the multi-regional assessment. And is the thought that some of these tools that have been used for other purposes could be brought into the council decision-making process? So, for example, I think the multi-regional assessment is the MR-SAM effort, which I know has been used for some other studies, but we haven't seen that applied in sort of a council decision-making document. Is the thought to find new applications, bringing these things to bear on the council process in ways they haven't been before? Is that sort of the creative ask?
Yeah, through the chair, Mike. So as you noted, this is work that we have done to inform other aspects of our responsibilities. The creative ask is yes, is that a tool we should be considering? Are there other tools outside, not that tool, but that we should be considering? Again, all within the space of what we talked about at the last meeting, where the the SSC and the council responsibilities are, the information that flows into the council process with all the caveats and boundaries. Where should effort be placed? Are there tools out there that would be more valuable? And the reason I have our entire portfolio on these slides is not to predict what we're going to do, not to say just what we've done in the past, but to get us to open our thoughts to, well, what would the perfect data flow be? What kind of information would be ideal when we have an opportunity here? And I wasn't going to use the word opportunity in this presentation at all, but there is an opportunity to rethink down to the bare bones of the data that are being collected. So that's an example of a tool that is out there. You'll have to tell me whether there's any value in considering it here.
And Jason, one quick follow-up, if I may.
Yes, of course.
Yeah, and I think, Bob, if I'm understanding, part of the thrust here is obviously nothing's perfect. And so in part, what we're thinking about, I think we're being asked to think about is sort of what are the biggest imperfections and what's the most ground we can make up on those biggest imperfections with some of these tools.
Through the chair, Mike, I think that's an okay characterization. I don't like the word imperfection because, again, I want to highlight that perfection is not necessarily what the council needs to do its job. So I don't want it to sound Yeah, and I don't want to sound like we have to get to perfection. We have to get to the information they need in a way that the SSC says, yeah, that's sound. That trend is real. That index is can inform you, and it's a, sound piece of information moving forward. So it's about, maybe it's an imperfect set of data flows, and it's trying to hone that data flow through this process, if you will.
Poor choice of words on my part. Point well taken.
Not at all. I'm just and I understand where you were going. The message here, again, for the council process is where our heads need to be. Not an academic exercise, not an exercise for another body, but for the council process. And I keep coming back to that in terms of, especially topics that I don't have any expertise in on the economic side of the house, and just thinking about what kind of information is there.
Thank you.
Okay, great. Thanks, Bob. Go.
Okay. I think I was wrong. There's one more slide. Stock assessment. So just an overall stock assessment slide, again, to put us in this space of thinking about next generation stock assessments. Do we continue working in the space that we have been working on? And, pretty infographic here about information flowing into one of our stock assessment programs. But, really obviously our one of our priorities is stock assessment, a major priority in this space. Continuing this process, making sure that we have world-renowned expertise in stock assessment as we do. This is going to be key for us to identify those data flows that we're talking about here. We spend a lot of time talking about surveys, always talking about surveys. But at the end of the day, it's this space, it's this slide that needs to think through the level of analysis needed, the when is it good enough space in terms and bringing in expertise from our CIE reviews, SSC, others, using other tools. There's a lot of discussion on design-based tools nationally, the potential use of AI in this space. For informing councils or before informing management bodies. That we have streamlined our stock assessment process so much. It is impressive what our stock assessment authors, both at the Alaska Science Center and the state, have done to make sure that we're properly working on time scales, space scales, which species we're focusing on. I mean, this has been a constant effort in this process with the SSC, and they've done a fantastic job. And we're going to have to build on that again. Is there further work we can do to streamline, or are we there? Are there decisions that could be made in the council management process where we consider the tiers, we consider the harvest control rules, and accept a different result, accept a different model for providing council with recommendations for decisions? That all falls in this space. And then obviously the next generation stock assessments that I mentioned, just providing efficiencies, thinking outside the box on new tools, new spatial tools, new analytical tools that are out there, are being improved and worked on. And again, we've got incredible expertise at AFSC and across the country working in this space. Okay, so that was the first part of the presentation. So the intent was to get us in the right headspace for where the Alaska Fisheries Science Center is going, where some of our priorities are. So the next handful of slides I am going to go through even quicker because it really gets down to these questions. And the goal for the survey prioritization discussion for the SSC was first just to remind us where we've been. As I've said throughout this talk, the SSC has been instrumental in providing feedback, making recommendations, having discussions. I've got a number of questions here for us to consider, and Diana is going to hone us in on that. And then, the final bullet here is, maybe having the SSC consider further metrics for uncertainty. How do we, right now we're going to focus on surveys, data collection. There's another space here thinking about the stock assessment side of the house too. And we just did not have time to put the two pieces together, but I think there's a future conversation to be had. I'm going to walk through the next few slides are going to be a focused review of what the SSC has said in the past. Not to change what you've said, not to influence what we say today, but just to kind of, again, put us in that space to make some real progress. We were talking in 2018 about the potential for a loss of boats. And notice I'm not talking about boats anymore. I'm talking about data flow. I'm talking about different kinds of data flow. So one of the comments was that we need to examine all field and laboratory activities to assess their contributions. Welcome to the first 37 slides of this presentation. That's what we're doing. There's been a number of very specific engagement points back in 2018 in September where there was a subcommittee of the SSC. If you haven't read that report, please do. There's been a number of times in our minutes where and thanks for whoever pulled all this together, but there's been a number of times where we have made specific recommendations or commented on the loss of data and the impacts on a specific stock. And that's what we do, right? We go stock by stock and we communicate impacts or information that would be better. And I don't think we should stop doing that. But unfortunately, we're also in this space of needing to put the big picture in play every time we think about that. These were the questions that were asked before, and hopefully folks have had a time to look at this. I'm not going to go through them in detail, but we asked the SSC to consider ranked order priorities, what we would do if we lost a vessel or two. Well, that was it. What did the SSC recommend for us in that kind of very specific scenario we had many years ago? So responses were the need to consider thorough evaluations if we were going to drop something like depth strata. We might not have the opportunity for some of those thorough investigations. We're not going to have 2 or 3 years to consider what the effects of reducing number of stations. You've seen that in the last few years where instead of what we did pre-18, where we'd say, we think we might do this next year, I'm coming to you and saying, this is what we did last year, because we're learning in real time that we have budget, staffing limitations, et cetera, and we have to make decisions. So if the SSC has recommendations for in addition to what they've had in terms of what we should be thinking about in this space is important. Impacts on tiers, underlying ecosystem state is changing. These are all comments that the SSC has made that are fairly obvious. They're important. The SSC has provided some examples moving forward. Take your surveys, reduce them, statistically evaluate what happens when you thin out your surveys, new tools like VAST, new harvest control rules, et cetera. Never been more important. So there's something else in that space we should be thinking about. The SSC has provided priorities in the past. Skipping years may allow, in one area might allow for one situation, but then we won't be able to pick up on major changes. Look what happened in 2020. No surveys, stock crashes. So balancing survey frequency with spreading that survey out over 3 large marine ecosystems. There were decisions made early on. This is the third bullet is where we made decisions on not doing the slope survey any longer. Focusing on 1 region versus 3 regions. How do we balance GOA, AI, and Bering Sea? How much effort do we want to put in those areas? There was a recommendation, although with hesitancy from the SSC at one point, that supporting a Gulf survey with 2 boats and a slope survey with 1 boat might be the way to go. Those are things we're considering. How do we balance that effort? And then we talked about the biennial surveys. Very specific information here. Some questions about euphausian indices we talked about in December. Pink salmon importance out in the chain. And the bottom bullet I'll focus on here. Well, the third bullet, Species loss of information. We can't touch some of the more obscure species any longer. Some of the other species that have large changes, how important are those data flows we're asking for? The last bullet is subtle, but maybe very important. Are we willing to move down tiers? If we cannot promise a consistent survey. Okay. This has been a long presentation. I apologize, Mr. Chairman, because I know you're probably looking at time, but I think we're still balanced with, Diana's got a number of slides to present here. And I think this afternoon, there will be some time towards the end. So just on what's going on with survey modernization, because I have covered kind of that space of why we're doing this. And so I think there's going to be time in that part of your agenda. So apologies for me being so long-winded, as someone just said. So some of the questions here, criteria for whether we do biennial surveys or not. It is likely that the frequency of our surveys is going to continue to change. Biomass versus ecosystem surveys, and I hesitate to put this here because we do ecosystem everywhere, but ichthyoplankton and juvenile surveys, how important? Thresholds for remote data versus biological data. We could do all EM and all acoustics from drones, get no biological information. What's the balance? Indices, I mentioned catch versus ABC. I'll leave that to Diana. Stock trends. If the stocks are all going up, should we reduce effort? Can we reduce effort? And then the last considerations I just discussed on tiers. Hopefully that sets Diana up for the next piece of this. And that's where I'm at. That's all I've got, Mr. Chairman.
Great. Thanks, Bob. I was actually thinking about taking a quick 5-minute break and then come back to Diana's presentation, if that works for Diana.
Yep, that's fine.
Okay, let's do that.
Hey, Ms. Chairman, can you and Diana stay on? Maybe we can just talk real quick about the rest of this since I took up so much time.
Yeah, that sounds good. I need to take a quick biological and then I'll be right back.
Yep, roger that.
Bob, if you want to stop sharing, I can share mine while we're at the break.
Yep, you got it. Yeah, and I know I just took a ton of time, but I think, again, maybe pushing some of this discussion past lunch or coming back after lunch is, I think we're still in a good space for what we've got coming later this afternoon still.
Yeah, sounds good.
Bob and Diana, I'm back. Do we need a private room or anything?
No, I think we're good. I was just expressing that I think we covered a lot of the background leading into modernization. So I'm hoping that that gets covered in some of our discussion this afternoon. So
okay. Yeah, it's gonna be interesting to see what folks have to say. I mean, you covered a lot of ground in that presentation. So maybe as we get into that discussion, can kind of direct traffic towards some of it in terms of the modernization. And I'm hoping we can provide some guidance to the council. So just, do you have a sense? I mean, there was some covered, but it sounded like when I went through the modernization, I mean, there's going to be specific staff presentations there too. So yeah, okay, just double checking.
yeah, so that'll be very technical in detail with technical feedback requested on those two projects in particular. This is broader, and I think focusing on the questions on the screen, well, not on the screen anymore, but focusing on the last questions on the slide right now would be of benefit. And again, in the space of what I presented in its entirety. So I know we could comment on all sorts of things on what I presented, but sticking to those questions, I think would allow us to stick to what the SSC wanted to achieve here.
Yeah, and Bob, you might want to, after I go through this presentation, you might want to put those questions back up on the screen. And just to remind you that you have a separate public comment set up for this section of the D4.
Yeah, great. Yeah, I was just going back to that slide. I think having those questions up there would be great, just to kind of remind folks. And then, yeah, it looks like we have one oral comment. So, okay. Folks could turn their cameras on when they get back in the room. That'd be great. Okay, I think we got most folks back. So, Diana, you're on.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the SSC. So this part is just a few slides to walk through, following up on what Bob talked about at the very end of his presentation. And then I think that we'll put up his questions again after I go through this. This is picking up on some of the information to compile and to look at to get at metrics or different discussions that you're to have on this. So I want to just touch on the stuff that's posted to your agenda, and I won't be going through that spreadsheet, but it's important that the spreadsheet that we've compiled is walking through all of the assessments, all the stock assessments for Gulf and Bering Sea groundfish, as well as Bering Sea crab. which surveys, when we tried to identify the primary survey used in the assessment, secondary, and in some cases tertiary surveys. We've also compiled the tier level of that stock in the current year now, as well as an indication of whether or not the risk scores were elevated in 2023 or 2024. So there's a checkbox in that spreadsheet to give you that information. And then additionally, at the end of this, I will go through some additional management considerations that you don't normally address at the SSC, but are related to data loss information. So again, just walking through this spreadsheet, the tier level from 2024 is listed. Again, those 3 surveys, the additional surveys that are considered. Whether or not the risk table was elevated in one or more categories, this does not indicate that a reduction was taken, just that one of those categories was higher than one. And again, I'm providing you the link in the memo as well as in the slides to that groundfish risk table report 2024 update. And that's where this information is compiled from. You had that in your December 2024 discussion of Bering Sea and Gulf of Alaska groundfish specifications. And the reason why I'm only focusing on 2023 and 2024 is if you read through that report, the authors recommend that those are the only 2 comparable years because of the changes that have been ongoing in risk table categories and scoring. So we're only looking from 2023 on. We've also compiled TAC over ABC for 2023 and 2024. And then in these slides, because we know that obviously, especially in the Gulf, TAC over ABC isn't necessarily a good indication of whether or not that stock is fully prosecuted. So then we've got some slides here that'll also give you the catch over the TAC and the catch over the ABC. So that's what this slide is. This is first for the Bering Sea. On the left is the catch over the TAC. And I would note for you that because of the way these get ordered in the database, these are not going to be in the same order as you have in your spreadsheet, but it's just to give you a relative glance at the darker colors being higher in terms of the ratio. And then on the right, the catch over the ABC. For the Bering Sea, the 2024 catch data wasn't yet in the database, so this is just going from 2021 through 2023. Similarly, the next slide then gives you the same information for the Gulf. For the Gulf, the 2024 catch data was input into the database, so you have all 4 years there. And again, this is really just meant to provide you some snapshots of what information is going to be important to you in your discussions. Are there specific metrics? We tried to put as much as was feasible in the spreadsheet. I would also note that I did run these by each of the assessment authors, but it is still should be considered draft at this point. I can pause for questions.
Yeah, thanks, Diana. Dr. Caldebalato?
Hey, Jason. Yes, thank you so much. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So, Diana, I have a question regarding the spreadsheet. So I was looking over the risk table consideration categories, and since that there is a couple of checkbox that they are not matching in terms of what is elevated risk level, and I can just point out one of them. For example, we have for the BSA northern rockfish, right? So we have the checkbox for fisher informer and not for population dynamic, and should be population dynamic. So there is a couple of them. Just let me see, 1, 2, 3. That is not the checkbox corrected. So I was comparing the 2023 and 2024 just to want to make sure if I'm not missing anything, if I really understand what is in the spreadsheet. I just want to point that out. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for the question. I can go back and double check those. I did try to keep them consistent, but again, it was getting a little bit confusing trying to pull these forward, especially because some are in one year and not in the other, and that has to do with both whether or not it's a biennial assessment or, for instance, in the case of EBS Pollock, it was just elevated in 1 year and not the next. But I can go back and double check those, especially if when we've been doing this, it's intended to help with your conversation today, but we've been looking at it as possibly a living tool that might also be helpful moving forward and continuing to update it. So again, I would say if you do have more suggestions, in addition to double checking that these are all consistently correct, if you have some suggestions for additional information that might be helpful, we'd be certainly willing to take that into consideration as well.
Thanks so much.
I would point out one other thing that I didn't know. It's all in, there's a README page to give you the information and the, where it comes from. But in yellow, I highlighted all of the stocks that in this coming cycle in 2025, as planned right now, those are stocks for which you would see some form of a full assessment. We call them different things when it's groundfish versus crab, but that's meant to give you an indication that that could change between now and the fall, as you know. But at this point right now, those are the ones for which you will be seeing a full assessment in the fall. I'll pause again.
Yeah, questions from Dr. Cunningham?
Hey, Dr. Stram, can you remind me, and I should know this, is the ratio of catch to TAC or catch to ABC presented in the SAFE intros by region or no?
Thank you for that. I do not know. We don't. When we do the presentation to the SSC and the council, some of that summary information is brought into that, but we wouldn't have the full year catch at the point that we're compiling the SAFE reports for either crab or for groundfish. But it is something that we try to pull forward in terms of the overall presentation in December with the catch to date.
Thank you.
Dr. Dorn?
Yeah. Diane, am I not finding sablefish, or is it missing?
Sablefish in these catch, or it's in the tables with the TAC over the ABC. It may not have been brought into this because it's Alaska wide.
Okay, yeah, I just didn't see it, and I was curious about that
Yeah,
one.
it's in the spreadsheet.
Okay.
And again, I guess caveats to some of this. So if we have it in the spreadsheet and not in the catch over, when you're looking at, keep in mind that both sablefish and cod have an automatic reduction from the ABC for the state waters fisheries. So it'll give a slightly misleading, those are stocks for which TAC is almost always set equal to ABC. However, you have to take that deduction. So when you look at the TAC over ABC ratios for those stocks, you're going to see that it's not fully prosecuted, but that's not, again, these are caveats to some of these metrics because that one, there's catch that's allocated to state waters that's taken off the top and the council sets TAC.
Okay, yeah, that's helpful as well. Thanks.
Okay, I can go into more on the spreadsheet.
Another question, Diana, Dr. Muter.
Yeah, hi, thanks. Diana, I was just looking at the spreadsheet with the Northern Bering Sea listed. So that's listed kind of where the secondary survey would be. It's only listed as secondary survey under a number of these, but I don't think it's used in all of those. Is it basically pointing out secondary surveys that would be very informative for those stocks?
Thank you for the question, Dr. Muter. So in general, and again, with the caveat that this is still draft, and it was a little bit hard trying to pull in when the survey is used in the assessment versus when the survey is present in the assessment. And so some of that gets a little bit convoluted in terms of it's reported, but it may not be used in the index. That is especially important for the slope survey for some of these as well. So again, if you have suggestions on a better way to represent that, should this document continue to go forward, a lot of it, we went on the judgment of the assessment authors if they considered that that was something that was important in the assessment itself.
Yeah, thanks. That helps. I mean, it's actually important to point out the ones where it would be really informative, even if it's not used yet right now. Anyway, thanks.
Sure.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, and then just briefly, some of the things that you don't talk about at the SSC, but that are also contingent on the survey is we have a number of PSC limits that use, and this is in the Bering Sea, that use Bering Sea survey information. So specifically the Amendment 80 halibut PSC limit, the abundance-based management action that was taken uses the EBS trawl survey index for halibut because that does index, the trawl survey does index halibut as well, even though we don't manage it as a groundfish. And so that uses both information from the IPHC setline survey and information from the EBS trawl survey. to set the limit based on where that falls in this table here of high and low, and which of those estimates. So that's used on an annual basis now. Similarly, all of our crab limits in the Bering Sea use some form of survey and assessment information. So this is just giving you, for red king crab in zone 1, you can see zone 1 in the pink over to the right. There is a PSC limit set for Bristol Bay red king crab, and that limit is based on mature female red king crab. So that's information that does come from the survey and is present in the assessment. And because of that, that's how that limit is set based on these different thresholds for red king crab. That's done annually in the specifications process at the council level. And similarly for tanner crab in zones 1 and 2, it's a set limit based on where it falls on the total abundance. And the total abundance is calculated now in the assessment, but again, incorporating survey information into that assessment. Tanner crab is set in zones 1 and zone 2. And then the snow crab limit in regulation is the total abundance from the bottom trawl survey. Since we've had a assessment for snow crab, we've used the snow crab assessment trawl survey estimate. So it's the modeled trawl survey estimate that's used and multiplied by 0.1133 with a subtraction and a floor and a ceiling to get to the snow crab limit. So again, does depend on the survey. It is the modeled estimate of the survey biomass.
Yeah, Diana, we got a question. Dr. Dressel.
Hey, Diana, I'm a little slow. This may apply to these slides, but I'm pretty sure it applies to the, can you go up 2 slides? I think it's 2 slides. Yep, one more. Yes, is there an example of, has there been a case where this information or this data surveys hasn't been available to make this determination? And if so, what was done?
Thank you, Dr. Dressel, for the question. That has not been the case yet because we've only just implemented this in the last year. So this is the second year that the fishery is operating under the Amendment 80 limit that's set by this table. So in the analysis, we indicated that the most recent survey year data would be used. And we had some information in the analysis on where survey estimates re-estimated would have, how that would have looked historically. So, but we haven't had the case yet. Again, we missed the survey in 2020, but this was not in place at that time.
Got it. Thank you.
Okay.
Then, sorry, did you have a question, Jason?
Oh, go ahead.
Okay. So then just a couple of additional management considerations. And this is looking at what the response would be to increased uncertainty due to data loss. And depending on what the response from the SSC is in setting ABCs for loss of data, it's possible that those ABCs could become more conservative to accommodate additional uncertainty. And then there's some ramifications to that as well. Obviously, if a more conservative cod ABC is set, that's already a choke species in some fisheries where it's fully allocated. So that does have some management considerations. A lower black spotted rough-eye ABC could also limit the POP fishery. A lower other rockfish ABC could limit the Kamchatka arrowtooth turbot sablefish fishery. Again, with the example that turbot's a good example of the fact that a conservative ABC precluded the directed fishery in 2025. It can also, a low turbot ABC can also impact CDQ pollock fishing. And then in season and noted that basically all CDQ species have the ability to limit CDQ pollock. So just some additional considerations. So here's just these 3 aspects, looking at stock assessment and the impact of data loss on assessment uncertainty and frequency. Looking at the PSC limits, we're setting crab PSC and Amendment 80 halibut PSC that is tied to the survey information. And then the idea that there could be downstream catch constraints depending on the response to data loss. I believe that's all I have for slides. Happy to take any other questions.
Thanks, Diana. Any further questions? Yeah, Dr. Sidden.
Yeah, thanks. Dr. Stram, on your spreadsheet online. Did you take into any consideration in the TAC over ABC metrics on stocks that were having conservation issues and or were closed, and how that would influence your interpretation of those metrics? I'm thinking mostly of crab. Thanks.
Thank you for the question, Dr. Sidden. For crab, the ones that were closed, I indicated that they were closed because I didn't think it was fair to say what the TAC over the ABC was, and that some of those it's 0. And I did try to consider, unfortunately, it comes across as green as if it is good. But the Bristol Bay, the snow crab, are both at either 0 or very close to, because they were closed. The ones that are closed by regulation, for crib red and crib blue, I didn't try to do the catch over there is no TAC, and so I didn't try to do the catch over the ABC for those. So crab was kind of obviously an outlier. I would also note that for crab, I did not indicate whether or not a risk table consideration was elevated, because those are just incomparable at this point to groundfish, since they're still under development. So we didn't try to show that metric for crab. Crab also, we had some different surveys present there. Tried to indicate Northern Bering Sea is used in the Norton Sound assessment, as well as the Winter Pot survey. Some of these crab surveys are still draft, because I wasn't able to reach all of the assessment authors in advance of this meeting.
Another question from Dr. Sullivan.
Hi, Deanna. Thanks very much for this, and it's nice to connect this with Bob's presentation. So I'm struggling a little bit as we dive into this to think about the prioritization relative to the modernization. And so how far into the future are we thinking about in terms of the prioritization? Like next year, or will the modernization affect our prioritization? I would think that with some of the modernization, some things might be done more efficiently or cheaper, or allow for gathering more information about certain things versus others. Do we need to talk about that at all?
Thank you, Dr. Sullivan. I guess I would defer that to Dr. Foy, and I'm not sure if this might be the good time for Dr. Foy to put up his list of questions related to the prioritization.
Yeah, Dr. Foy.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Chairman. Pat, the answer on how far out we should prioritize is really up to the SSC in terms of what they want to input. Obviously, we've got some short-term decisions that we'll be making in the next weeks to months on this year. I would suggest, however, we assume a very austere environment and think about where we see this going in 10 years. Some of these things will happen overnight. Some of these things are going to take some time to get us into the space where we want to be. But I think that would be the most valuable input at this point, unless something just stands out, like, wow, that has got to, we don't like what you just said, Bob, and that has got to change. That needs to be a priority for FY25, should you guys be able to get out. So that's how I would articulate it, if that helps.
Thanks, Bob.
Dr. Dorn.
Yeah, thanks. I guess I have a question for Bob. And it's kind of it's a question about the status of some of the modeling work, because I think it plays directly into this. And what I'm sort of thinking about is sort of a management strategy evaluation that sort of accommodates different survey frequencies or station densities. So it would combine some of the the work that we've seen on modeling for survey optimization with but have that embedded in a stock assessment model, so that you could actually explicitly evaluate alternative survey designs or survey precision and its implications to stock assessment and management advice. And I know there's work that's going on at the center on this, and I just wondered if potentially you could sort of summarize where it's at and if there's a tool available that would allow us to sort of ask those kinds of questions. Like, for example, what is the effect of moving from an annual survey to a biennial survey? Or what is the effect of moving from 2 boats to 1 boat, et cetera? And so that we can actually, start to study this question rather than just, well, I'll let you answer the question.
Yeah, thanks through the chair. Martin, appreciate the question. And the answer is those analyses continue to move forward. We've got staff working on this. We've got partnerships with the university and students working on MSCs for some species. And, I would say that most of those tools are being developed at a pretty rigorous high level to make sure that we have a highly statistically sound tool to make some of these decisions. I would say they're pretty focused on specific species, specific surveys. I would not say that I'm aware, and I could be wrong, but I'm not aware that there are tools being developed that are more general. That we're going to apply to every species or every survey to answer some of the more subtle questions. When we made decisions, as you know, I brought this analysis forward on removing the summer acoustic trawl survey. There were some initial analyses that were done, rough, if you will, not tons of time to put into a full analysis where we know which species we're focused on and bringing all the information to bear. I think that's incredibly valuable, but difficult in the space that we work in, where we are putting together, highly statistical analyses for very specific answers. And the feedback that we could use is how valuable it would be to not only have those MSCs going in the background, Martin, which, so the answer is they're moving forward, but should we also be trying to focus on just some general tools for some quick answers where we can think across multiple species? The answer for, whether or not the trade-off on design and precision, which species are we looking at? It's going to be different from your core species to the non-core species. The question is, how do you incorporate that in a way that makes a priority decision? We're going to accept less precision on that species, all for a focus on those 3 species, for instance. It's the tool's only as good as the information that's going into it, and that is going to focus on our core species. So hopefully I answered your question in that those things are moving forward, but I think we could also use some feedback on whether or not some less sophisticated tools should also be considered in, to get at exactly what where you were suggesting we go.
Okay, thanks.
Yeah, Bob, I have a question or clarification maybe. Thinking about the presentation this morning and thinking about audiences, specifically AFSC versus maybe the council, and you presented information about surveys that were intended to go this year. But earlier on, you mentioned there's still maybe some uncertainty about those surveys. And I'm speaking more outside the long line survey, because I think you had that coded blue with a question mark. That was pretty clear. So one thing I'm struggling with is, if we don't know what might be coming up this fall at this point, is there, in terms of surveys and communicating uncertainty, is there anything that you're able to say regarding, how should we be viewing the next assessment cycle? Like, should we be viewing this as we may not have surveys, or we should be viewing this, it's likely that the surveys are going to go? Is there anything you can add to that? Because I'm just sort of struggling with how to talk, communicate this uncertainty forward for this cycle.
Yeah, thanks, Jason. I would say, again, to focus less on what might happen in FY25, unless there's something glaring in what I've said that the SSC wants us to consider when we make decisions. They are happening quickly, and we will pivot the best we can in the moment. We will have much more time, if you will, to pivot on what we might do in our survey next year after we see the effects of potential changes. And again, lots of potentials and uncertainty here. So again, I'm thinking it's less valuable for the SSC to spend time on what may or may not happen in this year or for this stock assessment cycle, because we're not going to have a lot of opportunity to follow through on that. In some cases, it's going to happen to us. What we will have the opportunity is to pivot, restructure, and rethink about where our priorities are for next year and beyond. So not sure if that completely answers your question, but I would not say that the SSC should really spend a bunch of time on where we're going in 25 or expectations for the assessment cycle this next year.
Okay. Thank you. Yeah, that helps at least with some of the time frame questions. Dr. Sullivan has a question.
Yeah, so I guess we're not getting into discussion or recommendations at this point, but continuing to ask questions. Is that correct, Jason?
Yes, that's correct. So we still have public testimony sign up as well.
Okay.
So if it's a question, go for it. If it's discussion, hold off.
Yep. So, you know, I always appreciate the idea of a management strategy evaluation for integrating uncertainty across things, but it gets pretty complicated and is really focusing typically on answering a single question. When I think of setting up a survey or any kind of experiment, I often think of just doing it like a power analysis in a sort of straightforward way. And when I look at the criteria for moving to biennial surveys or the thresholds for remote data versus biological data or stock trend and temporal variance, it would seem to me that it would be a little more straightforward just to kind of iterate through different kinds of sample sizes in a kind of simulation context, run it through an assessment and see how the confidence intervals broaden, to which, you know, and you'll find the point where the confidence intervals get so broad that we can't detect trends or make decision making. I'm curious if it would seem like you've done that kind of stuff already, but it could be, I could envision somebody in a room with a pencil and kind of just thinking what things might happen as opposed to actually do the cranking through. And the reason I ask this is, you know, hundreds of students and other colleagues that I've worked with don't do the even pseudo power analysis to kind of see how dramatically things change as one goes from every year to every other year to every third year and so on. Can you kind of point me in the direction on that?
Yeah, through the chair, North.
Okay.
No, that's it's a great point, Pat. I think having some of those comments in the recommendation section would be great. Of course, stock assessment authors are working on that all the time, and especially specific to their stocks. And again, that's where we get into this space where, when we're talking about a survey that, if you look at Diana's graphic, supports 15 stocks, it's that, you can do that 15 times in a row with a focus on each of those 15 species, but, where is the value in the decision space where we're going to say, okay, it's going to be those 3 stocks we really care about, and we're going to run it and just make sure nothing falls off the plate. Yeah, excellent point that we can certainly incorporate and
Great,
do.
thanks.
Yeah, folks do on a regular basis.
Yeah, just before I take Dr. Muter's question, just a heads up, I'm going to plan on taking public testimony on this and then breaking for lunch. We'll have a discussion after lunch. Dr. Muter?
Thanks. Yeah, just a quick question to Bob about sort of the risk consideration in survey decisions. Diana summarized the recent risk levels in the spreadsheet, and I think you mentioned earlier sort of the trade-off between getting better data for a highly valuable, important stock or getting information on, say, stocks of concern. And my question is really, in the prioritization that you do at the center, do you kind of make an explicit link between the risk tables or vulnerability of stocks and survey priorities, or is that kind of outside the realm of things you look at?
Through the chair, Franz, I would say it's anecdotally part of the discussion, but not directly incorporated. And the real reason is because we have been so survey focused, right? This decade-old long data flow that incorporates information on multiple stocks. The question moving forward has to be more just data flow. Just information. Do we reconsider what becomes the survey in its entirety to address the stocks of concern, for instance? We're not in a position anymore where we're going to be able to go look at all the stocks of concern and then just make sure their surveys remain whole for that sole reason. It's going to have to be more targeted, if you will. And if that's something that we should prioritize more than something else, that's the space that we could use some input on. How much priority do we put on stocks of concern? And maybe it's only stocks of concern that are, this large or have that economic input, or et cetera, et cetera. Again, it becomes quite complex.
Yeah, thanks.
Yeah, Dr. Dressel.
Oops, actually, can you go to Chris Anderson first? Sorry.
Dr. Anderson.
Sure thing. So, Bob, I've been trying to big think this a little bit. And one of the things that came out of the sort of climate change workshop we did in Kodiak was the need to get data with greater frequency rather than less frequency, right? And one of the recommendations out of that was not an SSC recommendation, but a workshop conclusion, was to think more about fishery-dependent data as a source of information that could be used to support stock assessment, or at least risk table population. Has that kind of worked its way into thinking at the Science Center yet? And what kinds of substitutes for this fishery independent data are out there that we could leverage?
Through the chair, Chris, thank you for that. I would say folks are thinking about it, are always thinking about it, but I would say we have not jumped on substitutions, if you will. There hasn't been a moment where we've said we are going to substitute that data flow for this new one coming through the observers. I mean, just as a statement, the observers are already swamped with data collection and information. So, the first cut's going to be, is it already being collected? And should we be incorporating it? That, I would say, is probably over on the stock assessment side of the house to consider in this next go around. Should we be doing that more? And that's, again, where having the SSC think about that as these assessments are rolling through here would be valuable. I think further considering what else could be collected or what data that's currently collected through a fishery independent survey could be done instead through fishery dependent surveys with the observers is for a future discussion. I'm not sure that we're going to have the bandwidth for it in the future. But so long-winded way of saying, no, I'm not aware of effort that is specific to substituting one data flow for a fishery dependent data flow. But maybe a concerted effort at the plan teams would be valuable there to start having those significant discussions on what could be done. Thanks, Chris.
Dr. Gressel.
Thanks, Jason. It took me a second to get this together. This is a question for Bob. So I see that you've got catch or ABC index for prioritization. And I recall you said earlier, just sort of asking us what are the SSC's priorities if you're looking between species, choke species versus others, high value versus others. And I'm trying to juggle here the SSC's role and the council's role. So it's the council's role really to prioritize species if we're choosing between them. The SSC, can have some discussion of relative priorities. Anyway, we can go there in our discussion, but that background was so that I can ask you, what does the agency currently use as prioritization, especially for data collection, since this is a survey priorities? Is there already a prioritization inherent by species, choke species, target species, whatever?
Through the chair, I'm not completely following the question relative to council decision versus SSC and choke species, et cetera. But it's a similar answer to, I believe, to Martin's question in that, right now we don't say we're going to go do that survey because of those choke species. We have 50-year time series of surveys that we're building on. So the question is, should we prioritize those surveys that have more choke species than others, for instance? I don't know, I made that up. Are there other things related to vulnerable species that we should incorporate as we revise surveys, as we reconsider data collection? Does that answer your question, or did I miss the question?
Thanks, Bob. Yes, somewhat. So I know that there's got to be, some prioritization probably for pollock, since we catch them in a couple different surveys. Obviously, pollock are one of the most valuable. I was just wondering if there's anything sort of explicit at the center that you use to prioritize surveys based on particular species, and if not, no problem.
Yeah, through the chair. Sorry, I'm thinking about my answer. And yes, I'm looking out the window at the same time.
Yeah, no, it's a really difficult one.
No, it's a great question. And of course the answer is yes. We're not going to develop our surveys based on a species that's not economically important. Obvious, right? So I would say that, our surveys were designed decades ago to focus on Magnuson-Stevens Act priorities around sustainable fisheries and economics. And we have incorporated ecosystem-based fisheries management into our portfolio in a way that also allows us to collect information to consider species interactions, if you will. So that has, by nature, identified which time series have become our priorities. For instance, let me use the summer acoustic trawl survey as an example for a pollock in the Gulf of Alaska. That hasn't been a survey we've done for decades. That got added. SSC was all for it. And more information is better to understand distribution of the stocks during the fishery, allocation questions, ecosystem data relative to pollock type questions and other species. And that is a survey where our priorities probably shifted over time to acknowledge the additional information and the value it has for management. We then shifted away from it because of reductions in funding and staffing and the need to hone in on specifically what informs the stock assessment for pollock in the Gulf of Alaska. So are there priorities in that? Certainly. Some of them are economic. Some of them are the variability associated with pollock from year to year, and that's a highly variable stock. And some of them are acknowledging what other tools we've created and developed to inform ourselves about the ecosystem work, perhaps. And then we're weighing our ability to allocate, the stock, provide information on allocation versus information on that interannual variability. So, there's not a list that we read that says, we're going to pick economics first and species biomass second or whatnot. But, certainly there's the reason we're here is for, high biomass fisheries management and economics. That's not to say what's important for the whole state of Alaska or nationally is the same as what might be important for the Gulf of Alaska region in that regard versus the Bering Sea in that regard. We're also thinking about a massive pollock industry in one area. We're thinking about communities in another area. And that economic component that I mentioned isn't just all because of one species. There's also communities dependent on, the relative magnitude of economic importance shifts depending on who your stakeholder is. So I'm just skimming the criteria that has to be considered whenever we're thinking through, those priorities. So it's not as easy as there's one list of priorities that fits all surveys in all oceans. Does that help?
It does. I mean, what you named is what I'm struggling with also. Do you look at, which survey serves the most species? Do you look at which surveys supports the most valuable species? Do you look at what survey supports communities? And so it's the difficult thing that you're talking about. And if you already had a head start on it, I was just asking for, thoughts.
Yeah. And through the chair, Sherry, thanks for that. And I think that's exactly what this is the opportunity for the SSC, not to do the ranking, but to make sure that you're communicating from the council's perspective the kinds of criteria that we should be thinking about, maybe even prioritizing those criteria, based on the scientific understanding of what we're trying to provide to the council here. And apologize for the screaming in the background. There's 3 kids enjoying the sunshine out my window.
Okay, well, thanks, Bob and Diana. I think I'm going to cut questions off here, like we have any more anyhow. And I think we have 2 people signed up together for public comment. And Brendan Raymond Yacovian and Dr. Lauren Devine. And we won't be asking questions. They requested no questions. So I think if they're here. I don't know how council staff needs to promote them or how that works.
Do you need to promote them? We're just working on that.
Sorry, Diana, say that again.
Testing, this is Lauren.
I can hear you, Lauren.
Oh, excellent. I'm not sure if we have Brendan.
Can you hear me? I think I just came off mute.
Yep.
Yep, I can hear you. Thank you.
Okay, thanks so much. Greetings, SSC members. Quirk and the Aleut community of St. Paul Island are making joint testimony on the agenda items that have been discussed this morning. We have some brief comments for the record. My name is Lauren Devine. I'm the director of the Ecosystem Conservation Office for the Aleut community of St. Paul Island.
And my name is Brendan Raymond Jacobian, testifying on behalf of QUARC, the Alaska Native nonprofit tribal consortium formed by and for the 20 tribes of Bering Strait region. We wanted to make a general note regarding discussion of AFSC surveys as well as other AFSC activities in these agenda items. As is well known, Alaska Native traditional knowledge is on par with academic and Western science, and its consideration as part of the best scientific information available is well established, not only in National Standard 2, but also the scientific literature. Additionally, co-production of knowledge, or CBK, is well established in the literature as a best practice, and consultation is not only a best practice, but a mandate for the federal government and its agencies, including NIMFS per EO 13175, and with regard to the trust responsibility and government-to-government relationship between the US government and tribes. As is also well known, AFSC has an unacceptable record of not consulting with tribes regarding research and with not creating the conditions for a meaningful consultative relationship, which they are required to do and should be doing. This has been evidenced many times over, including with regard to the development of the recently proposed and now canceled NETS project, as well as the Alaska region and AFSC developing and making public a joint protocol for tribal consultation without allowing for tribal consultation during its development.
Thank you. So the agenda item regarding the surveys, as well as other items noted in the AFSC oral report and things which probably should be in the report but are not, are examples of the types of things that exemplify the critical need for the center to have a relationship with tribal governments and tribes, not only to fulfill the consultation mandate, but also to follow best scientific practices and to create the best scientific information. Tribes can potentially make valuable contributions to these. Unfortunately, this is not what we have seen as a standard practice with Alaska Fisheries Science Center. It's worth remembering that tribes have been stewarding Alaska's lands and water for millennia and will continue to do so to the best of their abilities into the future, regardless of the vagaries and transience of federal funding, priorities, and activities of managing entities. With their ever-evolving bodies of knowledge employing trillions of data points with a deep historical track record of applied stewardship and sustainability. The interweaving of traditional and indigenous knowledges should not be seen as a last resort or a minimum checkbox, but rather a prerequisite under any condition. So all of this to say, Alaska Fisheries Science Center needs to be and should be co-producing its entire research program and the activities within it from cradle to grave, including planning, priority setting, designing research, conducting research, communicating results, next steps, and implications of all research. It needs to engage tribes in a way which respects tribal sovereignty and the trust responsibility and allows for research co-production as well as the full and meaningful expression of the mandate regarding tribal consultation as it pertains to research. And that's all we have. Thank you for the opportunity to comment.
Thank you, Brandon, Lauren. Okay, that's the only oral comment we have. We have one written comment, I know, so SSC members can go look at that. So the plan here is to break for lunch about till 1:20, and then we'll come back and finish this discussion and then move on to the modernization. I note there might be some commonalities between modernization and this discussion. So, you know, we can have some of the modernization in this discussion. We just make sure that maybe we look back when we have the modernization report and highlight those. Thank you. Any other questions? Great.
Dan, do you want to test out your mic? This is Danielle.
Hey Danielle, this is Chris. Can you hear me?
Chris, I can hear you loud and clear.
Great.
Can you hear me? This is Stan.
Yes, I can hear you, Stan.
Okay, great. So can I try to see how to share my screen?
Yeah, on the middle bottom portion of Zoom, it says share.
Okay.
And then from there, you can put your presentation in presenter mode. Do you know how to present your slides from PowerPoint?
Oh, I'm not going to do it from PowerPoint. I'm doing it from Google Slides.
Oh, okay. So just present them from Google Slides then. Same way.
Yeah, let me see. So if I click on that, sure. Okay. Can you see my slides now?
Yeah, try to advance your slide. Perfect. I see it.
Okay, great.
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, the only thing is we do see your taskbar on the bottom. I don't know if that matters to you, but
the taskbar. Oh.
Yeah. It's if you right click on your taskbar, you might be able to hide it. But other than that, I mean, it's not a big deal.
Can I try one more time, maybe?
Yeah.
Let's see. Because instead of entire screen, I can do maybe window and share the window. How about now?
Perfect. Yeah, I don't see the taskbar now.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Yeah.
I'm going to give it a shot too if you stop sharing there, Stan, just to make sure. Ooh, it's not showing it. Is that just giving you a blue screen?
Yes.
Let me try again.
So when you click share, you get to choose what you want to share. So just
There we go. That's what I got to do.
there you go.
All right. And you want to try advancing it. Does that work advancing?
Perfect. Yep.
Okay. Awesome. Thank you.
Yeah, just make sure to be loud and clear during your presentation because it sounds like you are a little further back.
Yeah, I got my mic. I'll move it up. How's that?
Yeah, go ahead and try to talk.
How's that? Test.
Perfect. Sounds loud and clear.
Great. All right. Thank you. We'll
Yeah, you're
stand
welcome.
by.
Perfect. Thank you.
Yep.
Danielle, are you still there?
Yes, I hear you.
So I will be moving, running the slides, but we'll have different speakers throughout my talk, and you know who they are, and they will be able to speak. Yes.
Yeah, we have a list of presenters. Let me pull that up really quick just to verify with you, okay?
Okay.
Yeah, forgot all about it. The mic's on, Stan's right there.
Oh, okay,
So
good.
he was just verifying the presenters. Everything should be up to date.
Yep, everybody should be on there, and you're gonna run it, right, Stan? You're
Yes,
gonna move slides for everybody? Yep,
Yeah,
everybody should be
I'll run the
promoted.
slides for everybody.
Cool, yeah, everyone should be promoted.
Yeah, once everyone returns, I'll make sure to send those and make sure that everyone has
Awesome.
privileges.
And Stan's gonna go first. They're gonna do discussion first, but Stan will go first, and then Chris will go second.
Great.
Awesome, thanks.
Great. All right,
Sounds good.
Stan.
Thank you.
Yeah, sure thing.
Okay, hope everybody had a good lunch. Nice and sunny down here and warm, feels like springtime. You know. Before we begin discussion, I just wanted to note in the chat on the record that it looks like Diana Stram made a correction in the spreadsheets following up on the GOA northern rockfish and the elevated population dynamics and BSAI rockfish show assessment related and population dynamic concerns. So I just wanted to put that on the record.
Yeah, Jason, just to
Diana, that covers it. I don't know if you're online or not, but
yep, I am. I just wanted to, if you can hear me, just to follow up. Yep. I followed up on the other three also, and somehow the ones for EBS cod got deleted. So I have it all filled out. If you want, I can circulate it back to the SSC or post a revised one. It sort of depends on what happens with that spreadsheet going forward.
Okay. Well, it seems like we probably want to post the revised one, right?
Sure,
So
I'll get
correct.
that.
Okay. Sounds good. Okay, so continuing on with before the AFSC report and survey prioritization discussion, we have leads Dr. Cunningham, Caldebellata, and I really hope I'm pronouncing that right. Please correct me if not. Dr. Dorn, Dr. Downs, and Dr. Stewart. So, Curry, you've got lead if you want to lead off the discussion.
Thank you. I'd be happy to. You know, I think our minutes will reflect that we received a very informative presentation with a lot of wonderful background, covering everything from existing kind of division organization at AFSC, the current sort of diversity of fishery resource and ecosystem surveys, including their spatial coverage and frequency, and the current process used by the center for ranking surveys from a prioritization perspective, as well as a lot of the ongoing research that's underway to advance the data collection and processing workflows that support both our stock assessments, ecosystem research, and council actions more generally. I think we can highlight that public comment clearly described the necessity for more direct engagement and consultation between the center and tribes and tribal communities, highlighting specifically that communities and community members represent key sources of information and holders of knowledge that remain consistent throughout the vagaries of federal funding cycles, which I think is an important point. I think it's also incumbent on us as the SSC to acknowledge that the high degree of uncertainty in future federal funding supporting the center and the loss of staff and expertise that has already occurred in 2025 are likely to have really very important and measurable impacts on the information and data products that are produced by the center. You know, from my perspective, when we think about the cost of those staff losses, it's not only operational capacity in the short term, but it's the loss of expertise over the long term that really comes to limit our ability to make informed management decisions in the future. You know, one of the things that was clear from this presentation was the sort of exceptional task that AFSC is charged with in indexing and investigating both fish species and ecosystem processes across 5 large marine ecosystems. And within that is the discussion of survey prioritization. There was a pretty extensive discussion in our questions about the criteria used by the center to rank the priority of individual surveys. And Dr. Foy acknowledged that, you know, the decision process on how that extensive ranking list was put into place and is updated over time, presumably, is inherently complex and balances many factors. And some of those include the life history, or excuse me, the history of the individual surveys, Importantly, the role in informing both stock assessments and council actions. Dr. Stram did a great job of highlighting how survey indices and information also go in to inform either spatial management measures, PSC limits, other actions taken by the council beyond just data inputs to surveys. Some of the other I guess criteria used for survey prioritization included congressional mandates and specific council requests, the space covered and diversity of species indexed, and the relative biomass and value of specific species targeted by surveys. I do want to open it up after I'm done to hear from colleagues on the SSC about additional criteria that we might recommend towards the center that the center might use in terms of their prioritization process moving forward. Among the several other projects and research initiatives that were highlighted in this presentation, one of those that's particularly important, I think, from our perspective as the SSC, are the ongoing efforts to maximize efficiency in the critical aging process. So thinking about the near infrared spectroscopy work that's underway. I think it's positive to hear that at least I haven't had a chance to read the CIE review reports, but it sounds like there was a positive report on that and suggest possibly some suggestions for minor changes. But generally, this is seen by a range of experts as a viable pathway moving forward. I think at the same time, we need to highlight as the SSC that it's critical that the center prioritizes maintaining expertise in traditional aging methods as well to conduct sort of validation aging, even as the FT-NIRS approach moves forward for select species into an operational context. I have some specific comments. One of those was in regard to Dr. Stram's very helpful presentation and what was presented at one point, which was the ratio of catch to TAC and catch to ABC across species within regions. I realize that this information is within the species-specific sections within the safe introductory chapters for the Bering Sea and the Gulf of Alaska. But it was nice to see that aggregated all in one place. And I think we might recommend that to the extent practicable, that be included as an additional figure moving forward and going back in time as far as possible. I think it's really valuable as a general description of the species for which, when we start thinking about survey prioritization and just concern in general, the species for which realized catch is well below at least thresholds that we might be concerned with. I guess I'm happy to turn it over to others if they have specific recommendations, ideas, or thoughts that we want to include.
Okay. Next on the list is Dr. Caltabellata. Fabio.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, you are correct in your pronunciation. It's Caltabellata. So, first, I want to thank you, Dr. Foy and Dr. Strand, for the presentation. A lot of information was provided and was very helpful for me, mainly. And some questions that I had were answered for that. Thanks, Dr. Cunningham, for your thorough review. I don't have specific comments, but I have some things here, as one of my major concerns was regarding the Aleutian Island Bottom Troll survey not happening, or in terms because of the funding. But however, according to my understanding, it's a top priority and also considered as mandate. And I think that there are a lot of to be considered here. And according to some questions that Dr. Foy presented, some trade-offs between remote data versus biological data, it's very important, as well as some ecosystem components and oceanographic conditions that should be considered. And the uncertainty on those should also be taken into consideration for prioritization. I also want to touch on the modernization aspects that Dr. Foy presented. for stock assessments, and one is about the next generation stock assessment software. And it's a kind of question, but a question for us, and for the council, and what we could expect short and long term in terms of the changes in the survey and data collection, if that is taking consideration for those kind of tools. It's very important to take that in consideration. And other than that, I don't have anything else to add. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks. Just a clarification because my internet bounced out there at the beginning. I heard the AI bottom trawl survey being a priority. Is that correct? Maybe you could just repeat that part of it.
Sorry, Mr. Chairman. Yes. So according to Dr. Foy, and my understanding is all the bottom trawl survey, they are top priority. So at least should be, because that's the only one besides the long line survey. If that doesn't happen, so there is no survey for Aleutian Island. Yeah, so that's what I said, like, it's a top priority according to Dr. Foy. And Dr. Foy, you can correct me if I'm wrong. Thank you.
Okay, thanks for the clarification. Martin Dorn's next on the list.
Okay, thanks. Yeah, I was supportive of Curry's and Fabio's comments. At some point, I think it'd be good for the SSC to indicate their support for the FSC staff in terms of their professionalism and their sort of dedication to the scientific mission of supporting fisheries management in the North Pacific. I have just maybe a different way to think about prioritization, and maybe it'll be useful and maybe not, but at some point, I think it would be good to sort of identify a set of core surveys, which is surveys that we're not gonna drop. We might modify them or reduce their frequency, but they will, the center should commit to a core set of surveys to support the assessment activities in the North Pacific. And I think I was just trying to get back to Bob's slide, but I think my candidate for a core set I would agree with the overall ranking, but I would probably go down to the longline survey and stop there as the core set that are essential for fisheries management. And I think sort of the dialogue or the consideration, I think even those might be sort of challenged in the coming years. And the way I would think about that is not so much an either or question, but rather thinking about ways to either change survey frequency, change station density, and potentially change the survey footprint, in the sense that you might want to survey a certain area consistently, but have a broader area that's surveyed less frequency. And I think that it makes the question a lot more complicated in terms of prioritization, because there's a lot more variables there. But it seems like we should be sort of tweaking those as needed in the future in order to sort of still meet the core objectives without sort of compromising or maybe dealing with some erosion of precision, but still being able to meet the basic requirements. And to be able to do that, I think there's a real need for a sort of somewhat standardized management strategy evaluation tool. And I know that there's work underway to develop such a tool, and it would be used to sort of identify those sort of core trade-offs between, say, survey frequency and station density to see where you get where you make where the set what's the combination of those to get the greatest sort of benefit from the whole set of surveys moving forward. And it seems like we don't really have an intuitive sense of, like, for example, just a fundamental question is it better to do the Bering Sea survey with 2 boats every other year, or do a thinned out survey with 1 boat every year? I mean, that's a really fundamental question, and we don't really have a sense of how that would play out. And I think the type of management strategy evaluation that I'm envisioning would allow us to address those kinds of issues. I think this sort of ties also into the survey modernization theme that we'll get to, because in the current design of the Eastern Bering Sea survey, because it's a systematic survey, it's not as amenable to thinning station density as it would be if it were sort of a stratified random survey. So there's definite benefits to thinking about survey design with the idea that you build in the flexibility to make adjustments as resources go down or go up. I think those are my major points. Thanks.
Thanks, Martin. Dr. Downs.
Yeah, thanks. I don't disagree with anything that's been said so far. I guess I want to speak to maybe 3 things that are all related. First is to underline what Curry said about the importance of the co-production of data with TK, LK, and subsistence information and the holders thereof. And that's independent of any other consideration. It's just something that needs to be done, that we've recognized for a while, and that it happens to coincide with a potential drop-off in production of other sources of information is kind of fortuitous in terms of highlighting the value of those data, but they're valuable under any circumstance. So I just wanted to underline that. The second is something we just talked about in the questioning, the questions and answers during the presentation. And that is thinking about broadening the base of data that are applied to our analytic processes in terms of integrating, to the extent feasible, fishery-dependent data, socioeconomic data, and LK, TK data as different ways of looking at and supplementing other means of data collection and data analyses. And then the third thing is, and again, we talked about this in the questions and answers, but the application of science center tools, products, analytic approaches, data to council decision informing analyses that may have been used for other things in the past, but would also help in this process as well, such as the multi-regional assessment and potentially the inventory of physical and human capital and a couple of other things that Bob had mentioned, that I think there's some real opportunities to use products and information that's potentially been developed for other primary uses, but are applicable to these uses as well. And I think I'll stop there.
Thanks, Mike. Dr. Stewart.
Thanks. I largely agree with what's been said already. I have just a few points to add, and maybe one point that I might diverge a little bit from what we've heard already. I guess I'd start by just saying this certainly difficult times and difficult decisions, and we're really faced with looking at strategic consideration of some general approaches here. And so I think to the degree that we can provide the AFSC with some support for some of these difficult choices over the near, medium, and maybe even longer term, hopefully that'll be helpful. One way to think about collection of data sets in a situation like this is to think what we'd be thinking about those data sets 20 years from now. What would this look like in the rearview mirror? And I think we should all admit, even though most of us are analysts, that most analyses are forgotten within 20 years. And really the only thing that lasts is the data itself. So I think we should really highly support this concept that we can never go back and collect basic observational data from past years. We can certainly reanalyze anything we need to in the future, which suggests a high priority on the basic data collection. To that end, as was laid out for us, as difficult as the choice is, I think we should support the prioritization of surveys that generate basic indices of abundance and biological information over perhaps the more broad and comprehensive ecosystem surveys, as was laid out by Dr. Foy. That's the information that feeds most directly into management decisions. We should encourage, I think, and I'm sure they're already doing it, looking for opportunities to piggyback the ecosystem data collection onto the standard survey platforms. And I think this is where Bob was talking about the interplay between modernization and prioritization. And there does seem to be some potential to use those platforms of opportunity collecting the basic data to collect some more enriched data sets as well. One point where I'm going to diverge a little bit from some of our comments is that I think it's the surprises that tend to cause problems in fisheries, not the things that we can easily simulate. We've had two major surprises in the last 10 years. Both fell into gaps in our surveys, and I don't think we would have predicted either one coming. So that suggests to me that relying too heavily on power analyses or simulations it could be a dangerous path and won't ever allow us to predict the unexpected. So while we might use that to develop a strong basis for the approach, I think we need to remain cognizant that it really is the surprises that tend to cause problems. Looking a little further down Bob's list, there was a notion on there about remote or electronic data collection and potential thresholds. I think we should reinforce the idea that remote or electronic data collection is not a good idea if it's the only thing out there. We still need representative biology for stock assessment and fisheries management. And in order to be sufficient, I think that must at least be able to track changes in mean size and mean age. And for species with a highly dynamic populations like pollock, it needs to be able to track important year classes moving through the demographics. So that's not a very specific threshold, but I think it's something to base thresholds on in the future. Finally, thinking through this idea about what if we just dropped down a few tiers, or what if we had surveys, reduced surveys, and we just went to a tier 5 for all the groundfish? I think there's the potential for a double loss there, in that if we were to move to a tier 5, we're actually relying more heavily on the precision and accuracy of the survey indices themselves. And so I think we might caution against that really being a solution in itself. It seems to me we can either have great surveys and maybe rely more heavily on tier 5, or worse surveys and do more modeling, but we can't kind of have both of less precise surveys and less modeling. And to that end, I think a lot of, even though I just finished saying that we forget analyses in the future, as these data sets, if these data sets get smaller and survey effort becomes reduced, we're probably going to need more analysis, not less, at least in the near term until we get used to things. So I'll stop there. Thanks.
Okay, great. Yeah, I'll open this up to other comments. Dr. Muter?
I think Chris was first, maybe. Doesn't matter.
Well, if you're ready to go, let's just go, and then I can.
I'm happy to go. Following up on the more biological types. I yeah, I really appreciate the overview, and as others pointed out, there's a really very complex issue and tough decision in times of funding crises. And my take is maybe a little bit different from what Ian just kind of laid out, but I think we can also find some common ground there. But I mean, my concern, and I'll use the Eastern Bering Sea and Northern Bering Sea sort of as an example. I mean, I think I would kind of highlight the need for sort of quasi-synoptic surveys that cover the full range of as many species as reasonable. And for the Bering Sea, that really means to try to schedule a Northern Bering Sea survey at the same time as the Eastern Bering Sea trawl survey. There's obviously many species currently already, and increasingly so, spread out across much of the shelf from the Aleutians all the way up to the Northern Bering Sea, and should perhaps be surveyed as a unit. And so at least that should be considered as an important aspect of doing these surveys, and I was going to suggest that might be if there have to be substantial reductions in survey effort, having perhaps less frequent but more comprehensive survey. And I think there's been some research, some of the simulations have shown that they might provide more reliable data across the full range of these stocks. But that does, of course, increase the risk of missing a large change. Like Ian pointed out, we've had a couple collapses that were impacted by missing years of a year data. But so perhaps kind of a reduction in frequency could be combined with sort of a lower intensity effort to get annual index data, perhaps in combination with like fishery dependent data or other data sources. And I think of it kind of as a way of having a mooring to get intensive monitoring over time at one location versus having a spatially broad survey every once in a while. Obviously, it's a different time frame here, but I think that should at least be part of the consideration, the importance of having sort of as comprehensive a survey as possible in a given year for monitoring stocks. And then yeah, also similar to what Martin had brought up, a reduced frequency could perhaps be combined with targeted surveys for having those as sort of core surveys, and if needed at a reduced frequency, they could be combined with more targeted surveys for specific stocks during the off years, perhaps. For example, having a sail drone survey of pollock if there were an off year in the bottom trawl survey or something along those lines. So use technology to sort of fill in the gaps and have higher quality, more comprehensive surveys at a reduced frequency if needed. And then my other comment is, and I had asked about that earlier, and that would be in the prioritization to more explicitly consider stocks or species of conservation concern. Of course, those are usually the more vulnerable species with a higher risk of overfishing, and prioritizing surveys specifically to benefit assessment of those stocks seems like a prudent thing to do. And perhaps that could be done in part by relying on the risk tables to identify the stocks of concern over some period of time. And then finally, and I think that came up earlier too, I don't think any of you have commented on that yet, but just I think Martin had brought that up, the use of management strategy evaluation and evaluating survey alternatives. So, rather than just focusing on sort of the power analyses or reducing accuracy and increasing accuracy, reducing and precision, do a MSE perhaps across species on what survey design is most robust in a strategic sense in terms of the implications for assessment and management advice. I think Martin made that point earlier, and that's all I had.
Great, thanks. Kaylin?
Okay. Unless Chris, you feel like your comment is really on point here.
As long as we get there at some point.
Okay. Well, mine is a pretty quick follow on here. One of the things that I was thinking about, Martin, when you were talking about management strategy evaluation and assessing what some of the impact of these different surveys or different frequencies or stations or whatever would be that it might be worth thinking about this in terms of the value of the data for management. And so I think this is where you were going, but I know there's been some nice work. So NASA commissioned some work on the value of satellite data. So thinking through this process of you have the low quality data, you have the high quality data, so different data sets. And then if you had better data, how would your management decisions change? And then what would be the on the ground impacts? And so in this case, this might tie in with some of Bob's points about the economic impacts to communities and things like this. And so even if it was qualitative, having listened to this presentation and not completely understanding all the details of all the stocks, I wonder if a framework like that value of information or value of data wouldn't be helpful here. And I think the management strategy evaluation that Martin is talking about would fit really nicely within that framework. It would just be a way to really formalize that thinking of how would my decisions change and how would the on the ground outcomes change with the low versus high quality data.
Great, thanks. Yeah, so my order of hands keeps shifting. Every time someone puts their new hand up, it moves everybody around. So I apologize if I am taking folks out of order because I don't actually know what the proper order is. So I am definitely, though, going to take Dr. Anderson next.
Okay. It's hard to tell anyway. Yeah, I guess at this point I'm kind of piling on to some of what Kaylin was suggesting and some of the things that Franz and Martin said. Yeah, I think being strategic is the really important word here. And to do that, I think I've got a couple points. One is I think when we're thinking about the outcomes that we want to be managing for, the importance of the impacts on fishing dependent communities and our ability to say something about vulnerability there and metrics of vulnerability is very important. And I think as we define those metrics, that's something that's well undertaken through a co-production process. In terms of thinking about which surveys or how to prioritize surveys, I really like Kaylin's NASA analogy. That is, we should be talking less about whether it provides information on a high value stock and more whether that value is economic or conservation or some other metric we care about, and more on whether or not the information it provides is high value, which suggests that having that information leads to a significantly different management decision than if we didn't have that information. And it might lead to a different management decision because it changed our mind about what was going on fundamentally, or it might just really reduce our management buffers. But often that will point us towards surveys that provide us with a little bit of information on something we don't know very much about, rather than even more information on something we already know a lot about. I agree with, I think Pat and Martin both talked about using management strategy evaluation as a tool to do this. And thinking about those as a way to generate an understanding of what the value of survey information is, and the value of information from differently structured surveys within a sort of conditioned on all the other type of data that we have available and our models of the stock structures. Looking ahead, the future of management is probably going to mean higher frequency change, which is going to be hard to detect even in annual surveys. So I think this means we're going to have a greater dependence on information that occurs with greater frequency than would be able to do with fishery independent surveys, even for the most valuable species. So I think kind of starting that exercise and with that mindset now would be useful. I'll stop there.
Okay, Dr. Sullivan.
Great, thanks. It's been a great discussion. I'm going to pursue this this thought I had earlier with regard to examining variation with different levels of sampling intensity to offer something specific. I was talking with Andre Punt during lunch, and of course, support doing management strategy evaluations. Apparently, he's done a lot of that with regard to surveys in Australia. That's terrific. I kind of view these things as more basic. I could just basically see, for example, some metric, might be a biomass index, let's say, and follow for, let's say, half a dozen or a dozen species across the board as sample intensity changes, and then following, let's say, the CV of that as the sampling intensity changes. So that could be done by spacing out the surveys, or it could be done by doing a switch between biological and digital data, or it could be done in terms of the amount or distribution of the survey samples, right? And then just see how the CV changes as we move from higher intensity to lower intensity types of metrics. Andre challenged me on that in the sense of like, well, it's the change that's really the important thing to look at. And I would argue, and I put this out there as a kind of straw man to see what others think, but typically I found in fisheries that we try to at least have a CV of about 20% or something like that. And so I don't think we would be able to, if we were just following survey trends on some metric, I don't think we would be able to say too much more if it got to be 30 or 40 or 50% or something like that. And so CV of 20 has been about what folks look at. And if we use that and looked across species and saw how some species were dropping out and others were not, depending on the different ones, that could be done very quickly and visually and communicated pretty straightforwardly. And I think that's the kind of thing, not to discount the management strategy evaluation, which is really good for the ABC kinds of questions and control rules that we're looking at. I'm sure it can be useful for surveys too, but looking at the raw data is a kind of helpful way to think about things. And this is what I found to be a useful way to think about it. So just kind of put that out there as a very practical kind of approach to at least examine how the data is coming through. So thanks.
Okay, thanks. Dr. Sidden?
Yeah, thanks. Just a few things. Someone, I think it was Dr. Stewart mentioned it, and I think it's worth a little bit of a reiteration. And I just want to get out there is like, while we're talking about survey prioritization, I'd like to reiterate that I think we all think that these survey data really are the foundation for everything else that goes on within the agency and multiple agencies and the user groups. These surveys and these data collection, the appropriate data collections, clearly really should take precedence over other tasks that happen. There are some details here that I'm thinking about what Dr. Stram put together for all the spreadsheets, and I think it was a useful start. I think from our standpoint and for the agencies, for Bob's standpoint, having something comparable but a little more detailed with it organized by survey, for example, just as simply as just like what happens, what species are in what survey, and what catch metrics are being utilized in those surveys, so you can rank within a survey and across surveys a little bit more easily from that type of thing. I think a metric, a little more time in thinking about a metric of utilization, whether that's catch over TAC or catch over ABC or some conglomerate of those things to really get at what we're interested in, and that's how much a stock is utilized for what it could be utilized for. And there's some idiosyncrasies there based on, whether it's the 2 million metric ton cap that has an influence on it, whether things are just not being caught, whether they're not a directed fishery, those types of things. But I think those can get teased out with some thought. I would reiterate what Dr. Muter said, in that there should be some column of conservation concern that goes into that metric or matrix of prioritization. Just because it gets utilized or doesn't get utilized, if it's a below MMST, then that's a problem. If it's overfished or some proportion of MSST or some other metric that gives us an idea of how much of a conservation concern a given stock would be helpful. Next, I think Dr. Sullivan mentioned an essence of variance of a stock within a given survey stations matters, right? I think this is what we get at. It's like some species are relatively uniformly distributed across a survey and some are highly aggregated, and those matter. I think, and they matter a lot about sample sizes and how much we're going to measure. And then, as mentioned before, a column or some indication of indirect effects, choke species, PSC, how important those things are. If we can have all of those things kind of lined up together and we can move them, I think that would help all of us really think about which surveys are a higher priority than another. And I think that would just be helpful from a visual standpoint to really dig in and try to help Bob or others make decisions, and frankly for Bob to help make decisions on how to go forward. I will disagree a little bit with what Ian said about prioritizing the core assessments over ecosystem data to some extent, and I will put the one example out. I would say for pollock, we have pollock data in the trawl survey and we have acoustic data. I mean, we have more pollock data, and I would suggest potentially that could be some reduction there to improve ecosystem data, which are super important on various things. And something Ian also said, the importance of spurious kind of things that come up all of a sudden, those things tend to come up in ecosystem type surveys where we're monitoring earlier life history phases from recruitment and those types of things. So this is really a stock kind of dependent issue. It's not a one versus the other to some extent. It's where do we have redundancies? Where do we have value, as Dr. Anderson said, of some of those data? And it's not this survey versus this survey necessarily. And that brings me to a potential question for you, Bob, Dr. Foy. And we didn't talk about it, or you didn't mention it, and I was just curious. I know you've done efficiencies within a survey, but I do wonder about things like, do you not count Pollock on the trawl survey except every fifth trawl, or you just get them over the side and focus on something else, and make time within a survey to increase your spatial footprint by not collecting data intensively at every station, those types of things. And how do you improve within station efficiencies to improve a footprint, or to, I think, like Dr. Stewart said, potentially piggyback some other things on those platforms. So those were the handful of things that I thought were worth reiterating or bringing up. Thanks.
Okay, thanks. Dr. Cunningham.
Yeah, a couple of things that have been spurred in my mind over the course of this conversation. And one I think I want to highlight is Franz's kind of analogy to the mooring buoy, I think struck a chord with me, thinking about if we want to describe changes across time, the spatial complexity of what's happening in something like sea surface temperature across the entire Bering Sea is less important than having a long-term period of reference at a single location. If I want to tell someone, is it a warm year, is it a cold year, so on and so forth. So thinking about consistency in those contexts and what we're willing to trade off in terms of potentially spatial resolution in the context of that example, which might extend to density of samples in terms of groundfish sampling. The other thing I wanted to highlight is, or that I think the SSC should highlight, is in addition to considering survey prioritization, that fundamentally from a kind of stock assessment 101 perspective, we need accurate information on catch and biological samples from catch, which comes down to ensuring there's adequate support for the fisheries monitoring and analysis program. So support for onboard observers to ensure the safety of onboard observers and those data collection systems, because all of our assessments start from that point. By extension, that also impacts indexing of PSC species that are a large concern within the sort of council consideration at this point from the perspective of chum salmon, crab, Chinook salmon, so forth. So hopefully we can highlight the importance of support for baseline catch monitoring as well.
Again, Dr. Dressel.
Thanks. My comments have been hit by a number of different people, but this may be a way to bring them together. I feel like we should acknowledge sort of upfront that the presentation that we got was beyond surveys. And so this topic really has become more than just survey prioritization. Not sure exactly what we call it, but we can say, I don't know, program prioritization or something like that. At least acknowledge up front that we're doing, that we're considering a bit more of that. And I would also say that this is new in that the way in 2018 when we did survey prioritization, we actually did not compare the biomass surveys and ecosystem. We took ecosystem out of there. We took other research out of there and simplified it down to just the core surveys. And I think this time we're adding it all back in and kind of looking across surveys and research and things like that. So I think those are two things that are helpful to recognize up front. Given that trying to think of how to do this in a way that's sort of useful overall for the agency and the council. And that is, I think there were a lot of things that Bob presented which have sort of ingenious new methods. And I think that we should acknowledge that those are valuable and that they can lead us to new ways of doing things and can save money. But to go back to something that Ian and Chris Sidden both said is that I think we can highlight that, especially like we say in our research priorities, where surveys are the highest priority for data collection. I think that that's worth saying. However, if you look at our critical ongoing monitoring, we have a lot of things in there beyond just a couple of surveys. And so I think we'd also need to acknowledge that among those, we're going to need to be strategic, which is what Bob was sort of asking. I like Kaylin's idea of Kaylin and then Chris also, of how to look at value of the information value that we get out of things. Because I think that using that method, I think you will likely end up with possibly the top 5 surveys that Martin highlighted at the beginning. As far as information or value, I think that we would also end up with the catch and monitoring system that Curry just mentioned. I was going to say that in terms of biological samples, but essentially we're saying the same thing. I think that the ASL is going to be part of this, and I wouldn't be surprised if you do some sort of analysis looking at what's the value as far as different decision making. We may end up saying that it's most important to collect ASL samples for tier 1 stocks, tier 3 stocks, because those go directly into the ASA models. It will keep them in those tiers. And sadly, it may not mean that collecting ASL data for tier 4, 5, 6 stocks is as important, because the decisions that we make based on those, if the age composition, or if the age of the species age range that we find is going down, we just know we're in trouble, but it's not really helping us make a different decision. And so we may end up with collecting ASL data as the highest priority for tier 1 stocks, tier 3 stocks, and stocks that have a conservation concern or something like that. But I'm not suggesting those as we put it in our minutes that you have to do that, but instead that using this value approach, if I have it right, that Kaylin and Chris talked about, those things may fall out, and those are the things that would be worth looking at, and they could save some time and effort if we have to. The last thing that I wanted to say is that I struggled trying to figure out sort of how to do, if you were going to prioritize both surveys and analyses, I was trying to think of what are the things you should look at. So I was able to combine the survey tables. So for those that had those that had, I'm missing a word, the primary surveys, the secondary surveys, I was able to combine those, and it falls out that there are, if my summary is correct, that there are 10 species that use both the EBS and the AI survey. There's 10 species that use the Gulf of Alaska only survey. There's only 3 species that use the Aleutian Islands survey only. There are 5 that happen to use AI and longline survey. So, but you may be able to look at this by number of species, value of the commercial fisheries, impact or importance for communities, conservation of species, choke species. And so I'm not picking on those, but that's a range of ways to look at this. And I think that the council also will be an important voice in this process if the council has priority for certain species or ways to look at this. So instead of putting this on the line, I was just going to suggest that there may be a variety of ways to looking at that. And then if you look at it in different ways, you may get common themes. Thanks.
Okay, thanks, Curry.
Yeah, I just wanted to highlight in our discussions here as we talk about sort of simulation analyses related to survey effort, we'd be remiss if we didn't highlight all the really wonderful work that's been going on at the center and really over the past 3 to 5 years to ask these questions. Lucas DiFilippo had a paper in about 2023, 2024, looking at the impacts of dropping the corner stations. Paul von Slade looked at sort of the impact of reduced sampling intensity in the Gulf of Alaska. A lot of this really exceptional work, both looking at the impacts of changes in either survey design, sampling intensity, less, I think, frequency, on both the precision and the uncertainty in our indices of abundance have been ongoing for a while now. And I think we want to highlight the value of that information and our support for it moving forward, while acknowledging, as Bob said, that we may be in a time now where rapid changes in funding necessitate kind of real-time tactical decisions on which surveys move forward and which types of data are collected that preclude the 2 to 3 a year timeline for analysis.
Okay, this is probably the last comment given our time, but others feel strongly. Dr. Sorian.
Yeah, thanks, Jason. I guess I just wanted to follow up on something I'm still struggling with. I mean, the first thing that comes to mind is the loss of a survey is how many stock assessments a given survey benefits. It seems like it's a high priority. And then along with all the other things that are mentioned, volatility and abundance of a given species, whether the catch is relative to where it is relative to ABC or TAC. But I'm also, and I don't think as we go through this process, I'm not sure it would change any of the ranking that we currently see. And I really appreciate Bob showing us this overall ranking. But I am struggling a bit with this, with the reference to value, because I don't know how you define value for different people. And a good example of that is, as Ian mentioned, it makes perfect sense that if the information is going into a stock assessments, which we're mandated to do, then that's extremely high value. But if you want to understand why changes have occurred, then the ecosystem data are extremely high value, from the environmental data and also the younger life stages, age classes. So in those situations, somebody, say, for example, from an industry or harvest perspective, they might value the additional information beyond the stock assessment that helps identify the causes of the change and to understand whether it is fishing related or not. So yeah, I just wanted to point that out, that I'm just struggling with the value side of what we're discussing.
Okay, yeah, I certainly agree with that. And I see we have a couple more comments, but we do need to wrap this up. I guess maybe our minutes certainly could highlight that sort of overarching question about the value. And we've had discussion already about the trade-offs among sort of thinking just about the indices as a priority, but then how you might adjust those indices such that you maybe still are able to leverage some of the ecosystem information on the platforms that are collecting the information for the indices, but then also thinking about it in terms of frequency, maintaining the time series, as well as like a footprint, and then how that might be augmented with other technology or other surveys in the gap. So I feel like there's there's definitely this overarching question on that value issue that I'm not sure we have the information in front of us necessarily to provide a definitive answer on that. And I saw a bunch of hands go down, so okay, well, if folks are okay with moving, oh, there's one last, okay.
Well,
Okay,
I did wonder if I could just clarify it, because I had said value, and I think it's just pushing maybe us, or querying whether it wouldn't help to think about some of the endpoints. So I think I'm listening to this discussion, looking at Bob's slides, and it seems like different people have different ideas about what would be useful information, but then just pushing one step further, would it impact a management decision? Is it something that people are looking toward to make decisions about their own fishing effort or allocation? So I think there's and one of the reasons I raised my hand is I do think in the social sciences, there's a lot of work that's been done to actually think systematically about value and different types of value. So maybe we could add a little bit along those lines that I think picks up a lot of what people have said, but treats it as something that is researched, and that that there is some structure that I think we could draw off of there.
Okay. Very high level summary on this. I don't think I'm going to be able to hit every exact detail, so I will certainly be looking for the leads on this discussion. But I think certainly we need to highlight in the minutes, obviously a great presentation. Appreciate all the information that Bob and Diana presented. We saw more in terms of research and surveys, as well as the ecosystem side that we haven't seen in the past. So I think the minutes should certainly note that. Some themes we had was we need to make sure, and we heard this in public testimony, that community members represent key sources of information and holders of knowledge. That we need to continue to work to incorporate that information. The loss of funding and staff as well is likely to have important impacts, particularly in terms of the loss of expertise over the long term, if that should happen at NIMS, as well as other survey support. Let's see here. We had some discussion about importance of maximizing efficiency on the aging process. So near infrared spectroscopy is a viable pathway moving forward, but also note that it's critical that AFSC prioritizes maintaining expertise in the traditional aging methods. We had some discussion about the AI bottom trawl survey being a priority, as well as moving forward with the next generation stock assessment, and thinking about survey priorities more broadly in terms of the context of a MSE. And so citing, like identifying basically like a core set of surveys might be one way, and then modifying them or reducing their frequency through that MSE process, and basically creating some kind of MSC tool that can be used to identify these trade-offs between the changes in the survey frequency and station densities. Like, for example, what combination gives us the greatest benefits? For example, this isn't necessarily the one we look at, but an example would be 2 boats every other year on a thinned out survey versus 1 boat every year. So sort of thinking about that footprint versus the sampling intensity within that footprint. And then also maintaining time series and thinking about how gaps in that time series might be able to be filled with information from other types of surveys like sail drones, things that might maybe be less cost intensive. highlighting the co-production of data with TKLK information, and just highlight the importance of that data, and broadening the base of data in terms of integrating that fishery-dependent socioeconomic and LKTK data. We had a comment about just thinking about how to merge platforms that are collecting indices with ecosystem needs. Perhaps there's some efficiency gains that can be done that way. Definitely highlight that these data sets are all very important. The ecosystem survey, as well as the indices, provide the basis for our stock assessments as well as our management decisions. So we need to make sure that we highlight that losing any data is potentially going to create gaps in our understanding, and that can trickle down into concerns on the fishery. Reinforce in the minutes that remote data collection doesn't necessarily provide biological information that we need. So we need to make sure that we balance that with the collection of biological information and tracking of population changes through time. This is particularly important for the tier 3 and up groundfish assessments, for example, or other surveys that rely on that biological information to track population trends through time in the modeling efforts. One concern, EBS versus MBS, is the need for a quasi-synoptic survey to cover a full range of species. So think about scheduling the MBS at the same time as EBS, whether that should be surveyed as a unit. And actually, it should be probably be surveyed as a unit, but think about how best to do that. For example, maybe less frequency, but more comprehensive surveying. Just noting that, with the less frequency, you have a higher chance of missing an important change in the ecosystem or the stock indices. So you open up an example, using the NASA example for the work of value, investigating that methodology and see maybe if that can be brought into the broader MSC considerations for surveys. Creating a better sort of, we had a lot of discussion about creating a better sort of process tool on the survey prioritization. So for example, having detailed information such that a ranking can occur within and across surveys. So providing metrics of utilization, like was provided in the spreadsheets that Diana provided, level of conservation concerns, such as a metric relative to MSST, risk table, perhaps other appropriate metrics, variance of the stock within the survey station design. So whether the stock is more aggregated or more uniform, and how that might translate into different sampling intensity needs. I would assume that would also occur through time. Potential choke species and the impact that changes in the survey might have on those. And then we had a discussion there at the end about sort of values and how that might impact management decisions, and just the importance of maybe leveraging some of the social science work to treat those value questions more as and leveraging information that evaluation. Major that I missed, please raise your hand. Thank you. So we're running behind, but I want to give people a bit of a break here before we start the next session. So I guess we'll go 10 minutes. So we'll come back at 3:20 or 2:39. Okay. Dr. you have folks teed up for presentations, or how you want to work this?
Hey, Jason, this is Diana. So we are going to start with the bottom trial, and Stan is going to be starting that one. There's others that will be chiming in. They should all be promoted at this point, and I think that Stan's going to keep running the PowerPoint, and the others will present their aspects as they get to their sections, and then we'll do the long line after the bottom trial one is over.
Okay, sounds good. Maybe just as a quick reminder, who I have on leads on this is Chris Sidden, Franz Muter, Rob Sorian, Pat Sullivan, and Sherry Dressel. So I think we can start whenever folks are ready.
Yes, I'm ready. So this is Stan Kotwicki. I am a manager of Groundfish Assessment Program in Alaska Fishery Science Center. I manage a group bottom troll survey group. So we are conducting, our program is conducting all groundfish and shellfish surveys, bottom troll surveys in Alaska that includes Bering Sea, Aleutian Islands, and Gulf of Alaska. And today I will be talking about, let me share my screen. I will be talking about, can you see my screen?
Yep, looks good.
Okay, great. About this large project that we realized we need to, a few years back, we really realized that we need to do this project and modernize our fisheries independent groundfish and shellfish bottom troll surveys in Alaska. There's the names that you see here, they are project leads. There are multiple projects that are involved with survey modernization. And there are also names of the Eastern Bering Sea Modernization Steering Committee that you can see on the slide. We would like to get the feedback from SSC on following topics. Of course, we welcome any other feedback too, but these are the issues that we are thinking about, and we would appreciate feedback on that. So the spatial extent of Eastern Bering Sea future Eastern Bering Sea survey, for example, desirable depth extent on the slope. And then I will get to the details on that. But first, I will present the topics of the feedbacks that we're looking. Then we'll go to the presentation, and then as we go through the presentation, each speaker will have a slide with questions, and it will be best to provide feedback during each of the speakers' parts. And then another question that we have is desired precision of survey data products, and that should include index and age comps. And we already actually got some idea that CVs of 20% and that would be desirable for the future surveys. Comments on future Eastern Bering Sea survey design with respect to statistical design, stratification, and effort allocation. Advice on how to deal with misalignment between optimal stratification and multiple management areas in the Eastern Bering Sea. And especially our big concern is that we have different management areas for crab species versus fish species, and it's really hard to do the optimal stratification while also making sure that our strata align with all those management areas. Also, we would like to get some feedback on multi-species optimization and future use of that technique and species prioritization within the survey, and time and plan for phased implementation for the switch from 30-minute tows to 15-minute tows. and approach to inter-survey calibration and transition from old to the new survey. So I'm not looking for feedback now, but I just wanted to give you a heads up of what kind of feedback we are looking for. So where is the value of survey coming from? And you all know that, and we all know that survey is really survey data, and the information that we get from the survey is really valuable. But the main thing for the assessment and management is that the value comes from continuity and consistency of information. Because if we don't have this continuity, then we don't know if the changes are because we changed the methods of sampling or we change the design, or if the change is really coming from true change in species biomass or changes in the ecosystem. So because this continuity and consistency is so important, the major survey programs for years concentrated, and still do, on assuring consistency by enhancing standardization. So doing the same thing over and over. And the idea was that once we standardize the survey enough, we had achieved the gold standard, and no other changes are necessary. Right now, we know that standardization is still important, but change is unavoidable. We need to make changes to our surveys, and I will get into details a little bit later. But the goal of this work on the survey modernization into the near future is for us to minimize disruption to the time series while implementing a change. And what are the drivers of change for Alaska survey? And actually, these drivers are also for many different surveys around the world. But there are new survey technologies, the survey gear and methods are becoming obsolete. The ecosystem change is happening, and stocks are expanding into the new areas. There are new statistical methods, and the artificial intelligence is being developed, and we need to look into the future of how to use those methods. There's also cost and increased number of survey objectives. We need to support subsistence and local subsistence fisheries and local communities. And we also realize that we need to start combining different sampling methods and data types to obtain the survey data products. So, but when we were thinking about survey modernization, we really needed to think about, how the future how the future surveys would look, what we will be doing in the future of surveys. So we took this trip to future of surveys, and we found out that future surveys will be platform agnostic, multi-platform, and multi-method. They will be using advanced tech such as acoustics, cameras, and eDNA. They will be responsive to stakeholder needs. Will be collecting more data. Will be moving from design-based to model-based estimation. And survey designs will be more efficient and more appropriate to models. We'll be also using AI and for data analysis and produce data products. We also be using less lethal and less destructive survey or sampling methods, but we'll still need to catch fish, and that would include the bottom trawling. And how we came up, of course, we didn't have a time machine to go to the future of surveys. And where we got those ideas from, it was from working together with our national and international collaborators, a number of forums and workshops and conferences. And I list only a few of them, to which the most important in our work was the workshops on unavoidable survey effort reductions. The first workshop happened in Seattle in 2020. The second was in Ireland in 2022. And we are planning the third one in October 2025. Of course, there is lots of uncertainty about this workshop, but the workshop was accepted by ICES, and we're making plans, but we are still not sure if we'll be able to go as a US or NOAA delegation there. But I would also encourage you to advertise the workshop anywhere, because we'll be talking in this workshop, in the workshop number 3, we'll be talking about how to implement changes to surveys and minimize the disruption to the assessments and management at the same time. So I have this slide of pathways for modernizing surveys, and these are general pathways. But I need to say that we are actually using all those pathways in the Alaska Center to prepare for the survey modernization. So we are educating more students, and maybe actually I know some of you heard about a class at the UW at SAFS. There is survey class. The next time this class will be offered, it will be in 2026. We are also gathering public and decision makers support. We advertised number of workshops where people were attending, and we were talking about different survey designs, survey gear, and so on. We are also conducting different types of research to prepare for survey modernization. So we are developing new designs for modern surveys, and you will hear details later on. We're planning studies of how to deal with change in surveys. We're evaluating survey methods and designs. We're working on figuring out the methods to incorporate new technologies into the surveys. And here, what I want to say about the new technologies, what we are thinking about is some of the technologies that exist, like acoustics or the cameras or eDNA, provide some types of data that we are currently collect with the bottom trolls. And they don't provide everything, but there is possibility by combining the new technology data or advanced technology data with the bottom troll data, and through the combining of the data, we may be able to reduce actually number of the bottom trolls that we need to conduct to provide the same quality of survey data products in the future. So we are working on combining multiple survey platforms and technologies. We are also working on the quality assurance for the survey data products, variance estimation, and variance propagation. We are thinking about working on prioritizing objectives. It is really necessary, especially in the multi-species flexible surveys that we are planning. We are working on testing new surveys or new survey designs and coming up with the methods for testing in the field and through the simulations. We're working on improvements for data products models by using covariates or other auxiliary information. We're working on studies to estimate variation and catchability. And also we take it very seriously, future transition from destructive or lethal survey methods. So now more concrete about what we are doing in Alaska. And this is just to remind you of all the surveys that we are working on, or we are doing in Alaska fishery, or all the bottom troll surveys that we are doing in Alaska. Here is the example of our approach for modernization that we started with the Gulf of Alaska. The rest of my talk will be just about the Bering Sea, but I wanted to show you this example to illustrate to you where we are going. So in 2025, we are starting a new Gulf of Alaska survey, or re-stratified Gulf of Alaska survey. It is still going to have similar design, so it'll be stratified random. So both of those designs are unbiased. So we assume that we are not affecting continuity of the survey. But we made some changes. So in the old survey, we have 59 stratums. Now we will have 30. That would allow us to increase number of stations per stratum. In the old survey, very often we had only, especially after recent reductions in survey error, we had only 2 or sometimes even only 1 station within the stratum. Of course, if we have only 1 station, you know, the variance is infinite. And but we were assuming it was 0. And when we have 2 or 3 stations, the variance estimates are highly uncertain. And it is important for us not only to have high precision of the index, but also high precision of the variance estimate is really important because it is used in the assessments as weight to weigh data points. Also, the boundaries of the old survey by depth were pretty much figured out. They were arbitrary. They were chosen by people who didn't have much idea about what was there. Now we can use the historical data to optimize the boundaries. So that's what we did. The old survey had the strata delineated using the old NPFC areas. Now we align the stratas to the NIMS management areas. That would help us with the biases that could have occurred in the old design. And then for the effort allocation in the old survey, we use the Neumann allocation. In the new survey, we'll use the Bethel algorithm allocation, which is a multi-species algorithm, and where we can target the minimum. We can target the CV. And it works on minimizing the CV or maximizing the precision. So the
Dr. Mickey, sorry to interrupt. We got a question from Dr. Dorn. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks. Stan, can you just go, I mean, can you talk a bit about the optimization criteria here, just so I understand it better? You're working across multiple species, and it looks like the optimization goes within a NIMS area. How is this conditional on a number of stations? So is that the way to think about it? That and maybe you could just sort of fill in how you optimize across species in terms of what the criteria are.
Yeah, absolutely. So it is or we can condition of number of species. There's a little bit we need to work around it. So we need to target the CV, and then we'll get, you know, from the algorithm we'll get how many stations we need to use, or how extensive the effort should be. But we can turn it around and we can condition it on the effort. And so multi-species algorithm, we can target the desired CV, let's say 20%. Of course, it won't be possible with the given effort. It won't be possible to achieve the 20% for all the species that we target. The algorithm could tell us, you know, how many stations we need to do to, let's say, if we have a 15 species within the multi-species complex, but it will be thousands and thousands of stations for all of them, and that will be impossible. So when we target the CV of 20%, we can actually assign the certain species for this target, and the algorithm would prioritize those species. And then we'll see what what other species are, the other species above or below this target, and that would allow us in the future, and this is about going to the flexibility. they would allow us in the future to say, to work on the trade-offs actually, and Louis will show actually the table with the trade-offs. But anyway, we'll be able to say, okay, we don't need that precise data on POLOG, but we need really much better data or more precise data on POP, and then we'll use this multi-species algorithm, the Bethel algorithm, to maximize the precision for POP. And then POLOG probably will be really good. Actually, in our simulations that we did in the Gulf of Alaska, we found out that there's number of species that are all pretty much almost always within the target, and we could reduce the effort for POLOG, for arrowtooth, for number of species by half, and we'll be still within 20%. But for other species, of course, the CVs will be much higher. So this algorithm is just looking at the trade-off between the species in form of the precision.
Okay, just thanks. To follow up, that sort of implies that there'll be a different target for each species. And
no,
that's
there,
sort of,
yeah,
that's
there,
sort of, yeah.
There will be one. Now I can't remember. Louis would be better person to answer this question. I can't remember if you can assign different targets. I suspect you could, but I just don't remember. I don't know, Louis. Can you unmute yourself and?
Yeah, you can do it either way. You could have a single CV target across all species, or you can do it, you can sort of iteratively decrease the CVs proportionally across species so that you're trying to proportionally decrease CV in the same way across species. Or you could say, hey, we do want to prioritize one species or the other, and then you would specify a lower CV constraint on that species relative to others.
Okay, I think I get it now. Thanks.
Okay, so that would allow us, the Gulf of Alaska survey will be more flexible because given the stock assessment or management needs, we'll be able to target different species. And now, from now on, we'll be just talking about the Bering Sea. But I just wanted to give you this example because we'll be trying to do something similar in the Bering Sea, and for sure we need to adapt the surveys in the Bering Sea to the new reality. As you know, in the Bering Sea we have 3 surveys: Slope, Eastern Bering Sea Shelf, and the Northern Bering Sea. They've been conducted in the past as separate surveys, and actually few of the SSC members already mentioned that it would be good to have one survey that is done in one swath, and that's our plan in the future. We also want to increase survey efficiency and optimize the effort allocation in a similar way that I explained that we are doing in the Gulf of Alaska. And to increase survey efficiency, with the systematic survey is not very efficient, and this is because the effort is distributed evenly across the space, regardless of how variable distribution is or densities are in different areas. So we don't need the same sampling density across the entire space. And to make the survey more flexible, we should consider other designs, but the work is undergoing, and you'll hear more from Louis about it. So we want to design flexible survey that would be responsive to assessment data needs, but also ready for incremental adaptation of the new technology. And I already mentioned it, that it will be possible in the future with new technologies to start replacing some bottom troll stations with the data collected by some other technology. we also need to redesign the gear and change our sampling methods, and you'll hear more details about that. And this is because our gear is becoming obsolete, and that includes door floats, the meshes that we are using, bridles. We need to also improve fishing methods. We need to move to use the auto troll, which is assuring more consistency in the troll performance. And we want to decrease the towing time from 30 to 15 minutes to reduce catch volume and to reduce the need for subsampling of catches.
Dr. Kotwicki, I got a question.
Yeah.
So the old method had a Nyman allocation component in it, which had a cost function, presumably. Is there a cost mechanism in this other than, because right now it sounds like the optimization is just based on the coefficient of variation. Is there some other cost function involved with this?
Yeah, so at the moment, no, but my view on that is, if we produce high quality index of abundance, let's say for polo, I can't really remember exactly, but if we produce the index of abundance in the range of between 5 and 10%, going from, let's say, 7% to 6% just because the value of this stock is much bigger, it's not going to improve the assessments much. So I think precision is more important for the assessments than the actual value of the fishery. If we had a fishery of really high value but low precision, then we would work on increasing precision for that species for sure. But it wouldn't. We would have to figure out the way of including that. We haven't done it yet. But from what I see in the Gulf of Alaska and in the Bering Sea, the high value fisheries, we produce very, very good quality data products from the surveys. And from lower value for lower value fisheries like rockfish, our data products are not that precise.
Oh, thanks, appreciate that. We've got a couple more questions. Dr. Cunningham.
Yeah, thank you very much, Dr. Kotwicki. I was curious to learn more about the transition from 30 minutes to 15 minutes. So you said it's in response to try to reduce catch volume, reduce subsampling, and sort of on-deck work, I think. I'm curious if there are particular species that you feel are likely to be impacted, maybe infrequently caught species, by this transition.
Okay. So the work is undergoing, actually. It will be really hard to answer. The only species that come to mind right now for me is skates, but I'm not sure. But Sean Rohan will have few slides on this transition, so hopefully we'll find out more.
Perfect, thank you.
And one more, Dr. Dressel.
Yeah, thank you. I'm not sure if this is a question for now or later. I saw in the earlier slides that you mentioned that we're moving from design-based to model-based estimation, and the survey design will be more appropriate for models. But am I correct that you're actually moving to a stratified method in the Bering Sea? Is that correct?
So again, the work is undergoing. So pretty much all. So we haven't made decision yet. We want to have a more flexible design to be more responsive at the moment. But and Louis will probably get into more details on the work that is undergoing.
Okay, then I'll hold it. Thank you very much.
Sure.
Great, thanks. No more questions.
So these are just the names. So we have 6 working groups, actually five working groups that have been established. The working group number 5, you can see gear calibration working group. It will be determined only after we have a new gear prototypes to be tested. So this group hasn't been established yet. And this is the timeline. I'm not going to read the whole thing, but I just wanted to tell you what work is undergoing right now. So 15 versus 30 minutes calibration is going on now. Also, the work on new designs for the survey, it has been going since 2023. Slope and shelf gear testing, and we'll get to the details on that very soon. And then new door testing, and then all the other work is still in planning phases, so it hasn't been started. We're hoping to start in 2026. What are the needs, challenges, and the risks that are associated with survey modernization? So of course we need money for testing, calibration, because testing and calibrations are expensive. We have IRA funding, but we are experiencing very high difficulties in using this funding at the moment. We also need time. So you also know that we needed to replace the conducting a Northern Bering Sea survey every year. Now we're doing it every other year to find time and the vessel time for the modernization activities. And last year we used it for collecting data on 15 versus 30-minute tows. We also need staff, and we also need staff that is timely, that we retained, and we need to retain staff and we need to replace staff. And both of these conditions are presently not being met. So we are losing knowledgeable staff that has been trained in the past. So this is high risk for the survey modernization. We need to do a number of research projects, and I indicated some projects that we are doing. SSC recommended some directions for the research projects. Of course, we need again staff to do those projects, but we also need to keep in mind concerns of the data users, and we need to figure out how to include new data into the assessments. And we need to in any project that is changing this time series, the survey data time series, we need to be really clear that there will be extra uncertainty for the period of time. So the transition to the new methods, this extra uncertainty hopefully will be only temporary, but we need to take into account. But I also want to say that if we didn't do anything, we'll have extra uncertainty too. And we are actually already experiencing it because fish are moving to the new areas. So in the summary, the advantages of the survey modernization are that in the future we'll have robust and flexible designs for our flexible surveys. We'll do the multi-species optimization, where we'll be able to respond to the data needs by the management and assessment authors. We'll have improved data products. We are working on comparability and continuity of going from the old survey to the new survey, and the working group number 6 is working on it, and Paul Spencer will be talking about that. And we want to get our surveys ready to adapt new technologies. And of course, we have challenges, which is staff, time, and money. And there are many challenges at once, and many that came in recent months. And our recommendation is to anticipate and embrace this change and pursue transparency. And now we'll go to progress to date. So I will be advancing slides, but we'll have different speakers talking about particular components of the Eastern Bering Sea modernization.
Great. Let me just ask if there's any questions about what we've gone over. Yes, Dr. Meter.
Yeah, thanks. And you may get to that, so just to tell me to wait if that's the case. But I was just wondering how you're thinking about the calibration in sort of the longer term. Are you focusing on the gear comparisons with new gear, developing new gear, doing gear comparisons, side-by-side comparisons to basically get correction coefficients? Are you thinking about doing a partial, partial or full overlap of surveys for a number of years with both the old and the new, or how are you thinking about that?
So this is a great question and two great suggestions. I think we'll need to. So this is my opinion. Group number 6 will be conducting simulations to figure out what exactly we need to do under different precision needs for calibration factors. But we need to do side-by-side comparisons to check for the selectivity, for the similarity or differences in selectivity between the gears. Because we really don't want to have a gears that is dramatically different in selectivity, let's say for crab or for flatfish. We want to have a gear that is similarly that has similar selectivity, but of course it will be impossible to come up with the gear that is that has exactly the same selectivity. So we'll do side-by-side tests for checking selectivity, and it may be in what the history of side-by-side calibration within around the world is that when people attempted to do it in multi-species surveys, I don't think it was ever possible to obtain calibration factors for all the species, for all the sizes that were needed. So there is always some disruption, and the slow transition or phase transition from one survey to other is one thing that we consider. But we would like to do some simulations, and Paul Spencer and Megan Bryan, their group will be working on figuring out which way or how much side-by-side data we need, and how we can design the phase transition from one survey to the other. We'll consider both of those avenues.
Thanks. We have a couple more questions. Dr. Sullivan.
Great, thank you. And thanks, Dan, for the presentation. The effort that you're putting into this is really tremendous. Sherry's question about the model-based versus design-based caught my attention because that was something I wanted to ask about too. And you kind of said you were in transition, but I mean, the slide really sort of implies a strong direction to this, and I'm not ever totally convinced that model-based is better than design-based. Naively thinking about it. Do you have more on that? Why, or was that just a okay? I mean, we only have a single line and a single slide on this.
Yeah, so looking at the future, and this is something we had discussions during the WK user workshops, and then those survey sessions at a couple of different conferences about the future of surveys. What I completely agree. To me, the model-based estimators, they need to be validated, and we use actually quite extensively the design-based estimators to validate. But I think as we improve the models, and as we actually in the future, I'm thinking we'll go to AI probably too. we need to have validation. So I will be strongly advocating for having a statistical design that we can produce the design-based estimators. But we may find out that the model-based estimators are better. And we had done simulations on both, and actually in the simulated world. Very often model-based estimators are better than design-based estimators when it comes to precision, but not always. So we keep it in mind that we need to validate the models. We don't want to rush to it.
No, I appreciate that. If I may follow up, Jason, briefly, Mr. Chair. You know, one of the reasons the precision goes up is because more assumptions are made. So be careful of that. Okay, thanks.
Yeah, Dr. Barnett, do you have something to add?
Yeah, if I could, I just wanted to add to that response to Pat. All good points made there, and I think just to bolster Stan's response, for one, we can't fit models to every species that needs an index. So that's one reason why we need to maintain design-based indices for all species. Two, I think what he was hinting at in the slides about going to model-based indices in some cases is because of imbalanced data, right? So we have the situation where we sometimes sampled the Northern Bering Sea, sometimes we haven't. And so that kind of destroys the design-based index for those stocks that are moving. And we've sort of been forced to adopt model-based estimators for those cases because it handles this unbalanced data better. Yeah, I think those were the main points that I wanted to add to that. Thanks.
Thanks for the clarification. Dr. Anderson.
Yeah, I really like a lot of the ideas here, and some of this is really kind of cool, real modernization stuff. I'm also looking at sort of trying to right size and scale and thinking about how to scale effort and expense to the size of the data product. And a lot of the answers there that seem to be considered are essentially boil down to how many sites and with what frequency do we sample. And I'm gonna just ask this as a question because I literally don't know the answer. I haven't been out on one of these surveys. How much of the time constraint and the expense on doing these surveys has to do with actually the number of sites that's sampled, and how much of that is the depth of the sampling and the analysis that occurs on the vessel on each site?
Okay, so that's pretty easy to answer. It's actually the processing time of the samples and the distance between the stations. That's what's limiting us, and the strength of the personnel or endurance of the personnel we have on the boat. We are planning for 12-hour days, but very often we are actually working longer. But what we need to be cognizant about our personnel too.
So if I can follow up on that, have there been discussion or consideration of sort of changing how samples are processed in addition to sort of just changing where and how often sampling occurs?
Yes, and that's really good question. We have been working on improving the ergonomic conditions or the way we sample, but also like our direction or our desire to change the tow length from 30 minutes to 15 minutes is to improve the efficiency of work on deck and to to create overall better working environment for people. So the safety concerns are really important there. We are also thinking that in the future we may use AI and maybe photography or taking pictures of the fish instead of measuring each fish and handling each fish. But that's the future work. But we are thinking about changes in sampling processing, but still getting the same data products that are needed for the assessments.
Okay, 2 more questions, then we got to move on. Dr. Cunningham, or sorry, Dr. Dressel, I think might have been before Dr. Cunningham.
Sure. I wanted to follow up, I guess, on my question, and I didn't necessarily want to get into arguing whether design or model-based inference is better, but actually it was because I think I may be missing something. I'll tell you what my understanding is, and then I'm hoping you'll be able to tell me what I'm missing. My understanding is that the Eastern Bering Sea right now is a systematic design, which actually is not a design unbiased format, even though we do say we're calculating design-based estimates from it. And so, but with a systematic design, it's just fine. You can still have model unbiased estimation from it. So currently, I'm thinking of the Eastern Bering Sea survey design as one that sort of favors model estimation. I think that you're talking about possibly going to a random stratified design, which means that you'll be design unbiased. You can also have model unbiased inference, but what I'm trying to understand is why the design, a stratified random design, is better for models or gets better model estimates.
Oh yeah, I didn't want to. You get this perception. I didn't say that, and so I really don't think they are better for models. You kind of need, for models, you need to have, actually there's one thing that makes them better. Yes, the geostatistical autocorrelation with the design that we have, the spacing between the stations is 20 miles. So you can't get really, the close, the autocorrelation function figure out very, very well if you have the same spacing between the stations. But when we did comparisons, and again through some simulations, and actually majority of the time we get very similar estimate from models with the systematic design in the Bering Sea, with the systematic design and with the stratified random design. But we did also comparison in the Gulf of Alaska, and the systematic design is just wouldn't work in the Gulf of Alaska. And I would say in the Bering Sea, it works only maybe down to about 150 meters in those flat areas. When we have a big change within the short space, the systematic design doesn't work very well, because you have the same spacing 20 miles, and 20 miles on the slope may mean that we go from 200 meters to 1,000 meters, and the design as this systematic design wouldn't work there. So there. And then another thing for the systematic, we haven't made the decision yet, but another thing for the systematic design that I really feel strongly about is that systematic is not very efficient, because we are probably oversampling the areas like Bristol Bay, and when the species are really evenly distributed, that station after station after station we get the very same similar species diversity, similar densities, but when we get close to the slope, it changes so quickly. We need more sampling there, and less sampling in those flat, wide areas. And then also, Luis will mention this this adaptive design that we are considering in the future, where in the cold pool, when we still had cold pool in the Bering Sea, the variability in fish distribution and crab distribution was not really great. Again, in the cold pool, if we can predict the size of the cold pool, we can probably sample less in the cold pool than on the edges of the cold pool or outside the cold pool, just because we don't need that big sampling intensity in the areas where the variability in distribution is not much.
Okay, great. Curry, is that?
Yeah, this will be quick. Dr. Kotwicki, I really appreciated the timeline that you laid out, even under an optimistic vision for when the different experiments related to the change in tow duration, survey design, doors, actual trawls. I'm curious, when you envision implementing these sort of 3 axes of change in terms of design, gear, and tow duration, would those all go into play at once, or would they be done sequentially? Just trying to get a better understanding of how the discontinuity in the time series will actually operate.
So how we are looking at it now, but we're again open for feedback on that, and we would like to start the transition to 15-minute tows before actually we get everything else done. And Sean Rohan will have a good arguments for why we want to do that. So I'm not going to give his talk, but all the other changes we would like to do at once we have figured out how to transition, how to do side-by-side comparisons, once we have the gear and the design and everything else.
Thank you.
Okay, great. Continuing on.
So it will be Luis.
Thanks. Great. I'm Louis Barnett. I'm also in the Groundfish Assessment Program at the AFSC in Seattle, and I'm leading this working group on survey sampling design, along with many great collaborators here, and I'll particular emphasis on Daniel Villas, who was a postdoc with us, who headed a lot of this work. Next slide, please. So our goals of this working group are to unify these historical bottom trawl surveys in the Bering and create a single design to efficiently and flexibly allocate sampling effort over a broader area to account for distribution shifts due to environmental variation. And in doing so, our main aim is to provide precise and accurate estimates of abundance across all scales of management regions for all species of ecological, commercial, subsistence, and cultural significance, while maintaining continuity with the existing time series to the extent possible. Next slide. So the background for our approach to this is built on our experience with these ICES workshops, redesigning other Alaskan surveys, feedback from plan teams and stock assessment leads. And this has generally guided us towards probabilistic survey designs, particularly those that are flexible, like stratified random surveys, and using uncertainty optimization as a state-of-the-art approach for improving survey designs. And I won't have a ton of time to get in the details of how we do this, but conceptually, here goes the explanation. So survey flexibility depends a lot on your sample allocation method and your overall design. Within stratified surveys, historically, most designs used either proportional allocation or Neumann allocation, but those methods aren't able to directly optimize over more than one species or objective, and that's why we've applied this sort of combination of genetic and Bethel algorithms to determine the optimal stratification and allocation across all species considered. And really briefly, this approach simulates from spatiotemporal models conditioned on historical bottom trawl data, in some cases given estimated effects of covariates like sea bottom temperature, then optimizing the stratum boundaries and sample allocations among those strata by minimizing the sample size subject to constraints on the CV of design-based abundance estimates. Then we evaluate the performance of simulated surveys based on their true accuracy and precision of the resulting abundance estimates, sampling from those models with observation error. Next slide. So this work began by looking only at the EBS and NBS shelf in our first paper, and then more recently we've included the upper slope in the analysis. But this gives you a sense of the types of designs we're comparing along sort of two axes, the stratification method and the sample allocation method. So we're looking at 3 different ways of allocating samples within strata, either randomly, spatially balanced random approach, or the systematic approach. And then for the methods we're using to determine the stratification, we're comparing, of course, the existing design to those optimized using depth cutoffs, to those optimized using the interannual variability in the sea bottom temperature, again, getting at that cold pool effect that Stan was mentioning, and then a combination of both depth and interannual variability in temperature. Next slide. So cutting to the chase, the best designs tended to be stratified random or spatially balanced stratified random sampling. And sort of here's the sort of summary high level thing that sort of drives that in these 2 plots on the bottom here. On the left side, you see the CVs of abundance from simulated sampling lumped over all species in all years. And what you see is that the optimized stratifications in those colorful boxes provided more precise abundance estimates than the existing design in gray. But if you look, within the same color boxes across the box and whisker plots, you don't really see much difference. And so that's saying the CVs were similar among sample allocation methods. However, if you look at the plot on the right, you see that the accuracy of those CV estimates of abundance was greatest for random or balanced random sample allocation and least for systematic. And finally, in my extra slides, it also shows how the systematic sampling CVs are much more variable among years, and that makes them less suitable for data weighting and stock assessments. Next slide. Some good news here is that when you look at the biomass indices over time for each species across designs, we see that for most species, they're all very similar. For some more in certain ones, there's more variability. But I think my take home is that this continuity indicates there may be less need to worry about accounting for bias or differences in the scale of one index, one time series relative to the other, just aside from the calibrations and things we'll discuss later. Next slide. So what about trade-offs among species? This has been queued up pretty well by some of the earlier discussions, but it's pretty intuitive that there's inherent differences in distribution and uncertainty and abundance among species, and so the optimal survey for one species isn't going to be the same as that for another. And one way of showing how these interspecific trade-offs in allocation arise is shown here on this slide. So the maps on the left show the average spatial distributions, how they vary among species. And then the plot on the right shows how the CV of abundance differs between a single species optimum, so a survey allocation that is tailored to each individual species, irrespective of the rest of the species. That's shown in the circles, and then in the X's show the optimal allocations from the multi-species optimization. And so you can see the difference in CVs resulting from those two approaches. And so, again, it's pretty intuitive that the multi-species optimum is closer to the single species optimum for species that have less restricted distributions. But there's more of a trade-off for king crabs, some Arctic species like saffron and Arctic cod, because they're more spatially restricted. And that's even after reducing each species CV constraint iteratively in proportion to this difference between the single species optimum and kind of the most naive approach being simple random sampling. So as I alluded to earlier, and Martin's probably about to ask, we could address these trade-offs differently by adjusting those CV constraints, right, for specific species based on guidance from the SSC or other bodies. And that would effectively change the weighting of species in the optimization. I will proceed to the next slide unless we want to take Martin's question now.
I'm going to have members hold their questions because it's 3:40 and we still have quite a few slides to get through. So I'm kind of hoping maybe we can get through total duration today. So Martin, can you hold the question for a little bit?
No problem.
Thank you.
Thanks, Jason. Okay, so our most recent and ongoing work is incorporating the upper slope into the optimization. And based on our early assumption that we'd only be able to sample down to 400 meters with the new gear, that's the sort of extent that we're including the slope thus far, but that's up for discussion and will come up later. But what this does is it enabled us to create shelf and slope integrated abundance indices, incorporating these initial selectivity ratios from the gear calibration studies. And that lets us evaluate the effects of expanding the survey domain while maintaining a constant total effort. So again, getting at this issue of spatial coverage versus sampling intensity in a core area. And that's the subject of a second paper in progress. The other main thrust that we're evaluating going forward is the prospects for dynamic sample allocation, asking whether we can get improved estimates if we optimize allocation separately for cold or warm years, for example. And so far, we haven't found much of a difference with the dynamic allocation, even though there's clear evidence of polar distribution shifts with warming. However, in contrast, we did not detect deepening of distributions with warming for most species, which is comforting in that we're less likely to have reduced spatial availability due to shifts in depth distributions, at least for those shelf-dominant species. Next slide. So looking forward, the major challenges are, of course, that the changing environment creates a kind of a moving target here as species distributions continue to shift. But I will say that in that first paper, we found that the results I've shown here were consistent between that historical period and a 5-year projection window across a range of future mean temperature scenarios. Another challenge, of course, to implementation is the potential for unforeseen increases in sample variances because we're just sampling new stations and new locations. In terms of the timeline for this work, the timeline for completing the research and forming this is about 2 years, but that would be if our requested postdoc funding proceeds on schedule, and it has not so far. If we were given this opportunity to continue the work, we're considering focusing on further testing of whether this dynamic stratification or allocation approaches could improve estimates by tailoring sampling to temperature conditions, incorporating completed final shelf and slope gear calibration factors, and probably most importantly, refining these operating models and candidate designs while incorporating feedback from plan teams, the council broadly, Alaska Natives, and other stakeholders. Next slide and last slide, please. So we'd appreciate feedback on a few different topics, some of which are easier to provide feedback on than others, and we acknowledge that. The first is the spatial extent of the domain in terms of how deep to survey on the slope. Secondly, what the desired level of precision of abundances is and sort of what an acceptable range around that might be. Again, we have some thoughts about this, but we would appreciate any feedback, especially if it diverges from our kind of initial results here. How to approach this issue Stan mentioned of misalignment between these optimal multi-species stratum boundaries that emerge from the analysis relative to these sub-regional management areas, particularly the crab management areas. And so there's kind of detail level things that aren't worth discussing, like how to post-stratify like we're doing so far. But I think the bigger question we'd like discussed is whether we should evaluate the effect of these different designs on crab abundant estimate performance over these sub-regional management areas versus the entire domain. And unfortunately, the initial results in doing it both ways were not very different. But I think our fundamental concern is that future stock distribution shifts may make these historical management boundaries obsolete, or perhaps the management areas could change and become out of step with those used in the design process. Finally, some related points about multi-species and multi-objective scope and prioritization. Namely, should we consider optimizing over size and or sex specific quantities that management rules are based on, or those that are targeted by fisheries rather than total biomass for crab stocks? And kind of a related note, getting at this bigger question of, do we want to weight the optimization towards further minimizing uncertainty for some stocks at the cost of others? And it's kind of in what ways, guidance about how to inform the weighting of this process. Thanks, and I appreciate the discussion and all your questions.
Great, thanks. Maybe since we have you on, maybe we'll just take some questions on this now. So if Martin, others, if you have questions, let's just go now. Thank you. Yeah, Martin.
Okay, I guess the earlier question I had, I got another one as well, but I was just wondering about like whether this, I understand it's conditional, you're conditioning on the optimization is on CVs, but I'm just wondering if this methodology can be used to, for example, compare a one boat survey versus a two boat survey, and have you been sort of evaluating those types of choices and through this process?
Yeah, good question. I guess first, you certainly can do that. So the optimization problem is actually minimizing the sample size, but subject to the CV constraints, right? So you kind of have to iteratively do the optimization to find, that target sample size, and then see how the CVs fall out under that scenario. So they're both interplay because one is a constraint, and then one's the target variable that you're trying to minimize. But you certainly can do it across different sample sizes. In this case, the results I've showed you here are for 520 samples. So that's kind of the current full effort level, right? If you do EBS and NBS shelf surveys. In the second paper, we're looking at just 376 samples. So the thought process being, where we started from with just the EBS shelf survey, could you expand the area but keep the same number of samples and cover that broader area with lower effort? How much the optimal sampling design changes with effort is a hard question to answer and context specific. I will point you to, for example, the Gulf of Alaska paper where we did the optimization, we had a lot of work on showing the resulting CVs with different levels of total effort. And there are related studies to this, not using this optimization approach, but specifically more looking at how the precision changes across species under our historical design as we reduce sampling. So we have a few different lines of information coming in to inform these sort of total sample size questions. And before I sign off on that, I will say the sort of last working group that will be talking today, and related work by Kimberly Fitzpatrick, tries to take all these sampling results through the stock assessment, through a simulation study, incorporating the assessment model into an MSC framework to look at the actual impacts of reduced sampling at different levels on the assessment outcomes, right? Total harvestable biomass and yield and whatnot.
Okay, thanks. Jason, can I ask a follow-up question?
Yeah.
It's a question about getting them enough sort of potential environmental variation or really climate forcing into your analysis of designs. And there's been a lot of work with SDMs now that are driven with the projections of future conditions. Is it feasible to use that work, or are you considering that kind of work that's driven with the climate model projections to look at impacts 50 years from now or 100 years from now or something like that?
Yeah, very good question. We are considering it. We haven't thought as much about really long-term projections, more near-term projections. So I didn't show any of the work, but in that first paper that's linked in my slides, we did take temperature predictions from the Barrington K ROMs and implemented these sampling scenarios over many future warming scenarios, right? Like different levels of mean increase, different amounts of variability among years over that 5-year period. And like I said, the results didn't change too much in terms of the optimal designs. However, we're hoping to get more projections, or at least improved hindcast over the entire Alaska area as part of the CEFI initiative. And as soon as those outputs are available in projection form, we would definitely consider implementing those and incorporating that into our decision process. One risk, of course, is that you have to be pretty certain that your covariate effects, like the effect of temperature on abundance, is robust and stationary, right? So we would be making a lot of assumptions, and I would be more comfortable doing that for species that are we have more observations for, we have better model fits in the hindcast for, rather than trying to project everything forward.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks,
Dr. Russell.
Yeah, thanks for your presentation. Two, I think, quick questions. First, is there, in the presentation or in other materials, is there a reference which describes the post-stratification that you're currently doing that you were talking about?
Yes, the Villas et al. 2024 paper.
Okay.
But I can give you the description right now really quick. I know we're short on time, but essentially the issue, right, is that we have a box that's the crab management sub area, and then we have the optimal stratification, which has some strata partially, intersecting with that box. And so the approach we've taken so far is, use everything, the strata that are fully within the box, but then partial strata that have fewer than 3 samples that are inside that box are being discounted. So we're only using the strata that have enough samples within that sub-management area. And then we're accounting for the difference in the total area by expanding that estimate to the total area of the sub-management region.
Great. Second question was, when you're talking about the crab management regions, are those the management regions or the PSC regions? Because I think I understood that those are different. Sorry, not from your presentation, from previous things that we've seen.
Yeah, good question. I'm not as well versed in the crab language as some are. I'm specifically referring to like what's shown on this plot here. And what I assume the catch limits are based on the biomass within these specific sub areas, and in some cases, biomass of specific sex and size groups.
Thanks. I'm wondering, Jason, do you happen to know, or maybe Diana Stram, if those are management areas, PSC areas, or both? And if not, it's not critical.
This is Diana, if you guys can hear me. You're talking about the areas for when we do the bycatch PSC, we do it by the areas that the stocks are defined on for crab. Was that this one was Dr. Vessel?
Yeah, it was. Thank you.
Thanks for the question.
Okay, great. Thank you. Looks like I wanted to get through the tow duration slides. Looks like it's about, what, 8 slides or so, maybe. I'm curious if there's anybody on the SSC that would strongly reject that idea if we have to go a little bit over 4 o'clock. If so, raise your hand. If not, or if there's a problem, maybe Diana Stram, or Evans, if there's an issue with going a little bit over, let me know. But it'd be nice to get through this if possible. Seeing no hands, I think we should just keep going. Thank you.
Sean Rohan. All right, great. My name is Sean Rohan. I'm a research fish biologist at the Groundfish Assessment Program at the Alaska Fisheries Science Center, and I'll be talking about the reducing tow duration efforts. Next slide, please. So why reduce tow duration? I think that's the good starting point. So the main reasons that we want to reduce tow duration are to reduce the potential errors caused by subsampling large catches, enable time for additional data collection. So that could be things like visual maturity, genetics, and environmental data. And then also the shorter tow duration will be necessary for a future stratified random design. So in our current systematic design, it's 20 nautical miles between stations. It's about 2.5 to 3 hours per set. And it often takes that entire time to process the entire catch. That wouldn't necessarily be feasible if we were to switch to a stratified random design. And then the third important reason is to reduce ergonomic injuries. Our surveys have a relatively high rate of ergonomic injuries, and we want to reduce those. Next slide. So just to provide a little bit of context for the subsampling that occurs on the surveys. So in our current EBS and MBS design with 30-minute tows, around 70% of our catches are subsampled, which is the proportion of catches that's greater than 950 to 1,000 kilos. Projected, if we switch to 15-minute tows and we were to get exactly half, we would only be sampling about 30% of the tows. Next slide. And so the effort to reduce tow duration, or this thought to reduce tow duration, is also reflected in a 2012 CIA review of the Eastern Bering Sea Bottom Trawl Survey. They recommended to reduce the tow duration to 15 minutes. The benefits that they highlighted were to mitigate potential subsampling biases, allow time for additional sampling, and reduce wear and tear on gear. And they had a couple of approaches that they suggested could work, or a couple of approaches to implement there. One being to conduct side-by-side catch comparison studies to evaluate the effect of reduced tow duration on catch. And then the second part is to evaluate the impact of a change in duration on outcomes, so through simulations. And you can see the links to the CIE reviews at the bottom of the slide there. Next slide. And so these were the three different recommendations that the CIE had for implementation. We're going with the third approach there, which is the phased approach. So just to go through these, the first one was to replicate an entire survey doing 30 and 15-minute tow durations, and that's not feasible given our currently available resources. The second is to do an augmented survey with randomly positioned 15-minute tows for several years, then transition gradually to the 30-minute tows. That's also not feasible because of the logistical constraints. And then the third option, which is the one that we're planning to use, is to replace 30-minute tows with 15-minute tows over time and progressively increase the proportion of 15-minute tows. And so that means that we would essentially still conduct 350 stations in the southern Bering Sea, the standard Bering Sea shelf, the same 142 stations in the northern Bering Sea, but 25, next slide. We'll get to the percentage in a second. So the research and implementation plan for this is to first conduct the side-by-side catch comparison tows, and then do the simulations to evaluate the effects on tow duration. So just following exactly what the sort of the CIE recommendation was there. And then develop calibrated design-based indices that can be used to simulate the effects of short tow duration on assessment outcomes. And so our plan is to start phasing in 15-minute tows over multiple years, beginning in 2026. Next slide. And so this is sort of what we've done so far. So the map on the right shows the location of side-by-side 15 and 30-minute tows that have been conducted since 1995. So this most recent effort has been focused on the 2021 to 2024 period, different effort in different years, sort of depending on available resources. And so the project goals for this were to determine whether there are differences in catchability and selectivity between the 30 and 15-minute tows, develop calibration factors between the tow durations, and then produce calibrated design-based indices as example data products for key species. And so in the most recent year, we completed 38 pairs of tows. That supplements the tows that we had previously to bring our total to 161. And we're currently working on developing the calibration factors between the tow durations, aiming for completion by the end of the fiscal year. Next slide. And so this is our tentative timeline for phased implementation, and I'll explain why in a second here. So the first is that we want to begin that phase transition, like I was saying, in 2026, and then do survey level selectivity and catchability analyses between the 15 and 30-minute tow durations, so the actual the full survey selectivities. And then continue to increase the proportion of 15-minute stations, sort of depending on the outcome of the analyses. So that would either mean that we find sort of no difference in catchability selectivity between 15 and 30-minute tows, or we have reliable calibration factors for the key species. And we'll never be able to get calibration factors for all of the species, but for the common ones, we're optimistic that we'd be able to do so. And so the 25% number is sort of based on what we think we would need to obtain a good calibration factor. We've done some preliminary simulations for design-based indices, and we found that sort of the biomass index changes are typically on the order of less than 10%. If we just drop, in like the worst case scenario, we drop 25% of stations, like they're just not usable for whatever reason. And the CV increases would be on the order of around 0.01 to 0.05 for most groundfish. It's a little bit messier for a crab because of the different life stages and involved. But overall, we think that would be the most fruitful way to kind of move towards that 15-minute tow duration. The The other part of this is that, so Stan provided a timeline for when we could potentially be transitioning to a new survey design, which would be, the earliest would be 2030, but there's a lot of uncertainty related to those timelines. This is a design change that we could implement in the near future. We would not be able to, whereas the things that are further out, like changing gear and the survey design, are a little bit more uncertain. And so one of the things that we would love feedback on is sort of the timeline for our phased implementation and plan for approaching the phased implementation, which would again be starting with 25% of stations in 2026 and increase if analyses support that change. So, thank you. That's all I have for this part.
Thank you very much. Dr. Sullivan.
Yeah, Sean, thanks for this. I actually just sent you an email. I appreciate the CIE citations, and of course, Volstead and Pennington have done this work like back in the 90s, and it seems like every time I run into Volstead, he keeps talking about shortening the toes, because all of the fish that are in one toe are all correlated with one another, right? And so he's thinking about it from a statistical point of view. So I appreciate the argument for this and support the direction you're going. So thanks for sharing this with us.
Great, Dr. Sidden.
Yeah, thanks. Hey, could you provide a little more detail on the subsampling and explain a little? Is it a couple of species that always get subsampled? Is it one? Is it 5? Or do you subsample? If you get a big catch, do you just subsample every individual organism at the same rate? Some clarification on that would be helpful. Thanks.
Thank you for the question there. And the answer is it can be a little bit complicated. So essentially we have a weight limit. And so anytime we're above the weight limit, we split the catch. So essentially what this looks like is we pick up the bag with a load cell, assuming we can get it up with a load cell, get a weight, dump it into a bin in a brailer, and then take a subsample of that using that brailer, the cargo net. And then that's the portion of the catch that we collected as a subsample. Simultaneously, we also get into the portion that was not part of that original subsample, and we'll whole haul. We'll take 100% of the individuals of certain species from the bin, and that's a lot of sort of physical labor on a moving platform, and it's kind of easy to make some mistakes. Conditions are pretty rough, and depending on the catch composition. But essentially what we'll do is, so for crab, we tend to whole haul them. We'll take 100% of them. Things like cod, skates, turbot, things like that, sort of rarer species that don't distribute well in the catch or that don't have enough individuals for a length sample, we'll whole haul those. That kind of depends on the catch composition. And then there are also size and age categories. So for example, like adult and juvenile pollock, so age ones and larger pollock, they don't really mix particularly well. So they're often subsampled as different species. And sometimes you'll be making different sampling decisions about whether to whole haul the adults or the juveniles. So it's dynamic, and a lot of it is based on just the objective to obtain a representative sample, but we do have sort of guidelines on what we whole haul and when we split. So does that answer the question, or were there any specific?
Yeah, that helps. I'm just trying to get a feel for whether it's a couple of species that really kind of dominate when you subsample, or if it's a broad range of species.
Oh, okay. Yes. So it can be a broad range of species, and it varies over the survey area. So in some areas, like when you're splitting, it'll be predominantly flatfish. you get to other areas and it's a mix of pollock and crab and basket stars, and kind of have to pick all the crab out of that tangle. So it really depends on the catch composition and where you're at.
Thanks, Dr. Cunningham.
Yeah, thanks for your presentation and the discussion of the onboard procedure as well. It's really helpful. I guess I'm curious about sort of the basis for thinking that selectivity might differ between 30 and 15-minute tows. Was there much evidence from those past paired examples in the 90s all the way up of differences in size composition or age composition?
Thank you. Yes. So for the answer is there have been mixed results, and some of the results are things that we can't quite replicate. So for example, there was a Somerton et al. Study from 2002 that looked at the effects of the different tow durations on crabs, so the catch rates between the two. And what they found is that the 15-minute tows had a 78% higher catch rate for snow crab and 78% higher for tanner crab, or 68 higher for tanner crab, but no difference for red king crab. Sort of the issue with that is we haven't been able to replicate that from those results at this time. And we're hoping by pooling all of the samples and having a larger sample size, we'll be able to get a better estimate of what that looks like. For the fishes, the only analysis on this that had been done was in a master's thesis, Goddard, 1997, I think it was. And the takeaway was that there were some differences in some of the flatfish, but it's still a little bit unclear whether that's just an artifact, whether that effect would be borne out over a much larger sample size.
Okay, and those were different. Those were differences in the size composition or the catchability once you control for area swapped?
So those were just CPUE in terms of biomass for the Goddard one. For the Somerton one, it's been a while since I've looked at the details, but as I recall, it was for all size classes.
Okay, yeah, I guess that's my thought too. I've always thought about this in the context, like you might have some larger fish that can keep pace with the net for some period of time and smaller fish drop in, but it seems pretty unlikely that it would have a huge impact on selectivity. And I guess I'm curious if you could walk me through thinking about coming up with the sort of catchability coefficients. There's a model-based approach, right? You can include, your factor for 15 versus 30-minute tow in addition to your area swept, which is fairly straightforward unless you have to do it for every size class.
Yes. So I think we would have to do this for every size class because there will be size dependent and potentially sex dependent differences in catchability and selectivity. But I think what you get from a hall level calibration, like what we've done so far, and what you get from a survey level calibration might be a little bit different. And so making these corrections on a hall level gives us some sort of inkling for what we might expect as a whole. But as far as like the survey level selectivity, the reason to do the phased implementation is so that we can estimate a survey level selectivity across and pool across size classes. Because there's a lot of uncertainty in those hall level calibrations.
Thank you very much.
Thanks, Dr. Dressel.
I just wanted to ask, so on this current slide, begin the phase transition, and you're proposing 25% of the stations because that's what you'll need to get good calibration factors. I'm wondering if you can tell me, for the calibration factors, are you calculating them like within the year somehow? So you need 25% to estimate things, or are you using your previous data and you're adding to it? I'm just hoping you can clarify.
Yes. So thank you for that question. So for the actual calibration within the year, we would just use we would do a survey level selectivity calibration between the 15 and 30-minute tows within that year. We wouldn't combine those with the hall level estimates from previous from previous years. We would want to do a full survey to survey calibration. And by sort of doing 25% of stations, if we allocate those over groundfish sub areas, 25% per sub area, that gives us around 80 hauls. And that we think would give us just based on what we've done historically, give us a good basis to start estimating those survey level selectivities. And also just, trying to figure out if there are actual differences between those when we do that survey level.
Sure, I think you're on mute.
Thanks very much. So am I correct that those 25% of stations are not side by side? They're just individual 15-minute.
Correct. Yes, they would be individual 15-minute allocated by groundfish sub area. And so I think the intercalibration that we would take is a bit similar to how Bering Sea Fisheries Research Foundation NEFROPS trawl has been calibrated against the 83-112, except without the side-by-sides.
Thank you.
Dr. Stewart.
Yeah, thanks for the presentation. This is really interesting stuff. I have two questions. The first one is, are you confident that you're going to have the power to detect size-specific differences in catchability or differences in selectivity, given the experiments that have been done without actually doing a lot of truly side-by-side tests?
That's a good question. I think over time we would be confident that yes, we would be able to get those selectivity estimates, and that might require observing stocks at different abundance levels or different demographic structures. Because in some years, like for example, like we went out in 2021 and we were hoping to get good calibrations for snow crab, but kind of know how that went. There were no snow crab out there, and so in any given year we might not have the ability to calibrate across the entire range, but over time we're hoping that we would be able to do that. Not for every species or size class, because there are some sizes that we just don't encounter very often, and how to deal with that, I think, is also a question. Like we could end up pooling those larger individuals, just kind of leaving it as is and accepting that level of uncertainty with the calibration at extremes.
Thanks. And if I could follow up, the second part of the question is, so if there's no difference, it's pretty straightforward. You've just got maybe a bulk catchability difference. If there's a modest difference in selectivity, you develop a calibration, you can apply that to the new data. Things are kind of good. I'm wondering about the species that you don't get a good calibration for. It seems like by extending this transition out over a period of years, I'm thinking from the assessment side now, a different proportion of these tows in different years, you're effectively going to have a different selectivity in each year of the transition. And I'm wondering, in the absence of a strong calibration, I'm wondering if you thought through sort of how this goes from start to finish in the assessment of, now we have, this is Q and this is selectivity, to somewhere down the road, we have a new Q and a new selectivity, but how do you get there from here? Thanks.
Yes. So that's a great question. And so at this point, I don't think we don't have a plan through 2029. We don't have a prescriptive, like if you hit this level of certainty with the calibration, then you move on to 50% or what have you. And I think a lot of this is going to have to be based on how this looks for especially some of the core species. There will be a lot of, I think, discussion and feedback along the way in this process to make these decisions about continuing the transition as we go.
Dr. Cunningham.
Yeah, just a quick follow-up, and thanks for this discussion. I just want to make sure I'm clear. So the idea would be kind of you would fit basically a spatiotemporal model with each of the size classes incorporated within it. So fitting to individual abundance by size bin. And you're going to estimate your difference in catchability for each of those size bins for each species. Is that?
It depends on how Potentially, I think it depends on exactly how you're incorporating that into the spatiotemporal model. But hypothetically, yes, that would be a potential path forward. But I think a lot of this will not be addressed by this specific project. It will be addressed by projects focused on the methods for transition.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, I don't see any further questions. So I think what we're going to do is break for the day and then pick up on the next topic on this agenda item tomorrow morning at 8 a.m. So thanks everyone for bearing with us, and we'll hopefully make up a little bit of time tomorrow.
Thanks, Jason.
Good news is Tuesday, it's only a 2-day meeting, so.
Thanks, Jason.
Thanks, Jason.
See you guys.
Thank you.
What's up? Thanks, everyone.
Thanks, everyone.
Have a good evening.